avoid predators, but sometimes it seems like they do it.
My name is Gonzii and today we are back with another casual geographic video, bro. This time called the most generational crash outs in the animal kingdom. So without further ado, let's react this thing, brother. Let's go. Shout out to the goat, man. Yes, the voice cracked, but we move, bro. Wow, tiger doing madness. I think people don't know how much of a beast tigers are, you know.
Crash out. Here's the definition, and here's the definition
Oof.
of the picture. And if it's not clear now, it will be by the end of this video.
Let's
Crash
go.
outs exist in all walks of life.
Oh, that
They
was
say,
mad.
Where there's a will, there's a way. For
Never
a
gonna
person to get
give
rocked
you
by a
up,
prince
never
for
gonna
being
let
rich.
you
But
down.
Today, we're gonna talk about the biggest crash outs in nature, and there's a lot to choose from, so some had to get left off. I won't be talking about hippos, honey badgers,
That
or king
way is
buffalo.
better.
I've said my piece on this roid-raging homicidal hydro horse on steroids. We already know
Hydro horse,
death is
bro.
a hunter's nightmare for humans and lions alike.
Yay!
Entire video on this biracial black Air Force hate-mongering Hufflepuff.
Oh no.
But what I will talk about
Oh.
are rhinos. As
Ooh.
I've said that rhinos
Legally
are
blind.
terminally
Yeah.
traumatized anxiety tanks that'll buck up to anything from a butterfly to a buffalo. Except I was wrong. Recent studies show that the eyesight of rhinos might not even be that bad.
Okay.
It's just their attitude. Which
All
means
right.
that rhino fully punched
Yeah.
the warthog purposely and unprovoked. While
Fucking
this one proceeded to
Tumba,
assault
bro.
on 8 wheels and still went for a literal headshot. There's a reason why a group of rhinos is an honest-to-God crash, but they're not even the biggest crash out.
Yeah, that hippo.
That would be
They don't
elephants.
want any of that
Like,
smoke.
literally, they're the biggest. Whoever made this up actively helped escort people off the census, which they don't need help doing since elephants flatlined over 600 people last year. It isn't until
Oh,
elephants
right
hit
with the
musk
tusk
that
on
they
a
really
leg.
crash out kings. Musk
It's
is when a
fucked
sudden
up.
burst of hormones turns elephants into 12,000-pound drunk lusting frat boys.
Yup.
The word must even comes from the word intoxicated, and a down bad bull's testosterone levels can spike 60 times
Drink
higher than
water,
normal.
bro.
And that's where the crash out comes in. No animal is safe from an entitled elephant that can't handle rejection. Not even baby elephants. Eating a toddler because his mom won't relieve you? Crash out. But the real degeneracy didn't show itself until humans got involved.
No.
Yeah, it's that kind of story. Poaching is evil, we all know it.
Yep.
It's often the older, more mature bulls that get hit the hardest, for obvious reasons. What
Bigger the
wasn't
tusk.
expected was removing elephant OGs
More
from
expensive
the
they
population
are.
meant that the younger, immature teenage bulls in must got even more out of pocket. And what do you get when you have unruly 6-ton pests with no father figure
love
to keep them
elephants.
in line? Hell if I know.
Holy
There was a
shit.
period in the 90s
Bro
where
was
three
going
young bulls
crazy
got
as well.
rejected by their own kind, resorting to violating and killing not 1, not 2, not 10, but 63 rhinos.
Fucking hell.
For an elephant apparently means
63
turning a
rhino.
into a whiteout, and it wasn't until the season
Not a
more mature
tight end
bulls
to a
were brought back
wideout,
in that
bro.
the rhino ravaging
Childish.
And it's not just males that can choose violence. We can't forget that time an elephant traveled across India just to light
Oh,
a
yeah.
70-year-old senior
Yeah,
citizen
yeah.
while she was getting water. For context, that elephant escaped from the Dulma Wildlife Sanctuary
Dulma.
and traveled over 100 miles
Look at
to
that,
Rabai
bro.
village in Odisha. Being
Jesus.
homicidal for over 100 miles straight is already menace behavior. What solidified it was that same
Bro
man pulling up to that
only
little
saw
funeral later that
vengeance,
day,
bro.
paying everything but respects.
He's the
And
Batman
that
of the
same
Elephant
grabbed her
Kingdom.
soul evacuated 0 HP body and proceeded to put her in
Like,
the
I'm
Basically,
vengeance.
she got put on a shirt, except the shirt was reversible. And after desecrating her corpse, Dessert was destroying the woman's house along with several others.
Yep.
Now, many have said the woman Maya Murmu had it coming and was involved in poaching, and this was a case of an elephant not forgetting or forgiving. It also could have been someone's grandmother getting murked twice and memed on Twitter all because of RNG. We'll never know the why, but what we do know is my favorite
Not
animal
Oprah.
is capable of crash outs of catastrophic proportions. And now we got the smallest crash out in the world. When a colony of Calabopsis saundersea ants gets attacked, some of the
Ooh.
soldiers will rupture 2 huge poison-filled glands and literally blow themselves up.
Oh, yeah,
They don't
yeah,
just
yeah, they
blow
will.
themselves, they also rain
Look
a
at that.
toxic corrosive glue that either traps the op ants in place or just burns them alive. It's
They're like
self-sacrificing
kamikazes, bro.
behavior meant
It's
to control
wild.
the colony, but that is one hell of an escalation. One species of termite also has a concept of kamikaze themselves, and they have toxic glands that actually grow as they get older. That means the same old worker termites with dull mandibles that can't fight or forage as well as their juniors also carry the most potent explosive backpacks in the colony. So their last act of service involves eviscerating themselves in a rain of internal organs, intestines, and toxins, which
Damn.
proves that the most dangerous crash out is the one with nothing left to lose. For reference, that's like breaking into a house and the last thing you see is a senile 90-year-old rushing you with a bomb strapped to their chest. But the wildest crash out might be what P-aphids do once a predator breaks into their home. Because not only will soldiers come together and turn themselves into fleshy fireworks, they'll use their own bodily fluids to plug up the opening.
Damn.
Even if it means they get left outside in past tense, even if it means they suffocate on their own insides, and even if the process senses subtracts them instantly. It's one thing to self-destruct to backpedal a predator, or even after already being eaten, which aphids actually do. Using Flex Seal made out of your own guts for home repair is exactly the type of
that is mental, you know.
But if elephants violating the natural order didn't already tell you, the worst crash outs are the ones humans created. And this black Air Force B is the result of one of the biggest oopsies in human history. Back in the 50s, African bees were brought to Brazil and crossbred with their more domesticated European cousins. The idea was, if they could combine the two, they could create a bee that was more efficient than the Europeans in tropical climates, while also being less defensive than the African counterparts.
Lion.
One of the most consequential f***ups possible.
Greatest animal of all time.
Accidentally released 26 swarms of Africanized bees, including queens. But experts said not to worry, that the bees would either die out in the foreign climate or get bred out of existence by the already present European bees.
Yes, but actually no.
By the 60s, they made it across the country. By the 80s, they hit Mexico.
Whoa.
By the 90s, they were popping up in the US. And today, the Africanized assault has spread throughout America like rash. And here's the thing with playing God with bees. You better be prepared for hell. These Africanized bees were way meaner than anything this side of the Atlantic had ever seen. They were way more aggressive, much less forgiving, and the same honey merchants that were enough to legitimately punk elephants, that's not a joke by the way, were doing numbers on unsuspecting people. You see, where European bees might send 10 to 20 guard bees after you, the Africanized flying mob will pull up in the hundreds. And where European bees might chase you for a couple feet, the African variety will chase trespassers for a quarter of a mile. So you even get that far. The irony is, African bees have smaller hives. That means these gangflies weaponize a higher percentage of their hive just to go after you. Add the fact that the very smell of bee venom is like a Batman signal to the rest of the hive, and you realize just how badly that one beekeeper screwed us over. Speaking of venom, you probably know that honeybees die after stinging, since the stingers are barbed and attached to their abdomen, causing attacking bees to literally disembowel themselves. What you might not know is that stinger will continue pumping venom into you long after the bee has become a wasp. Now that's just doing the most. That's how you get stories of people being chased by vindictive swarms. Oh, and by the way, it's proven if you try to duck the fate by jumping in the water, they will wait. Consequences. In 2013, a Texas man died after being stung over 1,000 times, and the bees still had enough mouths left to feed his wife and daughter with 100 apiece. It says a lot that the dietary habits of the Crash Out mascot might have helped create one of the most infamous crash crowds in the air. But not all crash outs are fueled by hate. Some are powered by love. Courting bald eagles will interlock talons and plummet down towards the earth, only to separate at the last possible second. Apparently, feathery foreplay means death spiraling in a questionable game of chicken. Apparently, it's to test each other's fitness as a possible partner, you know, separate the strong from the strongest. Except it does the opposite when the entangled avians crash land into trees, water, or sometimes straight pavement and take each other out the dating pool. And bald eagles mate for life, so where do you even go after your vow renewal turns into a wake that only one is conscious
that's
for?
wild.
Studies show that eagles will also death spiral with rivals, so it's really a case of either f me or fight me or just don't waste my time. But that makes even less sense, because at least with a mate, the logic is you're trying to find the strongest, most eligible single to spend the rest of your life with. Handing death a 2-for-1 BOGO deal because you had beef and literally couldn't let it go is the definition of crashing out. It's when it happens with deer like moose, you know it's really bad luck. But voluntarily interlocking toes just to die with someone you claim to hate, like what's really going on here? But that relationship's nowhere near as toxic as the house sparrows. It's like Tweety listening to NBA Youngboy. It's a honey badger with wings and an op to every other bird, but especially their own kind. Okay, so the crashing out is caused by the fact that house sparrows are monogamous and mate for life. They're also serial cheating air strumpets, and 15% of sparrow children born aren't even related to the male raising them. Cheating isn't a foreign concept to birds. Thoughts and prayers out to the penguin that got dogged out, got his cloaca kicked by his wife's boyfriend, begged for her back, got beat again, only to get rejected and busted the third time. Yeah, no way he goes out that sad. Male sparrows that suspect their partner of cheating get their revenge by purposely feeding their children less, bordering on starvation. The thing is, he has no way of knowing which chick's actually his. He only goes by how much time the mother spends away from the nest. Basically, imagine your dad starves you within an inch of your life, all because your mom spent the equivalent of 10 extra minutes at the grocery store. Female sparrows ain't sweet either. The difference is she cheats with better genetic quality, or you could say high value males, while the male cheats to spread his seed as far as physically possible. Except that the female catches on to the cheating, she responds by slaughtering his entire family, children and all. And it's scientifically proven that butchering
Holy
the babies offers
fuck.
no advantage to the offending female. It's just pure love of the game. Cheating's never right, but when your get back gets children buried, you have lost the plot.
Wow.
Especially since the females most likely to commit baby cancellation are second wives. As in, they got with a cheater, got with him due to cheating, only to wipe out the entire first family.
Damn,
Also,
bro.
she also has
That's
no way of
mental.
knowing which chicks are his. That means she really just life retires any baby sparrows she comes across. Yeah, that's a crash out of the highest order. And right up there with them has to be this frog. It's a culinary crash dummy off the fact that the Argentine horned frog would rather choke to death trying to swallow something physically bigger than they are than just give it up.
Wow.
Scientists have found expired
Bro
frogs
said
whose
it's
stomachs
personal.
won't open out of pure stubbornness. It's a gluttonous breathing pot of greed card come to life. Not only that, they're terrible swimmers, embarrassingly bad jumpers, and yo, they don't even rib it.
Wow, they squeal.
Fooled unsold every aspect of being
Meow.
a frog just to moonlight as Jabba the Gut. They can even develop amphibian corneal lipidosis, where they hold on to so much fat they literally accumulate fat deposits on their eyes that blind them. To be
What
fair,
the
it's usually
fuck?
from overfeeding in captivity, but my brother in Christ, even Nakado Avocado put the fork down at some point. Especially since frogs can't vomit, the best this kitchen crash out can do is fully eject their stomachs. But luckily, they're not a threat to you. Next is a crash out that the
Ugh.
majority of the American audience has to sidestep on a daily basis.
disgusting.
Which is funny because the Canada goose nearly got put in an eternal milk carton due to overhunting and habitat loss. In fact, we fully thought they were out of stock in the 50s, until a small flock was found in Rochester, Minnesota. And with the help of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act in the US and the Migratory Birds Convention Act in Canada, along with conservation efforts, the Canada goose was able to make a comeback.
Okay.
And humanity and geese lived happily ever. Absolutely not. Yeah, the cobra chicken came back with a vengeance.
Yup.
I called the sparrow an airborne honey badger. Nah. It's just barcode of the salt.
Oh,
Easily
damn.
the most undeserved arrogance I've ever seen on an animal. And that's
Wow.
really what it is. This damn velociraptor has some wildly irrational
Yeah,
confidence.
the-
They're like
that
Family
video is
Guy. They really
viral.
got canceled, came back, and by God do they not miss a chance to punish us for it. Even Sully's heroic landing in the Hudson wouldn't have even been needed if a goose didn't try to run a fade with a plane.
True.
Just proof that you can get a lot of mileage out of false unearned valor. Cause it's a bluff. Geese nest on the ground, so they only really can respond to a threat to minor safety by implementing the honey badger method, by raising hell until you meet someone that takes you there.
Bink.
Add the fact that they've managed to lose their fear of humans, and you have a honk-happy threat to national security. I've even read reports of them apparently luring chasing dogs into deep water just to attack and harass them until they
Damn.
eventually drown in exhaustion.
He's
To be
fucking
fair,
that bird up.
Leash your dog? Oh, also, goose tongue. But yeah, that attitude's a bluff, and they read body language, so act like you've been around a goose before and you'll probably be fine. So why are geese so mean? They'd probably be dead if they weren't.
Oh my
At least
God.
they're not capable of really damaging anything but your pride. Complete opposite of chimpanzees, my word. Probably a top 3 crash out in nature, cause you
Oh,
really never know what could
that
set
clip
this
is
shit
mad.
thumbs off.
Somebody
Fake
throws a
hairstyle
bottle at
in the
him,
past 10
he
years,
picks up
you
the
just
bottle
lost your
and just
face
yeets it at the woman and cuts her eyebrow, bro. A nasty cut with the bottle.
Do a fucking barrel roll? Absolutely not. Not in these parts. Chimps and really primates in general have a sense of fairness. Do something they view as unfair? Oh, buddy. You finna find out why they're the prime ministers of unproportional reactions. This man decided to surprise his former pet chimp with a chocolate cake for his birthday. The real surprise was 2 male chimps getting out and mutilating the
Yep.
man for not serving them a slice first.
True.
I'm
That's
not
a
gonna
true
list the full
story.
extent of his injuries. I have a full video doing that. Just know the first 2 hospitals
Look
denied
at that.
entry because they literally
Fucking
thought he was
hell.
a lost cause. Monkeys in captivity have also
They
been
fucked him
a
up.
member of their own for receiving
Nose,
than the others.
fingers,
But I will say, the
toes,
Tim temper tantrum nearly had
genitals,
me
all of
almost
it
had me with
gone.
a Nick Fury fit. And we cannot forget that time monkeys in India went on a campaign of dropping dogs from roofs after one allegedly attacked a baby of their own.
Damn.
Primates are some Hall of Fame crash outs. Question is, what could possibly be more destructive? Well,
Tigers. Yep.
tigers are easily one of the most vengeful creatures alive.
They are, man.
Destroy
They're
population
sick.
control once
Love
you're dead,
tigers.
You might as well lease a casket. There's plenty of stories of tigers going from 0 to 1,000. In 2007, 3 teenagers that may or may not have been under the influence taunted 243-pound Tatiana the tiger, reportedly even pelting her with pine cones from a slingshot. Tati
Dickheads.
cleared a 12-foot mow, severely
Yeah.
injured 2 of the teens, and killed the third. In 2016, a tiger ripped apart an infamous poacher named Baby.
Fuck
only
around
4
and
days
found
after
out,
his group
boy.
reportedly shot his mate. In '97, a hunter named Vladimir Markov not only shot a tiger, but had the audacity to steal his kill. As a result, the Whisker John Wick stalked his cabin, tore anything that smelled like him to shreds, including his mattress and bedding, and apparently even demolished an outhouse Markov had used. As you can guess, the story ended around the same time Vladdy did, once the Siberian assassin was there to greet him at his house. And then there's this. The backstory is that a mother tiger and her cubs had ventured beyond the boundaries of a park and had injured cattle in the process, so rangers went out to capture and relocate the trio. They successfully tranked and removed the cubs, but the mother was nowhere to be found. That was until about right here. The enraged mother cleared a full-grown elephant and managed to mutilate the mahout riding it, taking several fingers with her and the fury on 4 legs.
Damn, several fingers, bro, with a swipe.
Crash out came in the early 1900s, when a tiger dubbed the man-eater at Champawat killed 436 people.
400 people.
Body count of any single
That's
animal.
mental.
And it was discovered that the cause was a cripplingly debilitating tooth injury that forced her to go after easier prey. And that's the thing I do want to mention. I know I had fun with the crash out concept, but really all the tiger was ever guilty of doing was what came naturally. And that really goes for every animal on this list.
Tiger was just being a tiger, bro.
Had to die and take someone's son with her if they hadn't gone and tested her killer. Travis was an overweight, socially stunted Xanax consumer.
That video is on the channel about the chimps. Go check it out.
As a pet. Even the whole Elephino mess started with poachers destroying
Elephant video also on the channel. Go check it out.
Pachyderm's PTSD.
After this one, of course.
And stuff for comedic effect, but I'm not actually out here judging animals by human standards. Cause he said something real before he got Chris rocked and left with Fresh Prince.
Talk about the tiger went crazy. That tiger ain't go crazy. That tiger went tiger.
But yeah, that's gonna do it for this video. Make sure you drink water.
Let's go.
Mother. There's no church in the wild and no judge in the jungle, so don't expect animals to follow either.
Facts.
And I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
So there you have it, guys. Another Casual Geographic banger in the books, man. Hope you guys enjoyed as much as I did. Don't forget, all glory to God as always. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video, bro. This time called What Mistake Cost This Pelican Everything. And yes, I look like trash, I sound like trash, is because I was trying to sleep. I had 2 very poor sleeping days recently and I was trying to go to bed, but for whatever reason, my body does not allow me to sleep unless I have a video recorded, which I was planning to do tomorrow. Which means I slept 1 hour and 47 minutes, which I'm pissed and therefore I look like trash. So ignore me, let's just react to bro, alright? And I forgot my water, give me a second. Water in hand, let's begin.
This video contains gore. If you're sensitive to that, just roll off. I promise you I won't think any less of you. I'm only making this video to remind y'all that this specific animal does not play around.
No.
So we know that pelicans are big bird with a vor fetish that'll attempt to swallow anything that isn't nailed down. Well, this pelican tried an animal that it thought was a fish, only for that animal to do this. I'm gonna give y'all time in the comments. Just what animal do you think did this?
Crocodile.
Put your guesses in? It was actually a turtle. The turtle managed to clamp its jaws on the pelican and tear its beak pouch completely. Now for context, some turtles allegedly have jaws strong enough to bite through a broomstick, which also means they can probably leave you with less fingers than you were born with. Now I can't really say for sure what kind of turtle did this, but since this happened in Barapur, India, my best guess is that it was a giant soft shell. I only say that because soft shells are known for being hyper aggressive, trigger happy, and just overall phalluses, but if you watch Gumball, you already knew that. As for what happened to the pelican, I ain't even gonna lie to you, he definitely starved to death. Moral of this video, nature's a bitch.
It is. No! A drenched penguin, bro, is so funny. Why is Boo drenched?
There's that one person that refuses to get in, so some comedian decides to throw them in the water. And instead of making a scene, they just make that awkward, low-key heated walk back to their chair. That's what this reminds me of. Anyway, that is a king penguin chick going through puberty. That is what an underage king penguin looks like. That fluffy brown coat helps keep them warm, but it's not water, bro. So while both his parents go grocery shopping in the sea, the king penguin chick stays behind and lives off the fat it's stored from having to involve parents in its life. So chunky by design. Gets to the point where the chicks can end up outweighing their own parents. Plus, being an absolute unit protects the unaccompanied minors from threats like skuas, petrels, and sheathbills. 3 birds that could have kept Happy Feet from a sequel. After about a year, the chicks go from walking brown balls
Penguins
of
go
fluff to the
through it, you
waterproof, more dynamic adult versions. This gremlin's just what an awkward teen face looks like. It's literally its ugly duckling arc, but with a dash of Danny DeVito. Now that you know he's basically a teenager, rewatch that video and suddenly his attitude makes a lot of sense. You know ants are like low-key psychopaths? There's a species of ant that will enslave other ants to get free labor out of them.
Wow.
Ants like the me. Ants like Protomagnathus americanus will invade the nests of weaker ants and slaughter any soldiers that try to step to them. Sometimes even to the point of putting the ant queen on a shirt. Then they break into the nursery, kidnap as many larvae as possible, and take them all back to their own colony. You see where this is going, right? When the snatched up minors become of age, they become slaves to the host colony and the parasite queen. These slave ants get finessed into working for the colony that stole them and possibly erase their entire family. Some slave ants will care for and protect the colony larvae, even though they're a whole different species. And some of these ants will even join their kidnappers on raids of other nests. And because the ants were technically born there, they have no way of knowing that their entire existence is a lie. Or at least, that's what you would think. Because some of these slave ants do turn on their masters, and they rebel by obliterating as many of the colony's eggs as physically possible.
Oh wow, they fight back.
They
fight back.
In some cases, the abducted ants knock off more than half the host colony's eggs. It's like if instead of Candyland, Jamie Foxx TNT to daycare. Yeah, being an ant is way more dramatic than you think.
It is.
It's like Game of Thrones, but with less dragons and more dirt and probably better writing. And if you ever wanted to
better
know just
writing,
how ants live, the Ants Underground Kingdom is the world's first ant colony strategy.
Give this boy his bag, man. Shout out to you, my boy. Get your bag, bro. Come on, man. What the hell is that, dude? A condor.
This might be the one time I can say it's not as bad as you think. That is a baby Andean condor. It's
yeah, I knew that.
They're the largest birds of prey, but they eat most of them that have already
man.
expired. Which makes the fact that they can have a wingspan of nearly 11 feet way easier on my mental. Also, they have one of the longest lifespans of any bird, with some surviving up to 70 trips around the sun. And because they have a huge wingspan and fly over heat thermals, this Jurassic Park understudy can spend hours in the air without flapping once. And if they didn't have the same meal plan as a coffin, they'd be a fucking problem. Especially since they have a pretty good reason to want beef with us. Since we destroyed most of their habitat and nearly poisoned their entire population into a pack. So to help this dinosaur from becoming a history lesson, people would raise condor chicks and help get them ready for the wild. And to keep them from becoming too attached to humans, handlers would feed them using hand puppets that look just like their parents. And even though we nearly knocked them off the census today, they're vulnerable but no longer endangered. If you still think this is scary, it's because I didn't show you the end of the video.
That's cute, man. Bro's just eating a lolly. Oh, we've seen this clip before.
Nah, see, the thing is, there's a reason he did that, and it is 100% our fault. So baboons live in troops of 200 members. That's with 2 zeros. And in baboon society, it's the highest ranking baboons that get to eat first. Which is why the lower ranks often get pocket checked by the bigger, meaner, dominant ranks. Now the problem with that is because of the way baboon society works, any human that feeds a baboon is automatically seen as really low in the caste system. And if you mess around and feed a bunch of them, you're basically seen as
don't show them your teeth as well, man. Don't do that.
Frequently, some baboons will see all humans as low ranks and expect people to feed them off principle. Which a lot of people do because y'all don't listen. Like, there's signs up everywhere, but y'all become Helen Keller to common sense when a phone's involved. Because these baboons now see humans as low-ranking monkeys, if you don't hand whatever food you have over, they can and probably will square up with you. And those are problems neither you or your health insurance want any parts of. Because they have the honest-to-God power to eliminate Face ID as an option for you permanently. Did you know kangaroos have been known to ask humans for help? Research has shown that kangaroos are smart enough to try to communicate with people to get them to do them a favor. Basically, there was an experiment where a kangaroo was given a clear plastic container that it could see had food inside. After the kangaroos would try and fail to open the boxes, they would then go to the human that put it there and kind of just nudge at them and even scratch them lightly. Kind of like a toddler trying to get his mom's attention. Also, they would do this while making eye contact with the human and also looking down at the container, kind of like, ain't gonna open itself. And the kangaroos wouldn't stop doing it until the person eventually opened the box for them. It might not seem like much, but we used to think this would only happen with animals that were domesticated, like dogs, goats, and horses. But in this experiment, 10 out of the 11 roos would stare at the person that put the box there when they realized they couldn't open it themselves. Nothing was wrong with the 11th, he was probably just an idiot. But yeah, kangaroos are pretty cool. They're not trying to reverse baptize you.
Mystery green forest snake floating in a swamp in Thailand.
That's creepy, man. Like Grinch's weapon, bro.
I just want to say I appreciate how
it's Grinch's piece dangling like that, bro.
For fun, and then something out of the Grinch's sex drawer goes viral. Now it's my job to talk about it. I just think it's funny. Anyway, that's a water snake, specifically a puff-faced water snake. It's found in Southeast Asia, including Thailand, where that video was taken. Now they're mildly venomous, and they use it to catch prey, which means they're ambush hunters that'll wait for fish like guppies or catfish just to catch them slipping. And as ambush hunters, that means they can be posted up in the same spot for hours. It's kind of like snapping turtles. That and the fact that some snakes can hold their breath for the length of a Netflix special is how all that moss eventually grew on this snake. It's the same reason sloths end up becoming a welcome mat for mine, because they move just about as much as one. Also, I know I said venomous, but not really enough to be a threat to your way of life. So Sparknote's version, mildly venomous aqua snake wearing a moss jacket. Or the Grinch has a very active and questionable love life.
Probably dusty. What the fuck is that?
The way y'all made me feel like a fraud for 30 seconds. Cause I legitimately thought this might have been real and just managed to never see it before in my life. Come to realize this is the equivalent of amputating a person, giving them gorilla arms, and then hitting them with a shovel. Either that Krabs or Mrs. Puff took their relationship to a very f***ed up level. But I will say this might not be real, but this is a fish called a sea robin. They're bottom feeders that evolve 6 crab-like legs that they use to walk across the seafloor as they look for food hundreds of feet down in the crotch of the ocean. Not only that, but those legs help them track down prey since they're sensitive to the amino acids
million years
produced
away
by
from
the
going
animals
to
they like
surface,
eat.
you know.
Basically, imagine having an extra leg with a built-in food GPS. Also, they apparently croak like frogs when they're out of the water. Imagine being the first person to ever see this. Nobody believe you and you'd probably get checked into rehab.
Beaver.
God done dropped some DLC and this time it's a shiny. This is actually an albino
That's a shiny
nutria.
beaver, yeah.
It's either a travel-sized beaver
If
or
you
an
know,
economy-sized
you know,
rat,
bro.
because it's
Check
stuck
out
in the weight class
Pokemon,
between
man.
those two. They can weigh nearly 20 pounds, they're usually found in or near water, and they're one of the most destructive forces in nature because they can single-handedly destroy a wetland just by being themselves.
Thanks.
And since female nutrients can get pregnant literally the day after they add more names to the roster, birth control is just a myth to them. They're considered an invasive species in North America, Asia, Europe, Africa, basically anywhere outside of South America they're considered illegal. But the only reason they're there in the first place is because they were introduced there by fur farmers. Basically, we brought them here, they started doing too well, and now we're mad that they're here. Ain't that a bit? Stop what you're doing, I need y'all to hear about this thing I just learned about. This is a macaque. You gotta be real careful how you pronounce that. Barbary macaques are endangered with only about 8,000 of them left in the world. Which is why it's important
call
for
those
to get them to
macaques
multiply without a
here
calculator as much as they can.
in Portugal.
Which is also why the Stafford
Yeah.
Zoo in England hired Marvin Gaye to sing his greatest hits to them in an effort to get the
Gorilla is the
movies
same. It's gorilla.
you know.
It's the
Okay, it wasn't
pronunciation.
actually him, it was just a very committed
Baboon
impersonator.
very similar.
An impersonator
Baboon.
that sang Let's Get It On to a park of endangered monkeys
Macaque.
to get them to
Macaque.
fornicate each other.
Yeah.
That is a
What are you
sentence,
talking-
I just said it and it's completely factual. Now we won't know for sure if it actually worked until late spring, early summer, since that's when macaques tend to give birth. But it's the second funniest thing a zoo ever did to wingman an animal.
That's
Playing
facts.
videos from Panda Hub to get the Oreo bears to touch each other will never not be number one.
So yeah, that was actually a thing, by the way. In order to, because pandas apparently have a real trouble of mating. Apparently, that's why they are like on the one of the reasons why they are really on the verge of extinction, is because they are really lazy and don't want to do it. So they have to be shown how to do it, which is kind of weird. Who collects those tapes, bro? Just asking. But guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. I'm so sorry I look like trash and I sound like trash. Is it just because I don't know what it is, man? It happens. It's not the first time, but it happens every time I have a video recorded for the next day. It happens every single time. I go to bed, bro. 1-2 hours later, I'm fully awake. It's not even like I was sleeping, I awake, and then I can go straight back to sleep. No, it don't work like that. When the stuff like this happens, I cannot go to sleep, bro. I've tried multiple times. I'm hours in bed, nothing works. So yeah, I will record this video, I will edit this video, and then I'm going straight back to bed. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. If you guys enjoyed as much as I did, Casual Geographic stays the GOAT. But before you go, don't forget to subscribe on the channel, mate. Come on, bro. Keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you're here, I know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are back with another Casual Geographic video, man. But before we start, please subscribe to the channel and like the video already, man. Helps tremendously. It tells the algorithm they will enjoy my content, and then the algo sees that and pushes the content to other people. So if you could, please like and subscribe to the channel already. I hope you guys had a phenomenal weekend. So without further ado, let's get into this thing. Drink water. Missed that. Go back. Kill that dolphin, bro. Oh, this just happened here in Portugal. Again, the other day, a pod of orcas just destroyed a boat, bro. Yeah, they didn't kill anybody. They never kill people on the wild. They just destroyed the motor of the boat, and the people stranded in the middle of the ocean. So yeah.
The ocean is the world's oldest hood, so
That
it makes
ocean
sense
is
that the gang
mad,
wars of
bro.
the animals in it are titanic. There's Avengers levels of conflict happening under the waves, and in the center of it all is Sea Thanos. The orca's range
Sea
is everywhere.
Thanos.
Its diet
Yeah.
is everything. Their breeding season is a day that ends in Y. They hunt whenever and no one ever hunts them. Orcinus orca is really that guy. It's an apex evolutionary attack dolphin, known to give great white sharks PTSD, and scare the literal, no figurative feces out of the big
They literally attack great white sharks just for their liver, bro. They remove the liver with surgical precision and don't eat anything else, bro. It's
biggest predator
insane.
alive. We'll get to that. The cetaceous sea panda is an intellectual vibe
Not
check
a
with a
sea
street
panda.
name. Killer whale, a name they got after ancient whalers watched what a barcoded armada could do to a barnacle bus stop. With the size, intelligence, and power of friendship, the whale killer might just be nature's favorite, and there's virtually nothing on the ocean census that can't get orked. But all that dominance has a cost. Like an ocean kingpin, orcas have made a lot of enemies, and there's at least 2 that'll bully them back. It all comes back to the often forgotten rule of nature. A predator has to be convinced you're worth the effort, but prey will turn you into
What
past
the
tense
hell,
before
bro?
you go offense.
A tiny
the world
bear.
of whale beef is messy, with alliances, rivalries, and straight mob mentality. Cause for every orca, there's a pack of pilot whales. This is what orcas see in their nightmares, allegedly. Let's talk about it. Every dolphin is a whale, but not every whale is a dolphin.
True.
Pilot whales are a very big dolphin. They're the second biggest dolphin, only
They
beat
look
by the
so
ocean
cool,
equalizer.
bro.
Pilot whales look like off-brand belugas, and that's
They
pretty
do.
close to their personality. Pilot whales have been called the Ferraris of the sea, being clocked at over 30 miles per hour while hunting, and they'll
Damn.
use this speed to run up on pods of orcas. That, and the fact that pilots can roll in pods that get to over 100, is why killer whales may
Damn.
have a healthy amount of fear in a
Arando,
deep fake
bro.
dolphin. Scientists in Iceland have seen orcas go from socializing to dead silent to suddenly synchronizing a retreat before a group of pilot whales pulled up. In some cases, the orcas were literally run out by the pilots, with both parties porpoising during the chase. And we know for a fact, pilot whales actively look for problems, since scientists in Norway played the sounds of orcas feeding, and that got their boat confronted by the pilot pack. It's even escalated to pilot whales imitating the calls of killer whales. And
Damn.
considering killer whales in different areas can have different dialects, pilot
Yep.
whales learn to
They have different
lampoon the
accents.
exact kind of orca in their neighborhood. Some say it's a form of ocean incognito, where they use sound to camouflage. But there's a world where pilots got so sick of the gimmicks they learned the language just to talk that cetacean shit. But it's not one-sided, as orcas will pack up and prey on pilot whales. There's also been more than one case of a group of orcas traveling with an orphan baby pilot whale, adopting it either as
Aw,
progeny
that's
or a
cute.
practice dummy. My theory is that the trauma of losing a baby drives a mother orca to do the next best thing: kidnap an infant pilot whale and try to brute force parenthood. It's a conflict that still has a lot of questions, and this story might just have another chapter. Cause what are the odds the orca's 2 biggest enemies are friends? Humpbacks prove you can always be a bigger hater, and there's no bigger hater than the one that interferes with orca hunts, even when the target isn't another humpback. In 5 decades of studying humpback orca spats, in only 11% of them did the killer whales actually go after them. The other 89 involved orcas plotting on a completely different animal and the humpbacks getting involved to play defense. In fact, in over 100 encounters, the humpbacks approached the orcas 37% of the time, and the orcas were the instigators 26%. Meaning,
Okay.
when scientists could tell who wanted smoke, 58% of the time, the humpback mafia started it.
Yeah.
Why? Well, maybe ask the pilot whales. Pilot whales and humpbacks have been seen socializing off Hawaii, with humpbacks even seeming to
Nah,
pet the
bro,
pilots
they got-
with their fins.
they got friends,
They've even
bro.
been caught communicating with each
Damn.
other. 2 completely different species. And it's not an accident. About 200 instances of whales and dolphins interacting were recorded across 19 different species, and what was found was that not only were a third of all humpback encounters classified as positive, with the whales seeming to seek out the dolphins, humpbacks were way more dolphin tolerant than others like the blue, fin, and northern white whales. And let's not just slide past the interspecies communication. That is wild, and who knows what they're saying. They could be plotting the most devious hit on an orca.
True.
There's no Rosetta Stone for that. Of course, that's a joke. One, because I don't believe they have their their version of a white, pointy-robed pep rally to plot against an apex predator, but also, too, humpbacks aren't exactly immune to the habits of a pilot whale. According to the Latin American Journal of Aquatic Mammals, pilot whales often rage bait humpbacks, with short-finned pilot whales seen antagonizing the humpback variety of Puerto Rico, harassment that the whales were visibly stressed by. One sighting saw a gang of pilots approach a pod of humpback whales, with the humpbacks reacting by trumpeting and tail slapping, basically a cetacean crash out. One theory says the pilot whale is a kleptoparasite, whose meal prep involves harassing a humpback into stress regurgitating its last meal so the pilot can swoop in for the steal. Mind you, humpbacks in Puerto Rico probably haven't eaten since they were in the Arctic, so it's like picking a fight with a Muslim dead in the middle of Ramadan. In the Mona Passage off Puerto Rico, a bunch of pilot whales pulled up to harass a humpback pod, until the humpbacks dove underwater and resurfaced a distance away, until the pilots peeped them and went over to choose conflict again. This cycle continued like a game until the humpbacks eventually left the area, and chances are a game is exactly what was happening. Some genuinely believe that pilot whales mess with other whales for fun, not for food, simply love of the game. They're just being dicks. And humpbacks are the whales that tolerate them, but what they don't accept is anything orca. In 2012, a pod of orcas murked a gray whale calf, but the plot twist was the 14 humpbacks that rushed in to back up the 2 already on scene. And what scientists saw was the humpbacks gatekeeping the killer whales, with one even putting himself next to the past tense calf and wailing out anytime an orca got close. For 6.5 hours, the humpback hood calorie blocked the orcas, even ignoring an enticing swarm of nearby krill to remain to float on business. You see, orcas don't go after humpbacks often, but when they do, it's usually targeting a calf with its mother, which usually involves separating them and reverse baptizing the baby. The thing is, adult humpbacks are much less fearful of a monochrome mammal and are triggered by the sounds of an orca hunt and will come swimming, especially since any young humpback in the area are likely a relative of their own. So they're on sight, well, on sound with orcas, even if the target ends up being a Pacific placemat, because the lesson every humpback learns is, no orca alive shall prosper. That's on pod. Mind you, not all killer whales are whale killers. Only about 10 to 15% of them are mammal-eating killer whales, meaning humpbacks might just be profiling. They see color, 2 in particular. But if humpbacks could see everything killer whales do, they'd probably let them slide a lot more. Humpbacks have more than a zebra to stress about. In 2017 in Mossel Bay, South Africa, scientists watched an injured whale get jumped by 8 great white sharks. It's not often, but great whites will pack up the young, sick, or injured, especially during migration. It's rare, but the chances aren't 0. Unless an orca's around. That wasn't a joke earlier. Orcas legitimately give jaws PTSD. And it's scientifically proven that great whites will abandon even favorite hunting grounds for up to a year if they even sense a giant oppression dolphin once. In fact, the number of great whites has flatlined in many places off South Africa, like False Bay, so low that it's legitimately affecting tourism. And one of the biggest non-human reasons might be orcas. 2 in particular. Since 2015, port and starboard have been raining hell on the whites, with many late great shark carcasses washing ashore.
Bro, they just take the livers of the sharks, bro. And then the sharks wash up, bro. It's insane. And they just, sometimes they don't even need them. They just kill them for no reason.
With missing livers, including a 16-foot female named Khaleesi. These 2 orcas and arms have terrorized sharks of any species. In 2023, the duo life-deprived nearly 27 gill sharks in one day. And starboard might be the biggest menace. Fun fact, starboard is the first orca ever recorded murking a great white shark by himself after eviscerating one in less than 2 minutes completely solo. Port and starboard are named after how they tend to split the sharks they kill, left and right. That's not true, it's based on their fins. But for about a decade, these 2 have been violating sharks without remorse. Recourse as a final course to force soul divorce, not to beat a dead horse. But killer whales ironically give humpbacks a solid, as the South African rest stop of their migration now has way less sharks. But we've known that sharks tend to get their cookies taken by orcas. But great whites can also get sent packing by their own prey. It's well known that a sea lion to a shark is basically a chew toy, with one fur seal having no chance against a 16-foot, 2,000+ pound bioweapon. But this movie has an alternate ending, with gangs of fur seals mobbing hunting sharks. Imagine getting chased out of a drive-thru by a horde of homicidal hot dogs. That's this shark's reality. It's the same mob mentality humpbacks use on orcas, and fur seals will press a great white into retreating back to sea. This weaponized friendship has been clocked all the way back to 2005, with a group of adult male Australian fur seals jumping a great white shark that wandered too close to the colony's pups. but orcas might have just lit a fuse under the fur seals. The decline of great whites in places like False Bay may have honestly boosted the confidence of the seals. Not only do they now act way bolder, studies showed that the stress hormone levels of fur seals in False Bay went down as the shark numbers did. Orcas might take the seal out to sea and leave it with an L, but they might have also emboldened the fur seals against their biggest op. And few realize how horrific a family of fur seals open carrying confidence can be. Although they likely didn't need much, because apparently seals can't get along with each other. In many places, elephant and fur seals cross paths, and they do not get along. They're both pinnipeds, but technically fur seals aren't true seals. They're actually closer to sea lions. Elephant seals see all that and choose to be the world's biggest bigots about it, since some have a bad habit of using baby fur seals as chew toys. Buffle is a 14-foot migrant that annually shows up on Cape Town beaches, where he has a yearly tradition of using young false seals as stress balls for his mouth. One elephant seal was caught grabbing a pup, making a disturbingly literal baby shower before swallowing it whole. Clearly, fur seals have way more to worry about than just sharks, but sharks might not have a bigger enemy than dolphins. Dolphins don't exactly bully sharks. A study done in Shark Bay, Australia found that 74% of bottlenose dolphins were found with at least one scar from a shark attack, and more than a third of those in Sarasota Bay have had a chunk or two taken out of them. So the catch is, while dolphins are a small part of a shark's diet, almost every dolphin will have at least one bad memory of a shark. The dolphin default is actually to avoid sharks, so not exactly like pilot whales to orcas, but they will gang up on them when they have the advantage. Usually, it's just for intimidation, but sometimes it involves dolphins ramming sharks in the gills so they choke on their own blood. So basically, sharks prey on dolphins and leave dolphins preying, with dolphins usually social distancing from them. But dolphins will also mob sharks, and in a lot of studies, dolphins were the ones initiating harassment,
war, bro,
like in the
ocean.
form of using a baby shark as a volleyball. But it also helps that they have an alliance with another member of the cetacean persuasion, one that sends sharks swimming. Or at least it would, if it wasn't a false killer whale. That is called a false killer whale, which sucks because it's way more than an imitation orca. Not to be confused with the pilot whale, because where the pilot whale looks like a black rough draft beluga, the not an orca looks like a free willy paralysis demon. On the surface, that is Satan's favorite cetacean creation, slender whale body built. They have no business looking like the black Air Force of orcas, and those eyes, good God, those eyes. Those are the eyes of an ocean chain chomp that shouldn't be trusted. And that's why you don't judge a whale by its mugshot. False killer whales will often form relationships with other dolphins, especially bottlenoses. These bonds can last years and cover hundreds of ocean miles, especially in New Zealand, where falsies will actively seek out dolphins, not just to hunt together, but to play too. And scientists swear that individuals can recognize each other even after years of separation. In fact, false killer whales and dolphins will often merge pods to form a giant superpod, up to 1,000 strong. It goes deeper, with stories of falsies responding to the distress calls of other species, and even aiding other dolphins during childbirth. As close as you think pseudo-orcas and bottlenoses are, they're closer.
That's insane.
How close? Well, when a male falsie and a female bottleface get close enough, the outcome is called a wolffin. It's also not just dolphins. Anyone who dives enough will confirm that false killer whales are one of the friendliest things you can run into in the ocean, and there's even stories of them offering fish to strangers. But of course, the world of whale politics is messy, and falsies don't have goodwill with everyone. They're also liable to get T-boned by an orca, who sometimes show them what a real killer looks like. And if you think that'd make them a friend to humpback whales, falsies have also been known to harass humpback whales, with one case in Hawaii where a group murked one. But there's another animal they find conflict with, and you'd probably never guess it. Because respectfully, as the biggest predator on the planet, sperm whales have no business getting bullied by anyone. Yet, you can find reports of false killer whales running up on sperm whales the same way pilots do to orcas. Even back in the 90s, scientists somehow witnessed a group of sperm whales in the Galapagos get ambushed by a gang of 25 falsies, joined by, interestingly, 15 bottlenose dolphins.
Wow.
I told you they were tight. But it was likely a bluff that didn't accomplish any real damage, which isn't always the case. There is one animal with the audacity to hunt modern-day Leviathan, but at this point it should be no surprise. Orcas are ocean Stan Lee. They pop up everywhere. They usually avoid each other, but a party of plus-size predators working as a wolf pack will target the young, sick, or isolated. But orcas predictably can get bold about it. Back in 1997, 35 killer whales attacked a pod of 9 sperm whales, resulting in a 4-hour onslaught that left every sperm whale injured and one dead. 20 years later, a pod of 8 killer whales ran up on a group of 100 sperm whales off Sri Lanka. That's not a typo. Nobody died, but the audacity was nearly fatal, especially since sperm whales, for whatever reason, don't really
By the way, you see all of these cuts on the sperm whales? That's from the colossal squid, bro. In the depths of the ocean, these donnies will dive to go eat squid, bro. And they are almost as big as these donnies. It's insane. They have an eye the size of a dinner plate, bro.
We fight back. Their main
mad.
defense is to get into a formation called a rosette, with the weak put in the middle. There's that, and serving a poop slushy at orcas, since real-life Mobies will also use a cloud of diarrhea as offensive self-defense. This bowel bath bomb is sometimes enough to save their lives, but it also means orcas have the ocean's biggest predators soiling themselves by the metric ton. But it seems there's one predator orcas won't hunt, and it's the most successful and most destructive one of it's us. You know it's us.
Yeah, they
Outside
don't
of a
hunt us.
glorified fishbowl, orcas have never been known to kill a human, or at least never been caught doing it. In fact, not too long ago, there was a time where humans hunted alongside orcas, with the two working together in New South Wales, Australia. Basically, the orcas would herd the whales to shore and then alert the whalers with a tail slap, and the law of tongue meant the orcas were entitled to the lips and tongue of anything they helped you kill. Even today, a wild orca is less likely to feed on you than just feed you. For as long as we've known them, humans have been on the orca whitelist, and that might just be changing. You see, orcas are intelligent enough to have different cultures and trends. Like one orca wore a salmon as a hat and within a week had the whole pod doing it.
True.
And a recent orca trend involves sinking yachts. It started in 2020 with a pod ramming and eventually downing a 50-foot yacht off Gibraltar. Since then, there have been over 700, again not a typo, I checked, of these attacks, and most of the real damage was to the ship's rudders. Mind you, some of these attacks lasted over 2 hours, so it's really looking like humpback levels of hating. Also, while researching, I realized there's more than one case of killer whales failing a hunt, only to then target the boat of the researchers watching it happen out of spite. So what are the orcas cooking? I have my theories. One is that orcas are treating hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of vessels as toys, and all it would take is one orca messing with a boat for fun and telling his homies for a new trend to hit humanity. Or it could be revenge. All that would take is one orca having a bad experience with a boat for the whole family to slide, fueled by generational rage. Especially if it happened to a grandmother, cause you know the moment she brought it to the pod, it'd be up for everyone. In fact, chances are, they teach this same behavior to their young. There's a lot we still don't know about the ocean, and all the nonsense that happens in it. But one thing I'll say every time I speak on anything dolphin is that animals aren't good. Animals aren't evil. They're just animals.
Facts.
Animals just trying to make it to the next day any way they can. It's not orca's fault, they're just that much better at it. Simply a skill issue for everyone else. I'm gonna keep saying it as long as there's people on Twitter saying I want them dead. So probably forever. But until then, drink water, hug your mother. If you see an orca, apologize. Doesn't matter what for, just do it. Support the whales, call your father, and I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
So there you have it, guys. That was another banger by Casual Geographic. Shout out to bro. Once again, I hope you guys had a phenomenal weekend. I hope your week is even better. All glory to Jesus Christ, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. And welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video, this time called When Horror Movies Become Real Life. Without further ado, let's go, man. Let's react to this thing. Let's get it.
Nope, and by far the
Different
scariest
thing
scene
today
was actually the
because
most realistic.
somehow it did this.
Obviously, spoilers ahead, so if you haven't watched it, save this video and then come back when you do. So for me, the most chilling scene in the entire movie was the Gordy scene. Basically, there was a TV show revolving around a family adopting a chimpanzee. Except one day, in front of a live studio audience, Gordy went on a rampage, violently murking 2 actors and severely maiming a young girl. And I do think it was a reference to the 2009 Travis the Chimp attack. Travis was a pet chimpanzee. 2 words that have no business being in the same sentence. He was adopted by Sandra and Jerome Harold, and he was basically a celebrity in that community. He was known by everyone, appeared on TV, and he even took pictures with members of the police department. Which is actually going to be really important.
That's kind of weird.
Travis would sleep in bed with her and her husband and would even take baths with them. No comment on that. Travis could open doors with keys, he knew how to watch TV. Bro could drive, and he would even drink wine with his own.
Damn!
To the point where Sandra said this, and I don't think anything has ever aged worse. And it's not like
I need to read it, boy.
open doors with keys, he knew how to watch TV. Bro could drive, and he would even drink wine with his owners.
I'm like hollow now, she told CBS. He slept with me every night. He combed my hair. Everything in our house is for him. Errol will frequently tell those who question her devotion to Travis that they simply did not understand. Until you've eaten with a chimp and bathed with a chimp, you don't know what.
The point where
You're right, I don't know chimp, bro.
Anything has ever aged worse.
I know there
And
should
it's not
be
like Travis didn't have
in
instances
jungle,
where people saw what
bro.
he was capable
Not in a
of.
house. I know
One
that.
time he bit someone so hard that it drew blood and they had to go get a rabies shot. But when that person filed a police report, it was never investigated.
Okay.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Another time, Travis was in a car when someone threw a bottle at him, causing him to hold up traffic for hours and evade cops as he attempted to get his lick back. But nothing ever happened and nobody did anything because they claimed Travis was only playing. I wonder why. However, after that, Sandra decided to keep Travis inside at all times. And after her husband passed and her mental health declined, so did her ability to care for Travis. So now Travis was stuck inside, overweight from eating nothing but junk food, depressed and never able to socialize with his own kind, and bro was very much maidenless. Oh, and he was on Xanax. At that point, Travis was just a landmine with a pulse. In 2009, it finally exploded. While helping her friend lure Travis back inside, Charlotte Nash held up his Tickle Me Elmo to get his attention. Travis charged and proceeded to horrifically maul her. Travis brutally mutilated the woman, even after getting hit in the head with a shovel and stabbed in the back with a butcher. Facts about the Travis Chimp incident. Basically stuff I left out in the first video that I figured would be important to know. After the first incident where Travis held up traffic for hours, Connecticut actually ended up passing a law where you couldn't own a primate heavier than 50 pounds. By the time of the attack, he was pushing past 200. But the law didn't apply to Travis because people assumed that the Heralds had him for so long that he was considered not to be a public threat. Sandra Harold was actually warned by an animal control officer that once Travis reached maturity, he'd be more prone to violent and aggressive tendencies, like male chimps in the wild. Especially since he wouldn't have an outlet for certain urges he would get once he became mature. But obviously, Sandra didn't listen. Now, a lot of people blame Sandra for the event, and I'm one of them.
Me too.
But I think it is worth mentioning that in 2000, her only daughter tragically passed in a car accident, causing her to literally see and treat Travis as a child since she had lost her only one. And when her husband died a couple years later, Travis was literally all she had.
It's complicated.
Not justifying it at all, but you know. It's complicated.
It is complicated.
Travis was also visibly depressed at the loss of his adoptive
father. After
his death, Travis would apparently take pictures of Jerome Harold off the wall and hold them tightly.
They're really smart, man.
According to reports, Travis had been
I'm sure he loved them. I'm sure of that.
Calm down. He was even given Xanax-laced tea the day of the attack. Xanax is often used to help treat anxiety, but it can also cause hallucination, rage, and mania. After horrifically mauling Charlotte Nash, Travis was shot 4 times. Mortally wounded, Travis went back to the house and passed away right next to his cage, which you have to assume was his safe space. On a wholesome note, Charlotte Nash actually ended up undergoing a face transplant and actually seems to be doing a lot better these days. And according to her, she's no longer in pain and doesn't even seem to really remember the attack, just what people tell her about it. And honestly, it's probably better that way.
It is.
Despite all she's been through, she's still managing to stay positive. Also, after the police officer who put down Travis was denied therapy, laws were passed to make sure cops that had to use lethal force on an animal could receive therapy for mental and emotional.
That's awesome as well.
On this episode of Why No Human Should Ever Try to Own a Chimp is a story that, if I'm being honest, kind of messed me up the first time I heard it. Yeah, more than Travis. Former NASCAR driver St. James Davis.
Oh, I know this one. This is wild.
Named Mo.
Strap in. This one's wild.
The story isn't going in the direction you think it is. The couple treated Mo like he was their son, dressing him up, bathing him, and they even taught him how to use the toilet. Mo was even the best man at their wedding. But after an incident in 1998 where Mo attacked and bit an officer, the couple were forced to give up Mo to a wildlife rescue center in California. But they loved him, and this didn't stop them from visiting Mo regularly. One day in 2005, the couple were celebrating Mo's 39th birthday and even brought him his own cake. So, important fact about chimps. Chimpanzee society works as a hierarchy, where low ranks are often bullied and forced to give up food to their superiors who get first servings. That structure is actually why baboons have become a real problem in parts of South Africa. You see, they tell you not to feed the baboons because when you do, not only are the baboons associating people with food, which is bad, it also means they start seeing all humans as low ranks and start expecting food, which is worse. This would be important for 2 reasons. Reason number 1, 2 other chimps saw the couple give Mo the birthday cake. Reason number 2, that was a really bad time for those 2 chimps to escape. The 2 chimps violently confronted them, and one of them bit off LaDonna's thumb. And to protect his wife, St. James Davis put himself between his wife and the chimps. What followed was, without exaggeration, one of the most horrifically brutal attacks I've ever read about. The 2 chimps mauled and mutilated the man, and if you read about exactly how they did it, it didn't seem like the chimps were trying to end him. It seemed like they were actively trying to torture him. One chimp chewed his finger off while another gouged his eye out. In what seems like a common chimp move, they essentially tore most of his face off. They even went as far as to chew off his genitals and a good chunk of his rear end, which is another thing chimps are infamous for. They basically did everything but murk him. Keep in mind, this was all over a birthday cake. And at this point, you might be wondering where Mo was when this was all going down. As a chimp that grew up around nothing but humans, the event terrified him so much that he appeared paralyzed. Eventually, a couple workers put the chimps down, but by the time they did, the damage was already done. Former high school football player and NASCAR driver James Davis had pretty much been torn to shreds. He nearly bled out 3 times on the way to the hospital, and the first 2 places wouldn't even take him. Someone even said they might as well just drop him at the coroner's office. Eventually, he was taken to a trauma center where he'd go on to have about 12 surgeries and would even be medically induced into a coma. Against virtually every force of nature, Davis survived and was discharged 6 months later. The moral of the story is still the same. Davis had spent nearly 30 years of his life living with a chimp, and all it took was bad luck and a birthday cake to nearly flatline him. It just goes to show, chimps are really good at being wild animals, but really bad at being pets. So I watched Nope, and without spoiling too much, it reminded me of something that actually happened. And I'm just gonna put that right there. This is Timothy Treadwell.
Oh, I know
If
this
that
guy
name sounds
as
familiar,
well.
then you know what time it is.
Yep.
I think it's important to mention he wasn't.
This is, you poke around and you find out really quick.
That auditioned for Cheers and then lost out to Woody Harrelson. That caused him to spiral down the path of things I cannot talk about on here. Let's just say he had his demons and his demons had hands. But he turned his life around after going on a trip to Alaska with a buddy and observing bears up close. He decided right then and there that he'd dedicate his entire life to
Wonderful
bears.
animal right there.
Yeah. For over a decade, he watched, studied, recorded, and even directly interacted with
Why
bears.
is that close?
He would get extremely close to them and would sometimes even play with bear cubs. Because he claimed that he had their trust.
Yeah,
If you
sure.
watch Nope, you know exactly where this is finna go. Now, I will say Treadwell did try to make an impact by traveling all over as an activist, trying to educate the public about bears and why they should be protected. But he also threatened their lives by getting way too close. And as time went on, he started getting cocky, which led him to do
And closer.
So a little fun fact about bears,
Look at that
before they
size
hibernate, they
of
have
that.
to eat and put on as much
Damn.
weight as possible. The competition for food makes them 1,000 times more aggressive and infinitely more of a death sentence to be around. Against literally everyone's warning, he chose this time to go camping around them. Not only that, but he purposely set up his camp around a known bear trail so that bears would walk right past his tent. Not only that, but he refused to carry bear spray because the Steve Irwin stereotype figured the bears trusted him so much that he never needed. And not only that, he brought his girlfriend with him. So pretty much he chose the worst place at a worst time with no way to defend himself. You know where it goes from here.
Yep.
On October 5th, 2003, Treadwell spoke to a friend about how much fun he was having. On October 6th, rangers found his and his girlfriend's half-eaten corpses around their campsite. But the most disturbing part? A video camera was actually left on as the grizzly attacked them. Another cute little fact about bears, they don't wait until you flatline, they just start eating. Which meant
They put a ball in your chest and they just start chewing.
there was a 6-minute audio recorded of him screaming in agony as he was getting mauled and eaten alive while his girlfriend could only watch.
Yep.
And since she was also screaming, the bear eventually went after her too. The audio was so graphic and traumatizing that it was never released to the public. You can find reenactments based on what happened on YouTube, but the original was vaulted out of respect for the family. Also, the bear that was only guilty of being a bear was tracked down and put out of commission. Obviously, soul eviction by bear is the worst way to meet God, and nobody deserves that.
Nobody.
But bro literally asked for it, and it all could have
Yes.
been avoided with one word.
Nope.
Yeah, shout out to this comment,
He
because I honestly
fucked
don't
around
know how
and
I didn't
find
talk
out,
about that already.
bro.
So
It's like, I get it. He was trying to find his calling and his peace. But like, bro, they are wild animals. They don't play our games, bro. And you choose really the bears, bro. You could have chosen any other animal, dude. Any other. Choose otters, bro. Choose something else. Choose moose. It's anything. Not bears. They just start eating.
Siegfried and Roy were
no.
two German entertainers who blew up from their magic act. They were basically the magic what the Beatles were to rock. And their act often involved exotic animals, but especially big cats like tigers. You probably know how this movie ends. For years, the two became world famous for their performances, and
I don't
especially
like
for
those
the ways that
images,
incorporate the wild animals. And you'd get the sense that they genuinely cared for all of their animals.
I mean-
Especially Roy, who had been around wild exotic animals since he was 10.
Okay.
And it was during a show on Roy's
Sure,
birthday
let's
that he
pretend
performed his
that
usual
they
act
did.
with Manticore, a 400-pound white tiger.
Beautiful.
But this time, the tiger wasn't cooperating.
Manticore
He was
is a good
instead
name as
biting
well.
Roy's sleeve while ignoring his commands. And it was while
So-
animal trainers attempted to get Manticore under control that it finally happened. In front of a horrified audience, Manticore severely mauled the leading co-star, clamping his jaws around his neck and eventually dragging him off stage.
Damn.
It took animal trainers spraying him with a fire extinguisher to get the tiger to release his death grip. Roy would survive, but the attack severed his spine, cut an artery,
Ooh.
partially paralyzed him, and even caused a stroke,
Ooh.
virtually cutting both men's careers short. Roy refused to blame his tiger for the attack, famously telling trainers not to hurt Manticore as he was being wheeled to the hospital for life-saving
Damn.
surgery that he allegedly flatlined multiple times during. Later, Roy claimed that the attack was actually the tiger trying to save his life. Roy said he was already suffering a stroke, and Manticore sensed it and attempted
Shut
to
up,
protect his
man.
safety, the same way a mother would do to her cub.
Nope.
However, the animal trainer that actually worked with them had a very different story. Trainer Chris Lawrence would come out and say that the real reason for the attack was that Roy's relationship with the huge cat had deteriorated. And when Roy started going off script and doing things they hadn't practiced, that's when the tiger went, "You thought I was gonna say crazy?"
Yep.
Nah, the tiger tigered.
Exactly.
The trainer would also say that
Tiger
Roy had made
tigered,
several
bro.
crucial mistakes handling Manticore and lied about what happened to protect the show, their brand, and himself. Roy basically called him a clout chaser.
He's a
I want
bitch,
to add,
man.
just for the record, there was
Roy's a
literally
bitch.
nothing protecting the audience from the tigers.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they were on a leash, but we're talking about an animal that solos that for a living.
Yep.
Your leash means nothing.
No.
But I guess after several years of performing, Roy and Siegfried figured they had complete control over the big cats. No spoilers, but major nope vibes.
No.
But yeah, long story short, wild animal went wild animal. But why am I bringing this up? Well, a couple reasons. The largest population of tigers in the world is in India. You want to take a guess where number 2 is?
Texas.
In fact, this
Yep.
was in Houston. There are more tigers in America than found in the wild in the rest of the world.
Facts.
You remember that weird phase when people would use tiger selfies as Tinder profiles?
No.
I genuinely hope none of you got laid. And if you had Netflix during the pandemic, you already know about Joe Exotic. My point is, people have had a hard-on for exploiting tigers for as long as we've known about them. And fans aren't going to want to hear this, but this was just another example of that.
Yes.
I will give them credit for 2 things, though. This might be the first story like this where the animal wasn't eventually unalived for being an animal.
At least that
And number
didn't
2,
happen.
it really did feel like they genuinely cared for their animals. I say that because if a 400-pound killing machine really wanted Roy to be a hashtag, his chalk outline would have been on that very stage. But when you take a wild animal and turn it into a side act, it's only a matter of time, because one thing about a tiger gone tiger.
A tiger
and
gone
ultimately all
tiger.
the attack was a tiger tigering.
Yes.
And just like that, I think I just gave you the entire plot of Nope without actually spoiling it. Moral of this story? Well, there's actually 2. Putting a leash on a tiger is like putting a traffic cone in front of a runway 18-wheeler and telling kids it's safe to cross. And if you really love a tiger, the best thing you can do for it is let it be a tiger.
Yes.
At this
in
point,
the wild,
we're all
though.
very
In
much
the wild.
familiar with the Travis Chimp attack of '09. But there's a whole nother part of the story that way less people know about.
Okay.
Chimp Party used to be a business that was run by 2 people in Missouri. The business being renting out chimpanzees for parties, TV ads, movies, stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think I even have to say it. Take a shot for every bad decision you've heard in this video. If you're still alive by the end, you just weren't paying attention.
Okay.
Anyway, in 2001, 3 chimpanzees escaped from Chimp Party and wandered down the road. And by escaped, I mean they walked through an unlocked door. The
Okay.
chimps eventually ran into an 18-year-old Jason Coates and a couple of his friends. Chimp activity followed. The 3 chimps charged at the teens who were chased
Damn.
into their car. And it was at this point where one of the chimps named Susie noticed Jason's dog and went after him.
Ooh.
Jason did what any respectable dog father would do. Jason managed to escape into his house while his friends and dog were still in danger and returned with a shotgun. Now what happened next depends on who you ask. Some say Jason put down Susie after she had already been tranquilized and was no longer a threat.
Okay.
Jason said his friends and dog were still being attacked when he ultimately pulled the trigger. The price of defending his loved ones was that Jason was charged with misdemeanor animal abuse and the 18-year-old even served 30 days in jail. He was even
Damn.
hit with felony destruction of private property. The private property being the chimp that threatened his life. And while
Wow.
serving his time,
What
Jason
is he
actually
supposed to
ended up missing
do?
the birth of his first child.
Just take it?
Chimp Party, which later became the Missouri Chimp Foundation, ended up being forced to give away their chimps in 2020 and 2021 after PETA claimed the apes were being held in
Jeez, I'm
poor,
tired.
unsanitary conditions. You know, it takes a lot for me to side with PETA. I'd say this was a lot. But why am I telling you this story from 20 years ago? Well, Susie, the chimp that got gunned down, yeah, that was Travis's mother. Travis had already been sold by the breeders and was living with the Heralds when it all went down.
Damn.
And 8 years later, Travis
They died
would
the
be
same
the
way.
exact same way as his mother. Only this time it wasn't before someone got seriously hurt.
Damn.
Moral of this story, it takes a special type of people to make Peter the good guy.
That's a fact. So yeah, man, that video was wild. But yeah, all true, all happened. The Timothy Treadwell one is the saddest to me because a person actually died, right? But like nobody deserves to go out like that. That's one of the worst ways to go. Because like I said, bears don't ask questions, they don't kill you. Tigers, lions, leopards, jaguars, those kind of animals, yeah, they kill you first because they want to eat safely. But bears, like I said, bro, bears just literally put a paw on you and they say start chewing, bro. It is how it is. It's nature. So yeah, man. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Casual Geographic, stay the GOAT, like I've always been saying. I hope you had a phenomenal weekend, man. I hope you had an even better week. But before you go, don't forget that we have videos on the channel, bro. Come on, man. Keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you do like the videos, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video, this time called Cassowaries Are Truly the Spawn of Satan. So yeah, man, but before we start, I just gotta apologize for yesterday. There was no video, man. I just was a mess. I was a mess. I just didn't have the energy. I didn't have the will. I couldn't, and I took the day off to rest. You can see, man, I rested quite well. So yeah, I don't look as bad as I did yesterday. I'm working on a new project right now. It's taking a lot of my time, and I just ran to the ground, myself to the ground. So I'm sorry, but back with videos today, and today we got a banger by the bro Casual Geographic. So yeah, man, without further ado,
I don't have an irrational fear of birds like the person I'm passing the phone to.
First of all, I'm not afraid of birds. I'm just aware of them. And even if I was, I'm
Aware
not
of
talking about
bird.
the backyard Tweety wake you up
the
at
bird
5
with the
a.m.
bread on the head.
I'm talking about
Red
this
bird,
Jurassic
bird
bull
bread.
with feathers.
Yeah, man,
Regular show is not
Cassowaries
created
are
to last
legit
forever. Sometimes I can
dinosaurs,
easily one-shot you with one sword.
Like more than
Yes,
they
I said
dinosaurs.
claws.
Look
if
at
you're not
that.
already, here's every reason you
Nah.
should be afraid of them. They can run at 31 miles per hour, meaning they can chase
Damn.
Usain Bolt. They can jump
Bro.
7 feet straight in the air, meaning this bush turkey can
That's
clear a shack.
wild.
And they swim, meaning you couldn't Phelps your way out of this one.
Yep.
Female cassowaries are actually bigger than the males, and the
They're
biggest
really
ones
cool,
grow to
though.
6.5
They are
feet
really
tall.
cool.
This guy is 6.5 feet tall. They have the sharpest claws of any ratite, and that second nail is basically a dagger that can disembowel
Damn.
both people and dogs. And by can, I mean they have. They've done it. And the bastards kick. One man was taking pictures of one when the murder turkey proceeded to charge and knock him off a cliff. Cassowaries are naturally shy, and 95% of the time they'd rather run away. It's just that 5%
Facts.
is how someone ends up on CNN.
Damn,
There's 3
facts.
types of cassowaries, and I approve of exactly none of them. And on everything, I'd forgive all of that if they didn't sound like this.
Oh yeah, bro. Imagine you're walking down a forest, yeah, at night, and you hear that. Nah, piss off, bro.
I don't
That's
even have a fear
wild.
of birds. I just have a fear of getting my throat split open by an overgrown homicidal jungle goose that sounds like a Toyota on life support and indigestion. At the end of the day, when it comes to animals, I only have one rule. If Steve don't with them, what makes you
Hey,
think
that's
I
a good
will?
rule to have. Is that a whale shark?
Yeah, that's a basking shark.
A basking
They're highly
shark,
dangerous
okay.
menaces to society if you're zooplankton, because that's all they eat. Not only are they
Okay.
harmless to us, a lot of them will curiously approach divers in boats.
Mm.
The only messed up thing is if they don't look like they're in a perpetual state of agony with their mouth, they look almost identical to tiger sharks on steroids.
Yeah.
But unlike tiger sharks, baskies have tiny teeth that never get bigger than half an inch, meaning this almost 30-foot whale guppy is a pacifist.
Nice.
They also might be the ocean's biggest troll. Because when this corpse was found off the coast of New Zealand in 1977, people thought it was either a dead plesiosaur or a sea serpent. An idea that either of those could be in the ocean made people collectively shit enough bricks to build a city. But really, it was just a basking shark that hit its expiration date. The only dangerous thing about them is that they allegedly taste disgusting. Gordon
Okay.
Ramsay vomited after trying fermented basking shark, and Anthony Bourdain called it the worst thing to ever assault his tongue.
Damn.
But the shark never asked to be eaten, so I'm not holding it against them.
That's
Also,
facts.
this is what a baby baskie looks like. Moral of this
Oh,
video,
that's
they're
cute.
perfectly harmless, and we stand shark paw in these parts. You probably already know that Australia lost the
Emu,
war in this bird, but
emus.
here's how this
Yes,
discount Australia was able
bro.
to
They
double
lost
its
the war. The emus,
Number one,
bro.
they're basically bulletproof. Their organs actually make up a small part of their body, which is why this rehab big bird was able to eat bullets like 50. To the point where it took literally 10 rounds just to take out one of these feathery tanks. Number 2, emus are ridiculously, disrespectfully,
They
unnaturally athletic. Not
Facts.
only can this Australian bush turkey sprint at 35 miles per hour, they can
Bush
chase directions
turkey,
like Messi.
bro.
They were out here ankle-breaking men on trucks that couldn't keep up. They can jump 7 feet in the air, and for an overgrown sand chicken, they've been known to climb fences. God was 100% laughing at us when he gave emus the green light.
That's
Number
facts.
3, they're way smarter than we thought. These emus had lookout groups, with every flock having a leader that would stand guard and warn the others if they saw soldiers approaching, meaning it was almost impossible to sneak up on them. They would also
Wow.
purposely split up and scatter just to make it more difficult. Eventually, they started to recognize the sound of the trucks that the soldiers were riding and would even dip before they saw them. And number 4, there was just too many of them. Killing all of them would have put the economy in a pack. At one point, there were 986 confirmed emu kills, but it took
Damn.
9,860 rounds to do.
Whoa.
You can laugh, but we would have lost one on Instagram asked me,
Yeah,
"What's
that's
the most
facts.
dangerous animal that people don't talk nearly enough about?"
Okay.
And this was the first image that popped in my head.
Oh,
Yeah,
wild boar, bro.
Problem. The biggest
That's
ones can weigh up to
huge.
250 pounds with tusks that can put you in a newspaper. When they choose death penalty, they'll charge an
Fun fact about boars. Imagine if you have a pig, yeah? A normal pink pig, yeah? On your yard, bro. On your farm. If that pig crosses your fence and goes to the wilderness, it takes like 2 weeks for the tusks to start growing like a boar. His fur will be darker and he turns into a boar. The only difference between a wild boar and a farm pig is a fence, bro. That's the only difference. They are exactly the same. Just adapt to different things.
Moving, they'll rush you again. They'll keep doing this until you're either crippled or a wuss. And they usually aim for the thigh, so if they sever your femoral artery, it's curtains, my guy. Boars are the homicidal tendencies of hippos with the street smarts of raccoons. This steroid porky has learned to stay close to humans because our garbage is free food to them, which is why they'll easily take your soul over half a box of popcorn. And according to cave paintings, they've been on our ass since the Stone Age. But like everything else, this is our fault, because the more we move into their hood, the more they lose their natural fear of humans, and the more obituaries get co-signed by this shuffle demon. And once again, Florida goes to hell and brings the bar with it. They're an invasive species, and there's not 1,000, not 5,000, but 500,000 of these wild pigs in the Sunshine State, to the point where they might start voting in the next election. But don't feel too bad, Texas has about 2 million of them. You can find them in about 30 states. God gave them life, and they make it everyone's problem. Upon a time, the office asked which bear is the best bear, but I noticed they never did the same with cats, so I'm here to tell you. Jaguar is the best cat. You swear their avatar the way they body every element. They can run you down at 45 miles per hour, climb trees,
swim. Yeah, man.
The bastards can swim, and they're pretty good at it. Some were even caught Phelpsing across the Panama Canal, meaning this steroid with whiskers can outrun, outclimb, and outswim you. And if one comes at you, you're 50 shades of... Jaguars are the third most brolic big cats behind lions and tigers. But with a bite force of 1,500 pounds per square inch, they have by far the most disrespectful bite of any cat. Not only that, but jaguars do something no other cat does. That's canceling their victim by going for the head instead of the neck.
Bro, they go straight to brain, man.
The name Jaguar means he who kills with one leap, which is fair because they do be one-shotting. On top of all that, they have some of the biggest eyes of any predator, meaning not only can they see underwater, God gave them night vision and told the rest of the jungle to deal with it. Jaguars are so metal that ancient Meso warriors used to feed them the hearts of their slaughtered enemies as respect. They can also evict turtles with their teeth. Call for the king of the jungle and the jaguar will pick up the phone. Absolutely right, we talked about the best bear and the best cat, so obviously we gotta talk about the best dog. African wild dogs are a cell block D menace to society. Even though they share a zip code with lions, tigers, and crocodiles, this homicide pup has one of the most disrespectful KD ratios of any.
One of the most haunting videos I've ever seen, bro. With 3 wild dogs, catching an hare, a big rabbit basically, a wild rabbit I should say, and just 3 wild dogs, they all got the rabbit, and they each one pulled a piece and they killed the rabbit like that. Bro, it was wild.
Dogs have a kill percentage of 80%.
Wild
every time
stuff.
they go out to hunt, there's an 8 out of 10 chance somebody's life subscription.
I was traumatized as a kid, bro. Like, nah,
pet dog, but there's one terrifying fact about them. They never get tired. The African Cujo can run you down at 37 miles per hour for 3 miles straight. And 20 of them on your ass. Imagine being chased by 20 of something that has the endurance of a Duracell.
But
the real nightmare is if, actually, when they catch you. Unlike lions and leopards that'll put you out of your misery first.
They're just not eating, bro.
While you sit there and wait for an Uber to the afterlife. Your entire way of life is
like
down to a sneeze.
Bears, bro. Bears put a paw on you and start chewing.
On a wholesome note, they do let the puppies eat
exactly
first. Their pack structure is based on helping out the weakest members instead of letting the strongest ones take their pick, like lions. Because of this, their pack structure is way more efficient and way deadlier than wolves. They're so good at what they do that hyenas will try to steal from them and lions will try to murk them on sight because they see them as such a threat. I don't even blame them, because imagine being chased by something that no matter how hard or long you run, every time you turn back, it's there waiting to run your pockets. Basically the IRS, but with teeth in its face.
Hey, crazy. Hi. You are so happy today. Yes, you are. Oh, you're a good girl.
What's that? Is that a bad joke?
Everyone's been having fun.
That is a binturong, also known as a bear cat, even though it's not a bear or a cat. It's a viverrid, and the best way to describe them are as musty-smelling cats that aren't really cats. As a viverrid, they're related to civets and genets, which, to be fair, you probably never heard of before, but they're also part of the feliform suborder, which also makes them somewhat related to hyenas, fossa, and mongoose-like meerkats, which you definitely
We're related to Mon, bro.
Movie theater, you're probably smelling
bro, you are bro. Nah. And you smell as well. Hell no.
Female bear cats have a pseudo-penis, and I have no idea why. This rehab raccoon is found all over.
Things I did not need to know.
They spend most of the day hiding and sleeping in trees. They use those long prehensile tails to help climb trees and as mood rings to communicate to others how they feel, and shaking it means they're happy. They also make a lot of random sounds, and they've been known to chuckle as a sign of comfort. Even though they identify as members of the carnivore group, they also eat fruits and figs, and it turns out
figs are great.
Activity really love plantains.
Plantain!
There's no fact here, just a baby Binti. Female binties have a superpower, which is
No
they can delay
cute.
their own pregnancy and give birth whenever they feel like it, thanks to embryonic diapause. You wish that was you, don't you? They're shy, awkward, plantain-loving introverts that spend most of their time eating and sleeping, aka your new spirit animal.
Facts.
I can't speak for all of you, but I stand this alcoholic otter. Thing is, panthers don't actually exist.
That's
not
facts.
in the way you think they do. Because the
We've
word
been through
panther
this,
doesn't
bro.
refer to one animal. The word panther actually refers to the Panthera genus, which is made up of lions, tigers, jaguars,
big
leopards,
cat
and
problem.
leopards.
Video on
You're
the
probably
channel
thinking,
as well.
what about black panthers? Well,
Something
that's
in my
literally
eye.
what they are. They're black panthers. We use that to describe a member of the Panthera genus that has a mutation that turns it black, and this mutation happens to jaguars and leopards. But because the gene that causes this mutation is dominant in jaguars and recessive in leopards, most black panthers are actually melanated jaguars. But technically, if a lion or a tiger had
Look
to
at that, bro. Black lion.
a black
That
panther
looks
too.
sick.
Now, I'm probably gonna get a lot of comments that think this guy right here is a panther, but
He
he actually
isn't.
isn't. Mountain lions are actually more related to smaller cats like your pet
Facts.
than they are to lions, tigers, and leopards. And in case somebody brings up the Florida panther, that's really just a cougar that got misnamed. Moral of this video, panthers are like Santa and black men that cheat. They simply do not exist. Here are some things you can do in Australia that you simply can't do
Pikachu.
anywhere else. Number 1, you can
Real
eat
one.
Pikachu.
Yeah?
This is a yellow brush-tailed possum. They're one of the most widespread marsupials in Australia, so widespread that sometimes they break into people's homes. And getting Kool-Aid Man by a living Pokemon is definitely something you need in your life. Number
That's
2,
so
you can watch a
cute.
blue penguin parade.
Yes,
the blue
facts.
penguin is the smallest of its kind, and if you're on Phillip Island at the right time, you can watch hordes of them emerge from the sea and waddle single file like children towards their nesting sites. Like, you can actually sit and watch them waddle past you. And if you can sit here and tell me this doesn't make you smile, either you sold your soul or you just weren't born with one to begin
Yep.
with. Number
So
3, you can
cute.
get a patamelon. It's
Patty
basically the
melon.
kangaroo's smaller, less
Cute
crowded
as
cousin.
well.
And like roos and wallabies, they get to where they gotta go by hopping. They're just really cute about it. Number 4, you can witness Aurora Australis, aka the Southern Lights.
Oh.
It's the result of a disturbance in the magnetic field caused by
Damn,
solar wind, which causes
that's cool.
particles to release color as they become ionized. In simple terms, it's nature on LSD. And number 5, of course, you can meet the world's happiest animal. Technically found off the coast of Australia on islands like Rottnest, but it still counts. They smile to cool off, and they've lost their fear of humans, which is why this exists. In
So
Quokka we
cute.
trust. Listen here, I'm about to tell you 5 things you did not know about the octopus. Number 1, you know how the
Good,
man of war is
Jesus,
basically
great.
a jellyfish on juice? That can
Thanks.
have you looking like you got 50 shaded. Well, the octopus will strap up by arming themselves with the tentacles of the man of war and swing them at any predator or
Damn.
ob that tries to press them. Basically using the disembodied venom arms the same way a corner store junkie might use a broken beer bottle as a weapon. Number 2, they have post-nut clarity so bad it literally kills them. After the he-puss hits for the first time, he pretty much goes into the octopus
Oh,
version
yeah,
of the
true.
dimension, symptoms include not eating,
I knew that
body
already.
lesions, uncoordinated movements, and the skin around his eyes retracting. This is called senescence, and it means he falls apart from the inside until either a predator puts him out of his misery or he starves to death.
Dang.
Our boy Squidward has 2
That's a
choices.
rough way
He
to
can
go.
either live a virgin or die a man. Number 3, octopus will throw hands at fish right in the dome piece, and with
Yeah.
8 arms, there's
Bro,
plenty of hands to
throw
go around.
haymakers like
We
it's
used
Mike
to think they
Tyson.
did this as a defensive response, but now it's believed they do it purely out of spite.
Yep.
Number 4, octopus will team up with other fish while hunting, and they often choose groupers as partners. They work together and reap the benefits. Sometimes the octopus will switch
That's
to
just
entice
smart.
the fish right in the head, but now we believe they do it to keep the fish honest. It's not confirmed, but it's believed that they smack around their hunting partners to keep them in line and keep them from cheating them out of food. Who knows, maybe the octopus got screwed over by his last fish friend and works through his trauma by uppercutting his current partner. And number
Thanks.
5, octopus are members of a group called cephalopod, which is also part of a group called gastropods, which includes snails and slugs. Meaning Squidward and Gary are actually related. And yeah, that boy Squidward is actually an octopus. Man's got misspecied by his own moms.
It is.
You hate to see it. In
You
honor of
hate
Pride
to
Month,
see
there are
it.
some animals that are gay as hell, and that's okay. Koalas are walking plush toys and probably have the same IQ as one, which is why they don't understand a
Damn.
lot of things, including consent. Since male koala flirting is violent and aggressive, sometimes the females will reject the males and then hook up with each other in lesbian sessions that can have up to 5 members. According to some studies, for every male-female koala couple, there are 3 lesbian liaisons also happening, and in some zoos, females will only mate with other females immediately after rejecting another male. And
Damn.
honestly, I respect that.
I respect
Some penguins
it.
will form same-sex couples and then adopt a baby to raise as their own. And by adopt, I
cute.
mean they steal an egg from a more traditional penguin pairing.
That's
Because
so
males and females
cute,
are
though.
difficult to tell apart, there's probably way more gay penguin couples in the wild, we just really notice it in captivity. As for the kidnapping, maybe if the adoption process for gay couples wasn't such an unnecessary hassle, then maybe they wouldn't have to choose abduct over
Thanks.
adopt. Number 3 are bonobos. Honestly, they're not even gay or straight, they're just whatever they wake up feeling like. Bonobos use handshakes just like us, but instead of hands they use the parts they pee with because that's how they create and reinforce social bonds. Bonobos are cansexual, meaning anything can get it, doesn't matter what
Dang.
gender because they don't go off boy or girl, they go strictly off vibes. Even more animals
Just
that are gay.
vibes.
The last one just might surprise you. Male lions will form tight bonds that start with affectionate nuzzling and caressing and escalates all the way to the love child of Lion King and Brokeback Mountain. Zoologists believe 8% of male mountings occur with another male. And apparently
Dang.
the guys treat other guys better because where male and female matings are violent and often end in fights, male lions are more gentle and tender with each other. Now technically, they're not gay, but It sure as hell ain't straight. It's believed that 1 out of every 5 swan couples are gay. Like most swan pairings, they mate for life. Like till death do us part type stuff. Researchers have found that one of the males will mate with a female only to chase her off when she lays an egg just so he and his partner can raise it instead.
Damn.
And they're pretty good at it because gay swan couples are better parents because 80% of same gender pairings will raise young successfully where straight couples are about less than 50. Still don't with birds, but I know wholesome when I see it. Most male walruses are bisexual and actually depends on the season. During breeding season, they keep it traditional by pursuing females. Outside of breeding season, walrus life quickly turns into Blubberback Mountain, and I know I made that joke already, but hell if I pass it up. But they don't just hook up, the males will also embrace each other and sleep close together. Fun fact, for a lot of walruses, until they reach maturity, which is basically their version of puberty, every sexual encounter they have is with another male. Meaning a majority of male walrus first times with another guy walrus. If we're the boys, the more you know.
For the boys. Well, man, that was another phenomenal video by our homie Casual Geographic, doing the Lord's work, educating you, man, and me about the animal kingdom. Great video once again, man. Guys, once again, sorry for the lack of video yesterday. I just really was a wreck, man. I'm better in terms of sleep, but every other stuff is I'm working on it. I'm trying to get better. But yeah, before you go, don't forget how you end videos on the channel. Keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody who love them, man. If you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video, man. This time called The Candid Affairs of the Canine Family. Now, before we start, there was no video yesterday. That was because my sisters were away during the weekend and I decided to take yesterday off so I could spend a little time with them. They spent basically the whole day in my room. The oldest of the two had to do some work for school and everything. The young one basically just played on PC and everything. It was a really fun time, man. So yeah, back on the grind. So without further ado, let's react to this thing, man. Let's go.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Oh, this video is terrifying. That is humongous, bro. A wolf is scary, you know. Not this one, the other one.
When from the hood meets from the wood. No word said, but he understood. Blood realized he is not that
Look
guy.
at the difference
What y'all know about the
inside,
timber wolf?
bro.
Also known as the northwestern wolf of Alaska and Canada, the timber
So
wolf is arguably the
gorgeous.
largest wolf walking the earth and had a length of up to 7 feet and a max weight of over 150 pounds. If you're expecting an unhinged husky when you
Look
see a
at
wolf,
that.
your expectation is going to be
What a
subverted like the
beautiful
Titanic.
boy.
Now this is a fennec fox and at an honest 3 pounds. The sand chihuahua weighs about
So
as much
cute,
as the
man.
MacBook I'm editing this on.
That
But
is
both
legit
fennec
cute.
foxes and lupus final bosses are two ends of the canine spectrum, and today I'm going to try to talk about every canine-coded creature out there. But before I do, I should probably address something. I made a video on the top 10 most misunderstood animals, and I honestly don't know how I yacked for almost 17 minutes and didn't once mention wolves. Forget top 10, there might not be 5 animals we've gotten more wrong about. First things first, there's no alpha wolf, it doesn't exist, I will fight you. The thing is, the guy that came up with alpha wolf did so in a book after watching wolves in captivity. David Meck would then spend the rest of his career trying to take it back, imploring people not to buy the book and even trying to get printing presses to stop publishing it. But like a drunk Friday night tattoo, the alpha thing stuck no matter how hard he tried to scrub it off. In real life, the wolf pack is just a family. The 2 alphas are really just the 2 parents, and the rest are just generations of the kids that haven't left to make their own pack yet. Because I know a certain demographic's gonna try to fight me on that, I'm gonna say this. When the term alpha male was first used academically in 1921 by Monica Sumra, she wasn't talking about wolves. She was talking about chickens. A literal pecking order. Not even like roosters, I'm pretty sure she was on about vindictive hens. I'm gonna just let that marinate. But yeah, alpha wolves don't exist. At least not in the wild. I'm sure if you take a bunch of wolves that don't know each other and put them behind a fence, pack politics will look a little different. But that's kind of like writing a book on human nature based on studying folks in max security. And unlike prison, a wolf pack is actually structured to avoid infighting. As a rule, you usually get 5 to 9 wolves in a pack. And because nature hates rules, in 2011, there was a pack of 400-something wolves terrorizing the town of, I'm gonna say Verkoyansk, where they allegedly murked 30 horses in 4 days.
That's in Yellowstone.
Yeah, only in Russia. The alpha thing's not the only thing we've gotten wrong about wolves. We've been doing them dirty for decades. Like that time we thought wolves were pets when actually, You remember when I said nature's like a Jenga tower and some animals are the block that can bring it all down? The op of riding hood is a keystone species that stabilizes the ecosystem. We know that because after humanity went ahead and wiped wolves off the Yellowstone census, the elk started wilding and eating all the plants, the songbirds and beavers that needed the plants went ghost, and without beavers, everything was damned. Not to mention, the one animal people arguably hated more ran through America. But we'll get to that. All that, and wolves actually kill less than 1% of livestock, and that was the whole reason we went ahead and played God in the first place. There's more too, like the fact that wolves are actually scared shitless of people, to the point where they'll avoid buildings, roads, and even the sound of a snowmobile can stress them. Big bad wolf has only killed less than 40 people in North America, and about 30 of those happened before the 1900s. Meanwhile, this shit was last year. There's also little fake facts that personally grind my gears, like wolves don't howl at the moon. They howl mostly to communicate. They face the moon because unless you're rallying earthworms, if you're making an announcement, you're probably facing up. They also howl to mark their territory, and sometimes they just do it for pack bonding.
That's so cool. Thank you.
The only experience I have with wolves.
And then you got Tumblr's contribution.
When I lived for like 8 months in Andorra, which is right here, I remember I was like 6, 7 around that age, and I remember going to bed and I hear them howling. And we lived in our first house was literally in the middle of the mountains. Then we moved into the capital, but we lived literally in the middle of the Pyrenees, and I heard them howling constantly at night. It was surreal. I never saw one, but I heard them all throughout the night. It was amazing.
No, actually the opposite. It's the leaders of the pack, you know, the parents that, lead. And unless you're Norman Bates Jr., you wouldn't put your crippled grandmother in front to deal with all the unbroken snow. And I don't know what to say about this, except Hollywood and Wattpad have ruined the way some of y'all think about wolves. Into the Omegaverse ass poke. But yeah, wolves might be the most maligned animal out there, but I will say their PR has gotten way better. Meanwhile, coyotes have been catching more smoke than hot dogs in July. Wolves hate coyotes off principle. Eagles and crows hate them because they fight for the same scraps. Trauma donkeys don't rock with anything canine. And a coyote can breathe and earn a cougar's wrath. And let a bear get a hold of one and shit gon' really get grisly. Even Mark Twain's written diss track towards coyotes was the honest to God inspiration for a pain magnet of a Looney Tune. Nah, but the contempt for coyotes wolves have is different. I've shown this clip like 20 times. And I'm gonna do it again, because you only need one wolf, maybe two if you're conservative, to get the job done. Do you know what it takes to motivate an entire pack to turn you into past tense? They basically Rodney King the coyote. But don't feel too bad, because coyotes low-key won in the end. You see, when America was at war with wolves, there were also often coyotes like they were made of oil. But because coyotes are canine cockroaches, the attempts to cancel coyotes only led to more coyotes. The prairie pup apparently has a roll call, essentially a census where a female will call out, and if she doesn't hear a lot of coyotes back, it'll actually trigger a metabolic change to produce a bigger litter. And one thing they have that wolves don't is coyotes are fusion fission, meaning you can catch them in a pack, but if things ever get critical, they can break apart, split up, and spread out. The reality is, generations of being a wolf's chew toy prepared coyotes for everything humanity could possibly throw at them. Studies say you can Thanos snap 75% of a coyote population every year for 50 years straight, it still won't dent them. Today, you can find a coyote in every state that isn't Hawaii, and it was humanity's hate boner that Ubered them. And that's why I love them. Like I said, they're alive entirely out of spite. I respect game, especially since at one point the wolf population in America was so down bad. Something something, life finds a way, something something, now we have coy wolves. In some places, virtually every wolf in the area has coyote DNA in it. Can I remind you that wolves are literally prejudiced towards the very animal they ended up getting Genghis Kong'd by? That's like if Thomas Jefferson was alive to see what would become of his bloodline. And considering you can find a coyote in Burbank, Orlando, and the Bronx, safe to say, they won the war. But foxes might have won the game of life. While carnivore with the most real estate on earth isn't the leopard, it's not a type of eagle, it's the red fox. You can find foxes anywhere short of a penguin playground, and out of all wild dogs, foxes have the most range. Of course, you have the red, the most well-known fox, but also a lesser-known menace to other foxes. There's my personal favorite, the Arctic fox. Look at that canine cotton ball go. There's a terminally unamused Tibetan fox. Look at this dude. The aforementioned dune puppy, the fennec fox. And how can you forget the cross fox? Which is really just a mutated red fox. But I'm a shout out a shiny when I see one. Foxes were small enough and just cute enough to dodge the smoke everyone had for coyotes. Which is why foxes are one of the few animals that actually do better in cities, with close to 500,000 living in the UK. Foxes are basically dogs running cat software. They move like canine ninjas, they're mostly nocturnal, and they have vertical slits for pupils. And some, like the gray fox, have semi-retractable claws to climb trees. Yeah, foxes are an anomaly, but if foxes are an anomaly, jackals are a conundrum.
Ooh, jackals.
Jackals are pretty much old world coyotes and they virtually have the same niche, so I won't go on about that. But I'm gonna explain why I call them a conundrum. As far as we know, there are 3 species of jackals: the black-backed, the side-striped, and the golden jackal. One of these is not like the other.
Okay.
I'm gonna need y'all to lock in because this will get confusing. So between these 3, the golden
Lock
jackal
in.
isn't even closely related to the other 2. In fact, the
Okay.
golden jackal is actually closer to wolves and coyotes.
Oh.
Make sense? I hope so, because it only gets more confusing. Okay, so golden jackals are found in Africa and Eurasia, and for a while we assumed they were the same species, but you know what they say about assuming. Turns out the golden jackal of Eurasia diverged from the wolf-coyote common ancestor 1.9 million years ago.
Oh,
The African
okay.
variety followed suit 1.3 million years in the past. So not only are there about 600,000 years of separation, African jackals are that much closer to wolves. So much that it was never a jackal at all. So now we say Africa has a golden wolf. So recap, 3 types of jackals, 2 types of golden jackals. Golden jackals aren't closely related to the other jackals. One of the 2 types of golden jackals is actually more related to wolves, and the other is an actual wolf. Also, this has nothing to do with anything, but I just wanted to add that jackals took a cue from coyotes. Something something Jurassic bark, something something, we have jackal dog hybrids. One man bred a jackal dog to sniff out airport explosives.
Damn.
Why didn't I think of that? Next are dingoes.
Dingoes.
Dingoes are weird.
Really?
No, like literally,
Shout out
they're
to
really
Down Under.
weird for a dog.
Down Under.
Dingoes are freakishly
Get me.
flexible and can turn their heads 180 degrees.
Whoa.
They have wrists that can rotate like ours to the point where Houdini can unlatch gates and even turn doorknobs. They can climb trees. Because of course they can. By the
in
way, don't look
Australia,
up dingo
bro.
tree, you will regret it. They're the top land predator of Australia, and they have the widest jaws of any canine. Wonder where they got that from. Dingoes also have no body odor, and are the main reason a prison steroid bunny chooses waterboarding as a defense tactic. You'd expect a dog molded by Australia
on,
to be
mate.
built
Show
different,
me your
going from
hands,
stranger.
mate. Hey,
It's
leave
where
the
exactly
rule
they
alone,
came from.
mate.
Some say dingoes are pet dogs that saw Australia as free real estate, and others, they swear dingoes have been here for 10,000 plus years.
Damn.
But after a whole lot of debating, seems like we finally come to a consensus. Dingoes were more than likely airdropped by sea-traveling humans from the islands of Southeast Asia
Thanks.
and China some 5,000 years ago, where they stayed isolated from anything canine until European settlers pulled up much later. Before that, dingoes had this relationship with indigenous Australians. Not exactly like pets, but they were chill with each other. After years of plot development, they would become the kangaroo nightmare we know them as today. They've been compared to New Guinea singing dogs, Carolina dogs, and Indian pariah dogs. And if you look close enough, yeah, I can see it. There is
see it as
another
well.
argument as to whether dingoes are their own thing or just another subspecies of wolf. The way I see it, dingoes aren't from there, but they were brought there, and they've been there long enough to have a defined role in the system, and now you can't tell the history of the country without talking about them. Kind of like... Never mind. Happy Juneteenth. Yeah, but at this point,
Juneteenth,
dingoes are
man.
definitely
Happy
their own
Juneteenth
thing,
to those who
which makes
celebrate
people
it,
wanting
man.
them dead
Shout out to
crazy.
all of you, man.
Basically, dingoes took a page from coyotes and jackals and got busy with the feral dogs around them. Problem is, some people use that as a loophole to justify murking dingoes on sight, since they could be like, oh, it's a hybrid, so it's not pure, so it's not protected. But contrary to popular belief, pure dingoes come in many colors, and most dingoes tested came back as pure. The way I see it, dingoes earned their spot at the Australian lunch table, even if one really did eat her baby. That's not a joke. A lot of y'all owe this woman an apology.
It's a-
So most canines are obviously
That
social.
is
And like I said,
tough
coyotes
story
go
to
with
go
whatever's
down.
most
That's a
convenient.
tough rabbit
There's
hole.
one dog that weaponizes the power of friendship better than arguably any other animal, and that is, of course, the the African wild dog.
Oh, yes.
Y'all see that? Yeah, there. They
That's
have
the
a
cool
put you on a
t-shirt-
shirt rate
t-shirt,
of
bro.
80%. Mostly because they're like homicide hounds running on Duracell. They don't get tired. They can easily
They
run
don't,
anything
man.
into exhaustion.
Just
But it's their
keep going.
teamwork that makes them OP. African dogs hunt in a relay form, with different dogs
Their
taking
ears
turns
are
leading
so
the
cute,
chase.
man.
And once they make the kill, African wild dogs might be the only animals that let their
Aw.
pups eat first. Painted hounds are so down for each other that the hunt doesn't even happen unless the group votes on it. And they vote by sneezing. Get enough sneezes and the gazelle's fate gets sealed. Obviously, the lead dog's vote counts for the most, but enough underlings can decide the outcome if they stick together. Before they hunt, wild dogs have these ceremonies they do as a ritual that's pretty much a predatory pep rally. Their bond is so strong that there have been reports of rescued wild dogs getting so depressed from the separation from their pack that the grief literally kills them. And if a
Damn.
pup ever goes missing, the pack will put everything to the side and spend days looking for it. The loyalty of the African wild dog has no equal. But it might have a close second. Dholes are the forgotten wild dogs of Asia, both literally because
Ooh.
they're related, but also because they too get carried by numbers. They usually hunt light work like deer, boars, and rodents. The family foxes have been recorded bringing down buffalo, gars, and there's even one case of D-holes apparently erasing a young elephant. The dog, no bigger than a border collie, has even shifted tigers and jumped leopards. You can't pull that off without some world-class communication, and communication is what dholes do best.
Damn. Sounds like
Yeah, they
sonar.
whistle. It helps them keep track of each other in the dense jungle. But also makes them sound like a black-owned smoke Okay, it's 2024. Can we please let this joke They'll also pee while doing a handstand to mark their territory. That has nothing to do with anything. I just thought it was fun. So Africa has wild dogs, Australia gets dingoes, North America and Europe both got wolves, and as you know, Asia gets the whistler. So what, did South America get left out? Of course not. This is a bush dog. Not the rarest, but definitely the most underrated. We don't know that much about them. We even thought they went extinct for a minute. They for real look more like a stubby Wolverine or a Latino Tasmanian devil, but it's because they're perfect for their life in the dense jungle near water. And boy, do they love that water. They're the only wild dogs with webbed feet, and not only can they dive, they have no problems catching bodies in water. They'll even lure prey to water where another bush beast will be waiting. Speaking of prey, they'll usually violate rodents like the booties or capybara, but they've also been known to tap out 500 plus pound tapirs. Now, if you've been paying attention, you might know the bush dog's closest relative. This is the short-eared dog, and it is not the closest relative. They're another dog we know almost nothing about. Almost everything we do know about him comes from a man accidentally buying one at a marketplace and ecologist Renata Lette Pittman getting a hold of him to study. What we do know is the females are way bigger than the males. They don't hit puberty until they're 3, which is pretty weird for a dog. And one of the reasons you've probably never seen one before is they spend most of their lives in armadillo burrows. But yeah, the closest relative of the bush dog isn't its short-eared understudy. It's, this is the main wolf. Even though it's not a wolf or a fox,
this legit looks like a Pokemon.
Every group has that one weird member. For birds, it's owls. For big cats, it's for sure the non-roaring snow leopard. And for dogs, it's absolutely this slender puppy. Don't let the thigh boots fool you. A motivated Maine wolf can hit over 40 miles per hour. Between that and the fact that they literally have a black morph, best believe the canine in Chanel boots has contributed more to cryptid culture than anyone realizes. You might be wondering what they could possibly be running from. Probably the law. Maned wolf urine smells so much like Snoop Dogg salad. They've gotten zoos raided by police. The guy raided the world in 6 days. He started freestyling on a Sabbath and came out with this canine casserole. They're the only canines that are completely solitary. They're the only ones with a mane. They fiend so much for apples it got named after them. And yeah, the ankle biters are still waiting to get their legs back. I mean, they even sound like an identity crisis.
Whoa.
I wouldn't expect a skunk-scented, vertically gifted, apple-eating Waluigi hyena to sound any different. But I never would have guessed what they sounded like.
Those are ugly, man. Sounding like shoe clowns, clown shoes, bro.
Don't be confused, it may be raccoon-coated, but it's closer to a fox in face paint. The raccoon dog, also known as a tanuki, is proof that once again, same test, similar solution, homie, you know it's convergent evolution. They also inspired the Baka Tanuki, a supernatural creature in Japanese mythology known for shape-shifting, and for other things I can't talk about. In real life, raccoon dogs are the only canines that hibernate, which is fitting because they might have caused the entire planet to hibernate in 2020, allegedly. Also, Tom Nook the Tanuki. Anyway, only 2 zoos in America have raccoon dogs, so if you want to see them IRL, you're kinda out of luck. But at least they're not endangered. Not like the last canine here. The Ethiopian wolf isn't just Africa's most limited carnivore, it's the rarest canine on Earth with less than 500 in stock. The thing with them is they're really good at living off the rodents living in the Afro Mountains. They've even learned to hunt near grass-eating geladas for better results. But Ethiopian wolves are also specialists, which means they can really only function in one place. So you're actually looking at the panda of dogs, except they're actually 3 times rarer, with habitat loss, getting smoked by farmers, and overgrazing from competing cattle not exactly helping them out. They're actually pretty cool if you get to watch a couple videos of them, but if we don't get our shit together soon, videos are gonna be all we have. And even though they're not technically hanging by a thread, wolves are still getting done dirty. They're still seen as pests in a lot of places and often murked on sight. Or you got wolf dogs bought to be a flex, only to be predictably thrown to the streets. It's a good thing we got places like the Howling Woods Farm in New Jersey. It's a sanctuary for wolf dogs that were abandoned, only to be given a second chance at life. That absolute unit, his name's Orion. They all have different combinations of wolf with different personalities. Some are 30, 40% wolf, some are up to 95. As you can see, I don't discriminate. Even Sirius the Tripod got a lot of love. Don't tell the others, but she's my favorite. I really feel like if we had more places like this, wolves would be so much better just off the PR. And it's not just wolves, Howling Woods has coyote dogs too, although you can't really go in with them. This isn't sponsored, by the way. They're not paying me or anything. I just really believe in what they're doing, and if you do too, the link to donate to their sanctuary will be in the description. I'll be personally pledging a decent amount. But that's gonna do it for this video. Make sure you drink water, tell your father you appreciate him. Mom too, I ain't forget about y'all. Make sure you spread the word, the wolf word, and I'ma see y'all In the next
So there you have it, guys, another banger by Casual Geographic, man. He's staying the GOAT. But as always, guys, before you go, don't forget our viewers on the channel, man. Come on, bro, keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, man. If you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video, this time called Animal Facts That I Go Wrong. So without further ado, bro, let's go, man. Let's react to this. Let's get it.
Even the babies are one of the most
Classic
dangerous
clip,
animals
bro.
in the world.
Classic.
So I built this cage to keep them secure, so there's no possible. Oh my god!
Hi! Oh, you're a big boy. Hi, you're so cute. What's your
Cute.
name? What's your name?
Right there.
Oh, hi, Vino Moose. Oh, hi, Vino Moose.
No, bro, stop trolling. Not Venomoose, bro. That's a good name, actually.
I have made a severe and continuous
Lapse in judgment.
I'm just playing. I'm playing. But can you imagine? Nah, but this is gonna be an accountability video, and honestly, it's all because of one comment I got on TikTok. Basically, someone commented on one of my videos disagreeing with me, and someone replied to that comment with something like, "Yeah, okay, I think I'm gonna believe the guy with 16 million followers."
Don't work like that.
Yeah, that didn't.
It
sit
don't
right
work
with me.
like that, bro.
Just because I have more followers than sheep in Scotland doesn't mean my word's law.
That's
Things
facts.
happen. That's why keyboards have
Wait.
backspace and DoorDash has birth control. So that's what this video is. Animal facts that I've gotten wrong, or at the very least didn't get 100%. And starting off is a fact that I don't really even know how I believed in the first place. I've already corrected this, but if you've been following me long enough, you've definitely heard me say that lions have a bite force of 650 pounds per square inch, almost half as strong as their brolic biracial tangerine colored cousins. Except more recent studies puts the lion's jaw work at closer to 1,000 pounds. So what did an Africat do for us to rely on them so bad? Apparently it all goes back to a 2005 video from National Geographic where they tested a lion's bite force, except they got it from a subadult male lion that couldn't have seen more than 2 or 3 trips around the sun. That's like saying the average man's 5 feet tall because you took a tape measure to a bunch of 7th graders. Also, the number they got was 691, so Mufasa knows why it got nerfed to 650. We now believe that the bane of buffalo has a bite force more in the neighborhood of 4 figures. Still just under carnivores like tigers and hyenas, but not by the landslide we originally thought. So apparently I owe lions in Africa and Detroit an apology. I was not familiar with their game. This video was recorded before the Buccaneers game, and I shall adjust my reaction accordingly. The 690 number spawned from an old show known as Dangerous Encounters with Brady Bar. And we're gonna learn that TV shows aren't the best source for the most accurate information. Who would have guessed? Especially when it's from a time where Steve Harvey had different outcomes. Another fact I've said is that tigers are so strong that they can remain standing even after being turned into a statistic. Now, tigers are built like Greek sculptures modeled by pharaohs.
They are.
Love and Zootopia prove that, but enough to stand on business even after they're physically finished? Well, if they do, it's probably more of a reflection on their stability than just raw strength. It also could be a freak accident that got reported as a fact. There was a guy that got his will activated while reaching for something in his kitchen, and his friend legit found him that way. And there is at least one animal that does something similar. Since sloths have reverse grip, the Moss Motel of the jungle can be found hanging on a branch even after they've already been emancipated from the population. But can the cornflakes kitty?
Cornflakes kitty, bro. I hate cornflakes, you know. They have no taste, bro. They taste the taste of the cardboard of the box, bro.
That venomous baby snakes are more dangerous than the adults. The idea here is that
that always sounded weird.
How much venom they release, or if they release venom at all. But baby snakes with less experience, they empty the whole clip every time. Now, the first part is true. Snake venom is physically expensive to make, so a lot of snakes will compromise with dry bites to get the message across without spending the cost. It's like a blank shot from a gun with vibranium bullets, and the chances of getting a dry bite vary on the snake. The eastern brown snake
so they can choose not to pump any venom.
80% of the time.
I think that one actually.
Chooses mercy only 5%.
I think that bro just bites me like, hey man, I'm here, man. Do that again and I'll kill you. Hey, I respect the second opportunity though.
But does that mean
it hurts, but I respect it.
Well, no. Smaller, unseasoned snakes carry less venom, and science says you're more likely to get kicked off a mortal coil if an adult bites you.
So a baby black mamba has less venom.
And finding out with an immature fallen dread of
sense.
Medusa. And I know for a fact I only got that from an old show on Animal Planet, and you probably know which show that is.
I don't.
It's the same show I also got this. For a minute, it was believed Komodo dragons catch bodies by biting their prey once and then waiting for them to retire to bacterial infection.
I heard that as well my whole life,
can
bro.
drag you off the mortal plane, the better, since that just means less dragons to share with. Remember
These
that
are wild creatures, you know.
bloodhounds that track down death faster than the Reaper. Also, they might not be fast.
Weird
They're
creators,
much,
bro.
much faster
Look
than
at that.
But this whole
Fucking
time,
hell.
this Jurassic Park Thunder study actually
bro,
kills
clean
with
your
venom
chin,
with the
man.
helping of anticoagulants to keep you bleeding. That way, even if you escape, the homicidal steroid gecko can always hunt you down. We used to think it was blood poisoning, but apparently the bacteria in their mouths isn't really that special from any other carnivore. In fact, if you mouth swab the dragon, you'd actually find less bacteria than you would in something like a captive lion or a bipolar Looney Tune.
Wow,
After looking
really?
further, I can tell you the misunderstanding
My whole
definitely came from an
childhood was a
buffalo's
lie.
first instinct to run into water. And a buffalo taking an open flesh wound into dirty, stagnant toilet water is more of an indictment on the bush cow's hygiene than
Makes
the
sense.
lizard's. And speaking of water being your downfall, I've talked about animals that can't swim, and I once said that guinea pigs were on the list.
Oh.
Turns out I was wrong, and I can't even blame Animal Planet this time. Guinea pigs can swim, and in some cases can do it for hours. The catch is that they don't care for it very much. Most sources say guinea pigs get stressed in deep water, and while they can swim,
poor
their ancient
things.
ancestors avoided it
Look
to
at
avoid
them,
being
he's
canceled by
stressed.
predators, so
Say,
nothing
bro.
about it's a good time for them.
Let's go.
In other words,
Cute.
I'm a f***ing guinea pig.
Cute.
Now this isn't something I got wrong, but I still want to explain it a little more. So I mentioned how these finches inspired Darwin's theory because, well, long story short, different finches ate different foods and so developed different size and shaped beaks.
Okay.
Now technically, that's not wrong. I feel like I made it sound like their beaks changed just because the birds needed them to. What actually happened was different finches were found on different parts of the islands, and depending on where they were, certain finches had an advantage.
okay.
That advantage could have been
So a
something like
certain type of
particular beak shape,
bird,
and
yeah,
that advantage was
had
more
a
likely to
beak
get passed down
more
often.
for like
Eventually, certain
fruit,
trees would get
the other
selected
for like
natural
bugs.
purpose,
Okay,
not
got
perfection.
it.
That's natural
Got it.
selection. And depending on the best food source, the finches most suited to feed and breed outcompeted the others. It's kind of like how giraffe necks didn't just get longer, it was more like longer necks outperformed shorter necks, and history just wasn't kind to the vertically deficient. Actually, no, latest studies say the long neck actually came from their mating preference and the fact that giraffes like to run fades using their heads.
Oh,
so
okay.
why the long neck? Apparently, FNS. To flex and sex. Apparently the only leave they were worried about is maternity. And speaking of eating, there's another animal whose meal plan I was completely wrong about. Opossums are the rat-tailed relic Australia left.
Don't like possums.
They're also
me.
free pest control.
They
since
look
packing possums
idiots,
can
bro.
terminate 5,000
Get out of here,
ticks in a
mate.
season.
But stop
Except
swinging
they
on you,
don't.
boy.
We, and, well,
Get out of here.
I got that wrong. The number comes from an experiment where they
Wait,
introduced
shout out to
100
my
ticks to different
waves,
animals
dude.
like mice, squirrels,
My hair started
yeah,
to curl, bro.
opossums,
Look at
and
that.
counted how many ticks had
Great
fed and
stuff.
fallen off. According to the study, the opossum cage had way less ticks than all the others. So the assumption was that any tick that wasn't found at the bottom of the cage had likely been eaten. So they took the number of ticks left in the
Basic,
cage along with the
but-
population of ticks found in wild opossums to come to the
You know,
conclusion
you can see why they made that
opossums must put
mistake.
away 5,000 ticks a season, at least. Yeah, not the most solid logic, and later studies examining their stomachs and feces found that the shit literally didn't add up. Not only does Coma Kitty not pass 10 ticks by the thousands, ticks aren't even a preferred part of their diet. There are a lot of weird things about this faint weasel, like how their body temperature is
No
so low
faint
that
weasel,
rabies
bro.
gets possums more than possums get rabies, or that their nipples straight up look like a devil worshipping cult with 12 milk
Fucking hell,
faucets
bro.
circling.
No, I'm saying,
whole thing about
they're
them being
disgusting.
tick vacuums,
Bro,
that
get out of here.
falls
One
on its
swing
face.
on his
You
ass,
wanna know
bro.
what doesn't fall on its face? Cats.
Get outta here.
They always land on their feet and can survive free
They
falling
do.
from a building.
I
so
hate
much that
possums,
cats have
man.
about a 95%
They look
chance of
disgusting.
falling from 10 stories and not flatlining on impact. At least that's what I said. But in the original study from 1987, out of the 132 cats that went to the vet after touching pavement from a window, 90% survived. Wait, 90% of the cats that went to the vet. Someone in the comments pointed out that this was a case of survivorship bias. Said,
Oh,
fair,
makes sense,
you
because
wouldn't
if
take
your
a
cat is
to the
dead,
vet. And out of the
why are
90%
you
that
taking
didn't
it to the
sleep
vet?
on chalk
That makes
outline,
sense.
90% of them had some form of thoracic trauma.
Damn.
37% needed emergency surgery to renew their life subscription.
Oh, those 90.
30% needed non-emergency
Damn.
treatment. And only a third tanked an accelerated sidewalk smack
Yeet.
and walked away needing nothing. Also, 17 years later in 2004, another study showed that flights from the 7th floor and up actually caused worse
Yeet.
injuries than lower drops, which cancels out the other thing I said about shorter drops doing more damage. So I think the real answer here is, unless you're Shane Dawson, treat your cats the same way you treat your kids, and don't let
shorter distance, less
impact.
impact.
Next fact, I'm gonna be honest, if it wasn't for one comment, I'd probably spend the rest of my life getting it wrong.
That's fact.
And it said REM is
true.
the deepest stage of sleep, and that insomniacs dream about being reincarnated
Bro,
as a
that
platypus.
platypus
Casserole
is
gets more REM
deep
than
sleep,
any
man.
other animal.
That's the good
I was always
sleep.
thought that your eyes twitching out like Kai meant deep sleep. It's actually the third stage
So
of
cute.
NREM that's the deepest. It's called N3, and it's the closest you'll get to
that's so
cosplaying as a
cute.
corpse while having a pulse, since it's the hardest stage to wake up from. It's also the stage where your body
Come on,
repairs
my boy.
tissues, builds bones, restores muscles, and strengthens the immune system. Basically, you know how your phone will
Bro,
update at the
tired.
touch of dawn as long as it's connected
Go
to
on,
an
man.
outlet? That's the
Get
N3
it.
stage of sleep.
Oi.
It's also when you're most likely to precipitate your sheets or traumatize your family, since that's when bedwetting and sleepwalking occurs. It only lasts about 20 to 30 minutes each stage, and if you're
Good
lucky,
sleep
you'll get
as
about an
well,
hour and a
and
half of
cute.
N3 a night. But it's N3 that's the deepest stage, not REM. But since REM is the dream stage, the platypus
Bro,
still
look at
has
that
more advanced
platypus,
stage
bro.
DreamWorks than Shrek.
Just
Now, this next fact comes from
dreaming
deep
out
in
there.
my TikTok days.
Sleep,
Back when I
deep
wasn't
sleep,
so afraid
bro.
of guidelines. That blue whales
Let's go.
release 400 gallons worth of baby batter with only 10% of that.
Baby batter, nah.
And for the measurement impaired like
That's
myself,
their
400
poop.
gallons is like 10 bathtubs.
Nah, man, and you man go to
Except
the
400
ocean.
is more of a
Disgusting.
reach than a whale's piece. It's
Disgusting.
actually like 5 gallons per session. And again,
Jesus.
that's about one of these.
Fucking
Still,
hell.
most of the liquid daycare ends up getting offloaded back into the ocean. Makes
5
you wonder why
gallons
it's so
of-
salty. That's a joke,
you
by the
know.
way. It's sea foam. They're not actually playing in
foam,
free
yeah.
whale. Speaking of
Bro,
tainted water,
I
this
knew
next thing
crabs
is something
love
I
that,
got
you know.
wrong or even said, but something I showed. I saw this video of a manatee getting an assist from some guy and honestly didn't think much of it. Apparently the law doesn't agree, because not only is this illegal, it's hella illegal.
Damn.
You don't want to give manatees water for the same reason you don't feed wild animals. Eventually the water blimp could lose its fear of humans
Not
and
water
and end up
blimp.
getting turned into a speed bump. The Florida Manatee Act of '78 makes it illegal to do anything to a manatee, mean,
Okay.
obscene, and anything in between. And if you're offering this sign,
Bars.
you're honestly better off dead. As dead as the dog from this video. Or maybe not. So you probably remember this story I told of a polar bear petting a dog before turning it into Nemo's mom. But it wasn't actually the
Damn.
same dog that got turned into bear bait the way
Oh
I
my
said.
God.
What happened was this video went viral. So viral that the Canada CBC News got a hold of it. So much that they basically aired the guy out and said that officials had to relocate 3 polar bears from the same property a week before after one of the bears erased one of the dogs. Apparently owner Brian Ledoux had been feeding the ice bears along with his pack of Eskimo dogs, and according to him, the one night he didn't feed the Glacier Goons was the night one of the dogs went on a play date with
That
Old
makes
Yeller.
sense.
It was actually before this video, and it wasn't this dog or bear. I think the timeline's still not 100% clear. Also, the Ledoux guy passed away in 2018, so I guess we'll
Rip.
never really know for sure. And you know what? That's okay. It's okay to not know.
It is.
Science is constantly learning,
What
unlearning,
up?
and relearning things. As a
Yeet.
matter of fact, a lot of the things in
No
this video
yeet.
at one point were
Yeet.
seen as
No
100%
yeet.
fact. I guess the
Yeet.
moral of the story is, it doesn't matter how many followers I get. I'm
That's
not gonna
facts.
get everything right. I'm just not afraid to
Hey,
admit when I'm wrong.
respect,
Just like
bro.
Neil deGrasse
I
Tyson
respect.
said,
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing
It's
enough
Neil, bro.
about
You know
a
it's
subject
waffle.
to think
I'm
you're
kidding.
right,
I love
but
Neil.
not enough about the subject to know you're wrong.
what is blood waffling
What
about?
is blood
Alright, that's
waffling
gonna do
about?
it. Drink water, hug your parents, don't hug a manatee. Humanity
Don't hug a manatee, bro. Leave them alone.
Year, and I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
Let's go. Like bro said, just because he has 13 million followers, yeah. Shout out to him, by the way. Congratulations. He very deserved. He's amazing. Does not mean he's right all the time, nor should you take his word as gospel. That's what he's saying. He's like, hey man, I was wrong yesterday. I can be wrong today. I will be wrong tomorrow. That's life. And it's fine. As long as when you're wrong and you are corrected, you take accountability of your mistake. You're like, yeah man, next time I was wrong. I corrected it. We move on, man. So yeah, great video. One of my favorites he's ever done. Great stuff, man. And we learned as well. So yeah, man. Shout out to Casual Geographic. Bro's amazing. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. I hope you had a phenomenal weekend. My weekend was great. We had the Royal Rumble, which is a phenomenal show. We had the Chiefs winning the AFC title again, back to back. Beat Baltimore 17-10. Great show by Mahomes and Kelsey in the first half. In the second half, that defense was on point. And shout out to the Chiefs. We go again to the Super Bowl against the Niners. Man, cannot wait for February to come. But yeah, guys, thank you so much once again. I love each and every single one of you guys watching this video. But for now, don't forget how we end videos on the channel, bro. Come on, man. Keep God first as always. drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and we are back with another Casual Geographic video, man. And guys, thank you so much to all the new subscribers that are here. My name is Gonzii. I hope you guys stay for the long ride. And listen, if you're not subscribed yet, please do me a huge favor and subscribe to the channel already. It helps way more than you think. And like the video as well if you can. How raccoons almost got away with it. So, drink water.
A new study shows raccoons are evolving and trying their hardest to become our pets. Let me explain.
Now, how about I explain? Raccoons wear masks because they might have pulled the feline finesse on humanity. It's what you've probably heard from the news, with researchers saying that an overachieving trash panda might be the next animal to domesticate itself. So much that they're already getting cuter in the process.
They are.
Domestication doesn't just make animals more tolerant of people, it physically changes them too, with changes like floppy ears, curly tails, smaller teeth,
just
brains,
like
and shorter
wolves with
snout.
transition into
folks
dogs.
excited for the future of raccoons, and it's all because of this study. By combing through 19,000 raccoon portraits posted to iNaturalist, the study concluded that the urban raccoon snout size was shorter than their country cousins by 3.6%, possibly because shorter snouts with stronger bites are better at chewing through our trash, and that trash might be how this all started.
My God.
What people forget is domestication isn't just brute force by humanity. The animal has to make the first move, and with dogs, that move was early wolves scavenging off human leftovers, a habit that favored less fearful, less aggressive wolves. Without their love affair of our food, we wouldn't have dogs, and arguably no animal loves our trash more than a recycle ninja. The Shiesty cat is a survivalist on steroids who easily adjusted to life in the city, pivoting from foraging from 9 to 5 to dumpster dive, and leaving trees for chimneys. Raccoons have hands, free will, and the intellect to use both, which can lead to a sugar bandit hitting a lick on a donut shop and slipping away to do it again. That is, when they don't use the direct approach of just asking for it. Mind you, stealth eyes have great memory. She just made a regular for life. They'll take free rides from anywhere, literally. There's more than one case of ring-tailed commuters taking trains, like when a raccoon hopped on a Toronto GO train headed halfway down Ontario, or when another tried hopping on a subway in Spadina Station. Raccoons aren't just built for the city, they're forged by it, and all our efforts to slow them down might have just made them smarter. Toronto spent $31 million on raccoon-proof green garbage bins in 2016, designed specifically to keep the veiled vermin from your trash. The raccoons spent a couple days in false defeat, until a few were caught making the bins, the 30 mil, and the city of Toronto looked like a joke. Because nothing is truly raccoon-proof, and many believe that the harder people push to prove otherwise, the more they've accidentally buffed the brain of a bin
crazy smart,
broker.
you know.
In fact, many people have dubbed this excessively street-smart variant as the Uber raccoon. So it would seem that like death, taxes, and The Simpsons getting another season, raccoons are inevitable.
Simpsons,
but before you start fantasizing about naming a litter merchant Rocket, you should probably know, what exactly is a raccoon?
Listen, before we had Rocket, we had Sly Cooper, alright? I will not let Rocket take over Sly. Now, Rocket is cool, but he's not Sly Cooper. And if you haven't played Sly Cooper, the Sly Cooper games, go play it. Go. It's amazing. Go play it.
Let's take this ride one more time. With Order Carnivora, there's a team cat and a team dog. Team Cat Feliform has, well, cats, wildcats, hyenas, the mongoose mafia, and a bunch of mammal casserole nature made out of spare parts like the binturong and the fusa. Team Dog Caniformia has the canines, along with bears, pinnipeds, mustelid crash house like the honey badger, skunks, and of course, the raccoon. More specifically, the raccoon family is
They're so cute.
That family reunion has members that you may not have heard of before, like the ringtail, actual name, the kakamisle. Every time I see it, it feels like the first time. The kinkajou, aka the honey bear. But by far, my favorite raccoon cousin is not a moonwalking dinosaur. That's just what happens when you put coatis in reverse. If you've been to Mexico, you've definitely seen at least one coatimundi, if not coatimeni. And as someone who's been to Mexico, I can assure you that they'll steal your heart along with anything else left unsupervised. It's a habitual hog-nosed thief. And suddenly I'm okay with that. So obviously when it comes to raccoons, it's just genetic. They can't help themselves. But raccoons were the only ones that were able to leave the trenches and make money moves in the city. But how? How did raccoons finesse the infrastructure so well that you honestly forget they're not supposed to be there?
They just climb stuff.
Raccoons are smart. The question is, how smart? Yes. A literal Robin Hood isn't just street smart. They sit at a table with some of the brainiest animals in the world. In 1907, two psychologists tried to power scale the intelligence of the raccoon, and to do it, they used Edward Thorndike's puzzle box. In this method, the subject would have to engineer an escape by opening a series of latches to see not only how fast they could accidentally find the answer, but how quickly they could purposely do it again. They both did the same experiment separately, and both came to the conclusion that not only did a bushy-tailed urbanite clear cats and dogs, the raccoon's performance put them right under monkeys. Raccoons are also one of the few animals that passed Aesop's test. In another experiment, 2 out of 8 raccoons were able to figure out that they could reach a marshmallow in a tube with water by dropping stones to raise the level high enough. A third one said, and just sat on the tube and rocked back and forth until it tipped over and the water and marshmallow spilled out. Something a team of PhD students did not see coming. It was never a secret raccoons are cognitively capable. Once upon a time in the 20th century, there was a push to use raccoons as lab animals for neuroscientists and psychologists, but that idea lost steam due to the procedural issues of raccoons breaking out of cages and escaping through vents. Basically, it got to the point where you couldn't tell who was studying who. A deliberate disciplinary choice in the history of bullshit. They got embarrassed by a dumpster puppy and refused to run it back. Honestly, raccoon intelligence comes down to 2 things. One is memory. Raccoons can remember solutions to problems they solved years ago and will just build on that knowledge. A different experiment involved 22 rats, 2 dogs, 4 raccoons, and 5 human children. And this time, they faced 3 light bulbs, one of which would briefly turn on, and the subject would have to identify which one after a delay. At first, the raccoons didn't do too hot. They could pick the right light bulb after a 25-second delay, but the dogs could handle 5 minutes. But what was quickly realized was both the dogs and the rats could only remember which bulb if and only if they were facing the bulbs the entire time. As soon as they moved around and lost visual, they lost the challenge. But raccoons could pick the right light even after spending the delay moving around and being distracted. The only other subjects that could do this were the children. Memory is important, but the second pillar of procyonid prowess is curiosity. It might have killed the cat, but La Poubelle Panda has been living off that. In my opinion, other than crows, raccoons are the perfect city animal, and curiosity is one reason why. They're neophiles, meaning their first response to something they've never seen before is to figure it out. That's how they turn what Toronto media flex as the marvel of ergonomic design into a 7-figure waste of everyone's time. It's almost impossible to make something raccoon.
That's crazy.
There's an
They invested 31 million and took the raccoons like 3 days to figure it out. Wow. Way to throw money down the garbage disposal,
settling
bro.
overlap between the smartest raccoon
just
and
give
the
it to your
dumbest
boy,
human.
you know?
It doesn't help that a
Just
rubbish
do it.
warrior has hands. Fun fact, the animal called wash bear doesn't wash food. They actually wet their paws to enhance the nerves on their fingers, meaning raccoons can see what they're eating with their hands. Speaking of food, it helps that raccoons are omnivores that'll mooch off you, your dog, your cat. They'll food tax your entire family and hit the goofiest animation after. They'll try anything
they are
once,
goofy looking.
even if it means waking up face down in a liquor store. But what raccoons really eat off of is
wasted.
privilege. Despite being much less of a disease risk, opossums don't get a fraction of the PR. And people who hate on coyotes but give raccoons a pass must not have the experience of waking up to a dismembered, disemboweled cat. In fact, intelligence in a face mask often makes you forget they're a predator tough enough to maul your family pet. And in the city, very few things can return the favor, as urban raccoons have almost no predators. Except for maybe an otter. Not like I think otters actually eat them, but to be fair, this does look very predatory.
Bro, this video, I saw this a couple of months ago. It's so terrifying. The bro that's recording, he's just walking down the street and he hears this raccoon crying. He leans under the thing, he looks at it, and this otter, bro.
Other than Lila showing
yamming
where everybody floats, raccoons are in that sweet spot where many of the things that would normally eat them are too big to really follow them into the city. Or at least if they do, they get all the smoke from humanity. Basically with raccoons, they're bigger than the cute animals, cuter than the big animals. But the last piece is their psychology. Experiments show that the quieter, more docile raccoons were craftier and much better at solving puzzles than the aggressives. Ironically, bolder raccoons were less likely to take the time to see how a device works. Meaning, not only are calm raccoons superior students and problem solvers, but calmness is the trait that animals need to survive constantly being around humans. It's also the first step to domestication.
It is.
Which brings us back to the question, are raccoons actually being domesticated? It's complicated. Remember that it was wolves valuing our leftovers so much that they created selective pressure that favored less fearful, more people-tolerant wolves. And after several generations of these docile wolves breeding, you eventually got the breeding blocks that would lead to Shih Tzus, Pekingese, and someone's arthritic, crusty-eyed, semi-bigoted Q-tip. You know, there was a period where every single girl I talked to had one of these, and they did not like me. But a lot of people say that the mass marauder is at the starting line of the same process, and that the snout study only proves it. Just one problem though, that study is very sus.
The amount of poo you have to clean after that.
They used images that were uploaded by random people to iNaturalist, meaning I could have snapped a raccoon and thrown a pic up there and it might have ended up in the study. And then to avoid, I guess, duplicates, they limited the image contribution to 1 picture per person, which cut the picture pool from over 100,000 to just under 20,000. But they also had no way of knowing multiple people didn't just clock the same raccoon.
Yeah,
and then out of the 19,495 pictures, they cut it down to 249, 38 rural raccoons, and 211 urban. I'm guessing they filtered out for the best quality images to measure, but I feel like you can't mess with the numbers that much without severely kneecapping your study, especially since they say they pulled pictures from 2000 to 2024, but only used the last 4 years due to a low number of rural data points. Basically, they're saying in 20 years they couldn't find enough country raccoons. That's a, I don't know. Look, I'm not even gonna pretend like I'm the best at reading these studies or making sense of the numbers, so I'm actually gonna link this creator's video. She's an actual raccoon biologist. She's the only US citizen allowed to study the pygmy raccoon, and the creator of DashCon, which was some lore I was not expecting. But honestly, I'm not as worried about the numbers as I am the fact that the same study even admitted that raccoon snouts can be influenced by the climate, with them getting shorter as it gets warmer. And remember, I said domestication syndrome can come with shorter snouts, but also floppy ears, curly tails, etc. So they took one trait that arguably could be caused by the climate, and oh, I also forgot the way they did it. Some of the rural raccoons were actually living in urban areas. Again, I'm gonna plug Nessie's video. I feel like she did a much better job at dissecting this study than me, but the more I looked at it, the more it looked like an undergrad statistics project than an actual raccoon study. Which it actually might be. Now let's get to the real reason I'm making this video. I know I just pissed off a whole bunch of people by killing their raccoon reveille, but the thing is, I'm not saying raccoons aren't domesticating themselves. I'm also not saying they are. Let me explain. Domestication is a multi-generational, DNA-altering process that ends with an animal that kind of needs us to
surely
survive.
they are
They
closer
can't live
than
in the
other
wild,
animals.
or at least
sure,
they're not
though.
supposed to. Habituation happens on an individual
That was
level.
not
Where
English,
the animal's
but
still
we
wild,
continue.
their kids are going to be wild, but they've adopted changes in behavior to take advantage of being around people. When the early wolves became less afraid of people and more comfortable cleaning our plates, that was habituation. And habituation is what you see with a lot of these raccoons getting bolder around people, but they're not trying to become our pets. They're just trying to eat. Does that make sense? Like, you could argue habituation is the first step of domestication, but it doesn't guarantee domestication. A shot of jungle juice could be the first step to becoming an alcoholic, but one shot does not an alcoholic
That
make.
episode
You
is
can drink
great.
it without ending up in an AA meeting. And even if raccoons are on the road to domestication, you, me, our kids' kids, and even the spawn after that won't be alive to see it. And by that logic,
gonna take a
raccoons
while,
wouldn't
for
be
sure.
the only ones. Plenty of animals have habituated to humans. Foxes in London have done infinitely better in cities than in the country, and some researchers even say that their snouts are also getting smaller, as rooting through trash has selected for shorter snouts with stronger bites to break through packages and bones. And black bears in places like Aspen, Colorado will regularly commute from the woods into the city to scavenge trash at night, and they've also gotten really bold about it, even breaking into houses and raiding fridges. Elephants in
crazy.
Thailand have habituated to
my
the point
God.
of running things like the mafia. You got elephants stopping trucks
Yeah,
on the road
bro.
just to steal their
True.
sugarcane. But by far the best, or I guess worst example, is baboons in South Africa being so used to humans meaning an easy meal, now they expect it and will violently run your pockets.
Yep.
But no one's saying baboons, elephants, or especially bears are being domesticated, and black bears are just obese raccoons. I mean, some will claim that for foxes, but even if they are, nobody you know or will know will be alive to see it. And as cities continue to spread, a
people
lot of
have pet
animals will have to
foxes.
adapt or die.
I guess
And
people have pet
credit,
raccoons,
raccoons
too.
adapted the hell out of their circumstances. Raccoons hack the city game and there's nothing you can do to stop them. Toronto is considered the raccoon capital of the world, with
Bro,
up
that's
to
a huge
100,000 black-eyed bandits free
What was
roaming,
the
which would
bedrock
technically
of baby
make them
raccoon?
the largest minority group in Toronto. And if the $30 million dud wasn't proof, these sticky-fingered city slickers are testing humanity in ways few other urbanites could. But at least raccoons make sense in North America. Somehow they've taken their act international to Germany. In 1934, raccoon fur farms were booming, and a local forestry chief released 2 pairs of wash bears to enrich the environment. The result was the raccoon population blew up, And not just them, because years later, a bomb obliterated a farm near Berlin, allowing 30 raccoons to escape, and today, there's an estimated 1 million rogues roaming the country. 1940s Germany yet still did not see that coming. But the most outrageous origin story is how they ended up in Japan. You see, after the 1977 Rascal the Raccoon anime, raccoons became all the rage. So much that Japan was importing over 1,000 a year to satisfy the demand for pets. And thanks to raccoons being some of the worst pets you can have, if they weren't released into the streets by owners, they escaped and invaded the cities anyway. If they could have just taken the time to finish the anime, they probably would have gained the insight that could have avoided all of this. Instead, Japan has been at war with an unknown number of raccoons, who aren't just costing millions of dollars in damage a year, they've done an absolute number on the already endangered Japanese salamander, while also severely outcompeting the very ironic looking raccoon dog. They can't keep getting away with this. But it's not all good for the raccoon. Habituation can be a problem for them too. As funny as a raccoon breaking into a liquor store and getting faded off the moonshine is, there are some unexpected consequences to them eating the same food as us. Like, did you know raccoons can get diabetes? Researchers looked into the runes in Ontario, and they found that the city variety had a blood glucose level more than double those in the country. Mom, I'm sorry, I know you don't like me cursing, but I cannot stress how badly you f***ed them over by feeding them. A masked up chonk is real cute until you realize they're having the same issues with obesity, diabetes, and other health problems.
It's sad.
And remember, Toronto already blew an NBA player's salary trying to stop them. Not to mention the very real issue that raccoons go the way of baboons, where they not only lose all fear and respect for humans, but start getting violent about it too. Because I say it all the time, you could probably finish the phrase for me, but the worst thing an animal can do is what? Lose its fear of humans. Because while the original raccoon might seem far from extinction, there's another raccoon on the brink that you may not have even heard of. Because there's actually 3 species of raccoon. You got the famous common raccoon, but also the crab-eating, or South American, because they don't even eat that much crab, but also the Cozumel, or pygmy raccoon. You remember how I said Nessie's the only US citizen that's authorized to study them? Well, she's seen firsthand what habituation, especially tourism, has done to them. Like, while I was sitting home working on this video, she had to deal with a couple Cozumels that died due to habituation, likely due to the malnutrition of eating tourist trash. It's sad that there's only a couple hundred of these walking travel-sized trench coats left, with, other than habitat loss, parasites and disease being some of the main reasons why. Reasons that definitely are not helped by being fed junk by tourists. But probably the biggest problem is that most people don't even know they exist. Like, if you look up Mexican raccoon, Google will probably acknowledge the coati before the Cozumel. And it's getting to the point where if we don't lock in like now, the whole Cozumel raccoon community is gonna get canceled. That would really suck, because I literally just found out about them last year. So to make a long story short, raccoons aren't domesticating themselves. And if they are, it's no more than baboons, bears, or foxes. And if they are, it'll be many, many, many generations before anyone sees it. And honestly, I don't think the scientists reporting on it were trying to be misleading, because again, it technically could be domestication, but I feel like news outlets saw domestication and kind of ran with it. And then people saw that news and immediately started thinking they'll have raccoons in pet stores in their lifetime, and that's not the case. And you don't want it to be. I'm not kidding when I say a raccoon as a pet will have you hating the species, your life, and everything about it. Imagine an adorable but incompetent contractor that does awful work and then demands food after. That, and they're liable to mangle your cat. Also, it's not good for the raccoons either. I can show you a graveyard full of raccoons that started as pets. And hot take, all exotic pets are bad. Okay, but I feel like opossums as an option are way more chill. Like, who's ever been punked by a possum? And skunks are a low-key sleeper pick. Like, I'm not kidding. They might get a video
Skunks
next.
apparently are
instead
great
of obsessing over
pets.
bringing raccoons into our house, we should probably try to save them while they're still out. And that's gonna do it for this video. Shout out to Nessie for helping me with this video while fighting the good fight. She's currently in an undisclosed location in Cozumel trying to save the pygmy population. I'm gonna put all her stuff in the description. Also, shout out to Newsflare. A lot of the clips used in this video were licensed through them. So yeah, definitely recommend for finding clips for your projects. Also, I just want to say, I'm not an expert in this. Like, don't think of me as a teacher, more like a student sharing his work with the class. And if you disagree with me, I have no problem with healthy discourse in my comments. In fact, I actively encourage it. Just don't be like weird about it.
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean. Drink water, hug your mother. Stop feeding. Is this on? Hold on, let me just. Please stop feeding raccoons. They don't need the help, and your help's not helping. Tell a friend about the Cozumel. They really need the PR. Say what's up to your pops, and I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
So there you have it, guys. That was another banger by Gonzii Geographic. And bro's right. Don't feed wild animals. Don't do that. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. If you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, all glory to Jesus Christ. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.
You crawl out the smoke, call me by my own name, play back every scene, every loss, every close shame. You remember that night, You reminded it is so frame. Try to stain where you are, but that stain don't hold same. You circle my mind like a vulture on cold prey.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and yes, friction burn, just ignore it, it's almost going away, which is great. But today we are going to be reacting to a brand new Casual Geographic video, man. This time called Every Bear and His Chance of Retiring You from Life. So without further ado, let's react to this thing, man. Let's
It's
go.
scientifically proven that one of the best ways to see how a guy's mind works, to really see what type of person you're dealing with, ask one question. What's the biggest animal you can beat in a fight? You ask that and you'll learn a whole lot in a short time. And in 2021, British firm YouGov did a survey. There's a lot to unpack here, but mostly the 6% of Americans that think they could handle a grizzly without getting their existence abolished.
People think they can beat an elephant in a fight. Are they dumb?
And that's how long it would take.
Yep.
Bears are inevitable enough to be one of the few animals I have a one-shot rule against. As in, if they're coming at me full force and I have one shot in the chamber, I'm using it to self-medicate my exit off the mortal coil. I might not survive a hippo attack, but I'm for sure not surviving my reaction to one. I'll same-day ship myself to the Lord's door before I let a chimp handle me, and I'll self-subtract with the quickness before a bear makes me part of its business. Bears are the most conceptually inconsiderate creatures in nature. Basically a giant unhinged dog with every possible attribute maxed. Think about it. Nature dropped an apex all-terrain CrossFit predator that can out everything and just let the rest of the population deal with it. But what's the most dangerous bear actually? Well, today we're going to be talking about every breed of bear and its chances of putting you on a shirt. Each bear will get a Merc rating, Merc standing for might eviscerate, ravage, or just cancel you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely the K word that was supposed to be.
It is.
And as always, each rating will be in my very biased opinion. But yeah, call me Joe Rogan or a grinder gladiator. Either way, we are going down the bear hole. Starting with the sun bear, named after the thing he spent way too long looking at.
They look weird, you know. They do look weird.
And yes, they're built like they barely qualify to be here. He looks like a bear with crippling social anxiety that got told to act natural. They were recently involved in a controversy in China. The controversy was nobody believed that wasn't a man in costume. To be fair, they're easily the least coated Ursus out there. They're the smallest in the world at no heavier than $140. And be honest, how long would it take for you to guess that foot was attached to a grizzly's cousin? Those bare feet help them climb trees, and some bears are the most tree climbing of them all. But how dangerous is this identity crisis? Well, they're shy, reclusive, and mostly eat fruits and plants. They're also trigger happy, nearly blind, and they share real estate with tigers.
Yeah.
Sun bears are known to attack people when caught off guard, and their poor eyesight means they can easily get jump scared by humans. They also have one of the strongest bite forces relative to body size of any bear, but probably only because they use teeth to rip tree bark. There was even one case where a sun bear tiger showdown ended up with both of them becoming past tense. So what could they do to a human? Well, from 2000 to 2010, there were 33 sun bear attacks on humans, with the most common injuries being facial. But all the attacks were accidental encounters where the sun bears would probably argue self-defense. And to my knowledge, there are no recorded cases of a sun bear killing a person. So with no body count and being the smallest, but also being neurotic enough to be a threat, I'll give the sun bear a Merc rating of 5. Next you have the Andean, also known as the spectacled bear. For obvious reasons.
I've never seen this one.
He's the biggest land predator in that part of South America. Only technically, because only 5% of Four Eyes' diet is meat. Like the sun bear, they're only really a jihad to fruits and plants. Also like the sun bear, the walking spectacle is very tree climbing, and they'll even build their version of a tree house to sleep in. To be fair, you don't really have a choice when your hall monitor's a jaguar. But don't think Buddy's sweet because he got glasses. They've been known to take out llamas, cows, and even tapirs twice their size. But how dangerous are they to people? Well, in 2004, an Andean bear escaped from a Berlin zoo and made a beeline for the children's area. What followed was one of the most gruesome displays ever caught on camera. Viewer discretion is advised.
Wow.
Apparently,
decided to attack a bicycle.
One human body on his record, and technically it was a hunter who shot the bear out of a tree only for the bear to land on him. I'm sorry, but if you fail physics that hard, you deserve to get packed up by Paddington. And yes, Paddington was indeed a spectacle. Spectacles are also the closest living relative of, the short-faced bear. Oh, the duality. But considering the only casualty was more to slapstick than a homicidal bear, I give the spectacled beast a Merc rating of 2. And now we're at the panda portion, which might confuse some since there's a genuine corner of the internet that'll tell you that pandas aren't actually bears. They'll sooner believe China has an obese biracial gerbil waddling around. To be fair, being a bear but identifying as a bamboo processing plant is a questionable life choice. One, bamboo is so protein packed that Ursus Oreo actually ends up getting just as much as wolves and feral cats. And two, binging bamboo all day means pandas actually have one of the strongest bite forces of any land mammal. Wild pandas usually avoid people, and there's currently no record of a plus-size eyeshadow cotton ball killing a human. But pandas will 100% lash out if they think you deserve it, often with life-altering consequences.
I've seen that
Nobody
image on a
demonstrated
video
panda
of
potential
Geographic.
more
It's on the
than straight
channel.
at the Beijing Zoo,
Damn,
a young
bro.
panda named Gugu. In 2006, a drunk dude climbed into the enclosure to give Gugu a hug, and Gugu gave him an attitude adjustment with his teeth. After several minutes of biting each other, yes, Drunky bit the bear. They were eventually separated with a fire hose. In 2007, a teenager tried Gugu and got chunks ripped out of his legs to the point where bones were showing. And in 2009, a father climbed over a barrier to retrieve a toy his son dropped. His reward was his leg caught in Gugu's vice grip jaws that keepers literally had to pry open. I really think if pandas didn't wear the makeup, y'all would not be trying them like this. The worst part about getting mauled by something so goofy is it probably takes a long time for bystanders to realize you're in trouble. They're the epitome of, I'm not a killer, but don't push me, and for that, they get a Merc rating of 4, because really, if you get flatlined by a panda, you probably deserved it. Now we got the black bear, aka the fight back part of the rhyme, which is kinda true. Black bears are more likely to run away than run a fade, and after seeing them climb trees, thank the natural order for that. Although they probably only learned that from dealing with another bear down the list. Black bears are high-key champion generalists. They're smart enough and adaptable enough to
number
live
one
almost
has to be
anywhere in
the
America.
polar bear.
Also, they're not always black, but that's besides the point.
They
Moonlighting as a giant
murk
raccoon means they run into
everything
people
that
more
is
than
a
the average bear,
pulse.
and if you look at the numbers, they might not be as harmless as the nursery rhyme suggests. Since 1784, there have been 66 times where a black bear and a human resulted in one less human. Pretty low, but there's more. There's just under 12 black bear conflicts a year. 52% are typically defensive, 33% were food motivated, and 15% were predatory. That number's interesting because that's actually higher than what you would see in brown bears. Folks now believe there's a slow but very real rise in predatory male black bears murking people. In fact, the first ever fatal black bear attack in California just happened last month. Male blacks, but black bears that is, they have a wider range, which means a desperate down bad male is more likely to try his luck on hikers. The last stat I have is 88% of black bear assisted census subtractions were predatory, and 92% of those predatory pastimes were done by males. But when I say slow rise, we are still talking about one person getting clapped a year. Also, apparently none of those casualties carried pepper spray, so if you do that, hike in groups and put food and garbage away, you probably won't get cooked by Smokey. In fact, the majority of black bear encounters end like a Mormon liaison where neither side gets touched. So, they're flight over fight and statistically harmless. But they live in close proximity with people and are technically more likely to see you as free pizza than grizzlies. So I'll give them a 6.5.
Okay.
6, final answer. Not unlike their Asian cousins, and disclaimer, we're getting into the legitimately dangerous territory. The Asiatic black bear, also called the moon bear, is the first honest threat to human way of life. They're way more on sight than American black bears, and for that matter, even Eurasian brown bears. To be fair, neither of them have to deal with a certain big cat. Like most bears, they're most dangerous when people run into them and the bear feels cornered, and for that reason, attacks are on the rise. From April 2023 to just November, 212 people caught the wrong end of Asiatic aggression from a black bear. 6 died, and food scarcity means those numbers are probably going up. In fact, that's why they're a problem in Japan. You see, in Japan, there's a shift with young people leaving the countryside to go make bread in the big city, and food-feeding bears moving into the now less crowded human neighborhoods. Now, it's never been easier to find problems with an Asian bear, and from 2000 to 2020, 2,357 black bear attacks have been recorded. 42.4% suffered severe injury, 1.2% ended up with permanent disability, and 4.8% lost the ability to exist. They're dead. And over 20% of those attacks happened in August, i.e. right around the time they're getting ready to hibernate. There was even a case earlier this year where a man had to negotiate his arm with a Swiss knife after the Asian variety refused to let him go. Since this is the first bear that is a somewhat regular threat to people, I'm gonna give the Asiatic black bear a 7.5. Although with the whole bear bile farming thing, we probably had it coming. And now we get to my honest inspiration for this video. The brown bear. But grizzly, first I'm gonna clear something up. The grizzly bear is a subspecies of the brown bear, kind of like how the Arctic wolf is an offshoot of the gray guy. The grizzly is basically a landlocked brown bear. They're further inland, and their grocery list is a lot shorter, which is why, even though they're the most famous, grizzlies aren't even the biggest bears brown and around. They're smaller than the The Kamchatka bear dwarfs grizzlies, mostly because of the fresh supply of salmon they get from shacking up on the Kamchatka Peninsula, which actually has the highest density of brown bears on the planet. There's like 20,000 of them there. And of course, What y'all know about the Kodiak bear? Named after the Kodiak Islands, nature was forced to vault in on.
yeah.
They can outweigh a grizzly by almost
The Kodiak
500
bears are
pounds. That's
massive,
purely off
bro.
of pescatarian. That is a whole mountain of a bear. Grizzly bears are smaller, but the higher competition and being gate-kept from coastal calories makes them that much more aggressive. Which makes them, and I don't like to curse that much, my mom watches me, but that is a fucking problem. They're like a predatory Thanos. Your demise is inevitable if they greenlight it. They have jaws that can crush a bowling ball. Pause that mean. You're a high five away from balling like Emmanuel Hansel. I've seen them punk entire wolf packs out of food, and they might be the only thing alive that can choke slam a moose. There's only one video that truly encapsulates how fornicated you are if a grizzly chases you. Well, other than this. Here you have a grizzly running, and way, wow, we're still going. Oh, right there. That's the caribou he's after. Keep in mind, this is the 30-second mark of the video. About 4 minutes was all it took for the seed of sanity to get packed up like a Christmas present and turned into part of the past. But how dangerous are brown bears actually? Since 1784, there have been only 82 fatal brown bear conflicts in North America. Yellowstone surprisingly only has 8. From 2000 to 2015, there were a recorded 664 brown bear attacks around the world, with 95 flatlines. Of these attacks, 17% involved someone with a dog, 10% were after a bear got shot or trapped, aka the person had it coming, 20% were sudden encounters, and an overwhelming 47% involved a female with a cub, proving that the only thing more dangerous than the bear,
boom, a child. No.
But really, numbers say there's only 11 brown bear attacks in North America a year, 40 if we're talking worldwide. In fact, the chances of getting murked by a brown bear in Yellowstone are 1 in 2.1 million. I do think bears suffer a lot from shark syndrome, where the attacks might not happen often, but when they do, they're usually graphic enough to go international. At the same time, the worst case scenario scares me more than death itself, so brown bears, specifically grizzly bears, get a Merc rating of 8. Make that an 8.5.
Bro.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
Bear is a great example of something I always say.
Bears, when they catch you, they don't bother killing you. They'll put a paw on your chest or your back, and they just start ripping chunks, bro.
Most of his life as prey.
Like
Sloth
that.
bears got
They don't
tiger
care.
trauma
They
in
give a
their
shit.
bloodline. They also get plenty of smoke from
Sloth
leopards, problems from dole packs, and somehow the same elephants and rhinos that are chill-ish around tigers have zero tolerance for the Baloos of the world. Add it all up, you get a floppy-faced termite eater that's also one of the most violently aggressive animals on the planet. You basically have a giant honey badger with attitude and all the tools to follow through. It's prey trauma with predatory hardware. They don't really know how to kill, they just inflict as much pain as physically possible. That's why many sloth bear victims end up with their faces torn off, since that's their go-to move against tigers. A trauma bear with chimpanzee tendencies means they get a Merc rating of 9. There's no good record of sloth bear attacks on people, but it's the fact that they live on top of and kill more people than other bears that outnumber them.
True.
This is technically the most dangerous bear per capita. And it's the one named after a sloth. In fact, one sloth bear was called the man-eater of Mysore after he killed 12 people and severely mauled another 24. In his defense, something like that's pretty rare, and it's believed the bear was injured by people first and then went on a rampage. Not like the last bear, which is one of the few animals to see humans as prey.
It's a polar bear.
I'm gonna kill the suspense right now. The polar bear is a 10.
It
1870 to 2014,
There's no other rating.
20 people have been killed by polar bears.
This
73
animal sees nothing but meat and blood, bro. They don't have compassion, they don't have anything. They have the drive to survive. That's it.
In this study, 20% of all polar bear attacks happened in less than 3% of the time, and that less than 3% was in the last 4 years. The polar bear is the only bear that classifies as a hyper carnivore, and they'll try anything from walruses to reindeer,
everything
and
that
even
moves.
body a beluga whale. As you know, polar bears are one of the rare animals that'll actively hunt people. It's true what they say. If you see a polar bear in the wild, your expiration date's already stamped. They can smell a seal from almost 20 miles away, so you know when ice bear
they can smell a seal from 3 feet of ice.
Threat in Churchill, Manitoba, it's common courtesy to leave car doors unlocked in case someone needs a 4-wheeled panic room from a polar bear. The same place, by the way, that has the Churchill Polar Bear Detention Center. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It's an air-conditioned temporary holding cell for polar bears that get way too comfortable around people. No other bear is more of a certified homicide once you make eye contact. But they wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for receding sea ice basically stranding a marine mammal on land. And like with black bears, it's a starving, desperate rogue males that are most likely to turn a human into a hashtag. And that's kind of the thing, every bear on this list would easily put humans at a 10. Like I said, Asiatic black bears are the most common victims of bear bile farms. Sloth bears are often kept as dancing tourist traps, which involves brutal maimings and shoving a rope through their nose. Literally, through it.
Damn.
And despite the memes, humanity has done more to pandas than for them. Also, there's the fact that most bears want nothing to do with you. Literally, one of the best ways to avoid a bear is to actually make noise to give the bear a chance to avoid you. Most bear brutalities come from a bear getting jump scared and making a decision. Also, there's bear spray, but bear spray is a lot like a seatbelt. You don't get into a car expecting to do a barrel roll down I-80, but the same way the seatbelt makes the worst case better, so does bear spray. In fact, you'll probably never use it. Moral of the story? Yeah, honestly, the bear wouldn't even choose us. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this video.
Yeah,
if you rock with the merc rating thing, I actually have an entire book on the concept. 100 animals that can
Hey, go support the homie, man.
Each animal has a rating based on my personal bias.
There you have it, guys. That was the bear world and which odds you have against them. Listen, bears are amazing. They are one of the most incredible creatures we have on this planet. They are majestic, they are powerful, they just look cool. Leave them alone. That's the main thing. Just leave them alone, leave them be, let them exist in their own peace and in their own world. Thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed this as much as I did. Thank you for all the support. You guys are amazing, and I hope you had a phenomenal weekend. But for now, as always, before you go, don't forget our views on the channel, bro. Come on, man. Keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye! Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic banger, this time called Yeah, I Can Explain. I have no clue what this is about. So we're gonna find out together. So without further ado, let's get it, man. Let's react to this. You guys know how much I love Casual Geographic. Homie is the GOAT. So yeah, let's go. Oh yeah, I've seen these videos, bro. Clearly fake.
The video's fake, but what's real is the hate I have for y'all for making me watch this so many times. As you can tell from the soul-sapped eyes, those fish are dead and probably being controlled by whoever's recording like a sick corpse puppet. Fish don't move like that, and they sure as hell don't bury themselves in the sand outside the water, so they're clearly being manipulated by somebody just outside the camera shot. And after being inside the rotting carcass of two fish, even if that eel was alive, I promise you he'd be dead in all the ways that matter. Also, the guy that posted that video on YouTube also made this, and if you think the satanic fish orgy is real, then I have some beachside property I would love to sell to you. So yeah, the video's fake, everything in it's dead, including me, because witnessing this demonic deep throat killed a part of me that was hanging by a thread for many years. Long story short, clout makes people do unspeakable things, and orchestrating a dead fish hentai scene in the very much 4K is one of them. Now I'm gonna go take out my contacts for the rest of the week because I've seen more than enough.
But why do beavers build it?
So beavers are like a happy meal of bears, cougars, and wolves, so they build lodges to keep from getting eaten. Beavers build dams to block water flow to create ponds. Despite what you might think, beavers don't live in the actual dam. Instead, they build lodges in the middle of the pond and chill there. The lodges have an underwater entrance, but the den is above water.
That makes sense.
So if a beaver ever gets pressed by like a wolverine or something, having waterside real estate means they can always escape home easily. Also, the beaver lodge is self-heating and keeps the family warm during the winter. And because beavers have been doing this for like 8 million years, now they just do it out of habit. In some places, beavers will build protective bunkers even when there's no predators like bears around. Beavers have such an urge to build dams that just the sound of running water triggers them, and they use it as a cue to make repairs on the dam and the lodge. No, I'm like, seriously, if you record the sound of running water and then play it on a speaker for a family of beavers, you make them want to build. One scientist actually played the sound of running water on a loudspeaker, and the beavers instinctively started building a dam over the speaker. Don't let my lack of emotion fool you. It's the cutest thing I've ever heard. This is how wolves and ravens are slowly becoming best friends. Ravens in Yellowstone will call out to wolves when they find food and then lead the wolf pack to a free meal. In exchange, the ravens take the leftovers the wolves leave behind. There can be up to 100 ravens waiting for their turn after the wolves. The wolves tear the carcass to shreds and make it easier for the ravens to take their share. But it turns out the ravens are actually starting to form relationships with the wolves, especially the pups. Ravens were seen grabbing sticks and playing tug-of-war with the young pups, and even snapping at their tails to get the pups to playfully chase them. And most of the time, the wolves play along. Ravens are smart enough to remember a face after 5 years, which is why scientists believe that specific ravens have started bonding with individual wolves in the pack. So not only have wolves and ravens realized that they're better off with each other, they've even started forming emotional attachments, which means there's a chance that if you take food out of the equation, they'd still want to be around each other. I swear there's a Disney movie in here somewhere. So after thousands of years of living around each other, wolves and ravens have learned to tolerate, benefit from, and eventually trust each other. You absolutely love to see it. Arctic fox facts that you definitely need in your life. They actually change colors based on the season. They're Caucasian canines during the winter to help them hide. But come summer, they code switch to brown and gray. When the days get longer, it causes hormonal changes, which causes the color change. Since they live in an air-conditioned hell, the ice fox will use its tail as a blanket to stay warm. Also, being white helps keep them from freezing to death. White fur is hollow, which traps more heat and saves them from becoming a furry popsicle. Since they have the warmest coat in the Arctic, they can survive temperatures as low as negative 60 degrees Fahrenheit. For reference, at negative 18, your exposed skin would freeze in less than 15 minutes. They're basically snow chihuahuas. They are that small. Most of them don't weigh more than 10 pounds, and their tail is a third of their size. Despite their size, they're born with the audacity to steal from, no exaggeration, the biggest predator on the planet.
They just steal from polar bears.
Tiny foxes will steal food from polar bears, even though the ice bears can easily turn them into a chalk outline with zero hesitation. Bro. Sometimes when foxes get really down bad, they'll eat polar bear poop to survive. Since the Arctic fox lives in a refrigerated graveyard, they'll hide emergency food supplies in a bunch of underground pantries. One fox was caught with a snack stash of 38 birds, 4 rabbits, and about a dozen eggs. They mate for life, and they're usually monogamous, meaning they only have one partner. They live in Satan's cooler and still find love, yet here you are watching this video alone in bed. Now that's tough. But when there's more food...
Bro, come on, my boy, don't expose me like that. Yeah, but he's kind of right. Not kinda, he is right. He is right.
One partner. They live in Satan's cooler and still find love, yet here you are watching this video alone in bed. Now that's tough. But when there's more food in an area, the fox couple will start to sleep around because, like Chris Rock said, you're only as faithful as your options. For future relationship reasons, that was a joke. There's an animal related to a squirrel that can get you murked by a lion. This is an African crested porcupine. As a rodent, it pulls up to the same reunion as capybara, beavers, and rats. And there's about 30,000 reasons why you don't want no smoke with them. Because when threatened, the porcupine will turn around, run backwards, and then shank you with the quills growing out of its back. If one of the quills gets in your skin, it'll swell up and push deeper until it hits vital organs or arteries. And at that point, you can go ahead and pick what shoes you want in your casket. But don't worry, that's not the worst thing about them. Because these spiked gerbils will run fades with lions and win. A porcupine can cripple a full-grown lion to the point where it can't hunt anymore. It's like the lion version of tearing your ACL, just out for the season. So if a lion gets put on a stretcher by a porcupine and can't hunt anymore, they'll get so desperate that they'll start hunting the animal that lives in your mirror. In 1965, one lion hashtagged so many people that it was called the man-eater of Darajani. But there was a reason this lion chose homicide. The lion had gotten so injured by a porcupine that his only option was to hunt and eat humans. Moral of this video, this blade beaver is such a menace that it can get you body bagged by a lion. That is a scientifically accurate sentence, and it really shouldn't be. So like, you know hedgehogs and porcupines aren't related, right? Porcupines are rodents, meaning they're cousins with beavers, capybaras, squirrels, and rats. You can tell because they all have the same pair of Timmy Turners. Hedgehogs actually aren't rodents. They're part of a family called... Oh, me. Hedgehogs are part of the family Erinaceidae, and their closest cousin is this guy you've probably never heard of called a gymnor. Also called a moonrat. But with a face like that, nobody really calls him. And both hedgehogs and gymnors are closely related to moles and true shrews. Then you have the echidna, who isn't related to porcupines or hedgehogs. Instead, it's a monotreme, which means Knuckles pulls up to the same family reunion as Perry. And the reason all three look so similar without being related is because this weird thing called convergent evolution. Basically, like you and your boys come up with the same answer to a test and a teacher accuses you of cheating, but each of you came up with it on your own. The spiny duck, the fur cactus, and the blade beaver all came up with similar answers to the test of life. The more you know. Stealing one of the king's sheep was punishable by death penalty according to an old English law in Wales, but the punishment for having with one was only 10 years. So in order to avoid the death penalty and just take the 10 years, if a thief was ever caught in the act of stealing a sheep, they would just pull their pants down and say they weren't stealing it, but trying to steal their innocence. And apparently one of the lines a guy caught in the act used was, "I'm not a thief, I'm just a pervert." And it actually worked. They were able to Eurostep the death penalty, but they had to live a life with a reputation of being a sheep stuffer. Yeah, that story's not true, like, at all. Like, it's 100% cap, but it's one of the foulest fake stories I've ever read, so I just wanted to talk about it. Also, some guy in Wales called a police officer a sheep fucker and got arrested, so yeah, kind of a soft spot. You know, one of the most messed up things nature ever did was cock block an innocent whale for no reason at all. So the story goes, in 1989, the US Navy picked up on a weird sound vibrating throughout the Pacific Ocean. Definitely wasn't a submarine, and scientists quickly realized that whatever was making that sound was returning to the same spot every year. They realized it was a whale, but this whale was special. This whale was calling out at a frequency of 52 hertz, where other whales
I've heard this story.
Between 10 to 40.
Nobody
Basically, imagine you had a phone
that.
with a number that couldn't call or be called by anybody. And since no whale ever called back, scientists believe this was the world's loneliest whale. Technically, blue whales are solitary to begin with, so probably not the loneliest, but definitely the horniest. Since whales like the blue whale and humpback sing to pull females. And since one blue whale wrinkleberry can weigh over 150 pounds, poor guy physically had the worst case of blue balls the world had ever seen. Leading scientists believe this done wrong whale was a result of either having damaged vocalization or being a bluefin hybrid. But some scientists believe he isn't as lonely as we thought, because even though he hits notes he has no business hitting, it's possible other whales actually can hear him. But popular opinion says its 52 hertz booty call has gone unanswered for years, which is why this whale allegedly lives in complete isolation. Long story short, basically the whale got crotch Nazi'd by his own voice. And BTS made a song about it. Because of course they did. Low-key, this would actually make a pretty good movie.
It
and
would.
someone actually made it. The Loneliest
Oh.
Whale is in theaters right now, and it'll be on demand July 16th.
Oh,
Check it out if
wow,
you
I
want to
didn't
learn
know.
more about the whale nature
Okay.
decided would die a virgin. Cause getting over is the closest he'll ever get.
Oh wow, bro. Beaver's just munching, dude. That's cute. That's so cute. So yeah, guys, another banger by Casual Geographic, man. A lot of good information that I didn't know about the beavers and everything. The ravens and the wolf stuff was really cool. So yeah, man, another great video by the homie. He's staying the GOAT, although he did expose me and probably watching some of you watching this video. We do be alone in watching this, so he's got the point though. So but yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. If you guys enjoyed it as much as I did, and if you did, go subscribe to Casual Geographic. Bro is just phenomenal what he does. But don't forget our main videos on the channel though. Come on, man, keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody who loves them, and if you're here, you already know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called The Traumatizing Reality of Being an Ant. So yeah, man, let's go and check this out. Let's get it! To die! So many dumb ways to die.
Kinda
Great
sucks.
song.
Don't get me wrong, the gift of life is a beautiful thing and all
It
that.
is.
But then again, none of us
Praise
really
the
asked to
Lord.
be here, and then one day you gain consciousness, minor character development followed, and before you could blink twice, you got student loans, a job, and taxes. All that aside, though,
True.
we actually have it pretty good. I mean,
We have.
we could be ants, because in the game of life, ants have some of the most creatively cruel game overs of any animal. To be fair, ants do have a lot going for them. They take the whole strength in numbers thing and put it on steroids.
True.
Resulting in a eusocial insect able to weaponize its community to take down threats hundreds of times its size, like an angry Twitter mob. The all-for-one mentality is how ants have managed to stay in the game for well over 100 million years, with today over 12,000 flavors of them seasoning virtually every part of the earth that isn't Antarctica. The problem with being so ancient is that your neighbors have had that much time to evolve around your
Cute.
existence, which often involves
Listen,
using the
bro.
ants' own habits and traits against them. And trust me, you're gonna see just how ridiculous some animals got with it. Plenty of animals' grocery lists have ants on it. It'd be virtually impossible to list all of them, but here are some of the most memorable for us and traumatizing for the ants.
Okay,
for
let's
example,
go.
this is an ant graveyard, and most ants don't find it until it's too late. That's because the ant line is the equivalent of a Call of Duty camper that digs a funnel-shaped crater in the sand and then hides in the center of it, completely invisible to the rest of the world. All it takes is one ant to step into the death trap to get sent sliding into the center. And with the shifting sands and the ant line tracking the ant through vibrations and actively flicking up sand, the harder the ant tries to struggle, the further it slides into the pit, directly into the snare trap jaws. And considering some ant lines can spend years in a stakeout, once they do grab the ant, they waste little time injecting it with venom to paralyze it, along with enzymes to digest it from the literal inside out. Which is why the ant gets its actual life essence sucked from it by the ant line drinking its liquefied insides. And once the ant serves no further purpose, the ant line yeets the violated corpse out the trap like an empty Capri Sun and then goes back into its homicide hollow.
He sung as well,
that
bro.
process sounds familiar. It's cause this is bar for bar what the Sarlacc pit from Star Wars was inspired by. The worst part is, even if the ant manages to struggle up one side of the pit, real life Jabba will throw up sand from the center, causing the sand around it to collapse.
That's a tough way to go, man.
A camping tremor isn't the ant's only paralysis demon. A Canthaspis patax is an assassin bug that also murks anything ant for a living. Like the ant line, that involves administering tissue melting toxins and then slurping the life out of it. But they don't just toss out the used and abused ant carcass when they're done. The nymph gathers the soul evacuated bodies of its victims and then wears it like a jacket. This helps the assassin bug carry on its ant onslaught while camouflaging it so it too doesn't get put on a t-shirt. This is the first example of what I said about animals using the ants' habits against them. The spiders that the normally would have to worry about also don't want smoke with an angry ant mafia. So scientists believe that cosplaying as an ant army keeps the underage assassin bug alive long enough to reach its adult form, when they don't need a carcass.
Alright, that makes more sense, bro. I thought it was just disrespecting, bro.
Existence can really come down to being a part of some assassin's ensemble. I only listed 2. It gets so much worse. Forward flies are one of the biggest obstacles to an ant's pursuit of happiness, to the point where the United States tried to weaponize the flies against them. The nightmare starts when a forward fly, which can be easily mistaken for a fruit fly, penetrates the thorax of the ant and then leaves behind an egg and then just takes off like only a destructive deadbeat can. This doesn't kill the ant, but the events that follow make it wish it did. because once the egg hatches, it migrates to the ant's head where it begins eating it from the inside.
Oh.
The victimized ant is alive for all this, but seemingly goes into a catatonic state. After a couple weeks, we're basically talking about a zombie ant getting its vessel carjacked by the fly larva. That's not hyperbole. The larva devours the ant's brain in its last chance of freedom and forces its self-imprisoned ant to just wander around aimlessly. Eventually, the larva manages to guide the ant to its ideal nursery grounds, that being some leaf litter or a crack in the soil. And in its final act, and after weeks of pretty much being locked in the sunken place, the ant's head literally divorces the rest of its body as the felony fly larva spits out enzymes that destroy the very membranes keeping the head and body together. It spends a little more time using the disembodied head as a crib before it pupates and
bro, bugs are so disgusting.
It's a fate that would violate the Geneva Convention, but since insects have very little rights, the United States have been trying to use forward flies in the fight against fire ants. Fire ants that were accidentally Ubered into the American Southwest in the 1930s from Brazil.
Fire ants are menaces though, so I kind of see why, but
forward flies is the most brutal form of population control for the fire ants that really didn't ask to be here in the first place. And apparently, the flies only subtract a small portion of the fire ants, but the threat of them drastically disrupts the colony's activities and forces them to retreat underground. To be fair, you'd be a whole lot less productive if you witnessed your neighbor's head fall off and a whole alien crawl out. On one hand, weaponizing flies is probably less destructive than mass breathing pesticides like DDT. But on the other, playing God with a mind-controlling, brain-eating parasite can't possibly be a good ending. But either way,
that's
another
a rough
example
way
of
to
an animal
go.
that's tailored its entire existence around griefing ants. And it's not the only fly that's learned how to hoe ants for a living. Ants do this thing where they actually, hold on a second. Okay, we're good. Ants often do this thing where they'll feed another ant by regurgitating into the mouth of the receiver. Oh yeah, it's nasty, but not only are they sharing food, but ants like carpenter ants transfer proteins that help boost disease resistance and overall colony immunity. Enter the flies. One species of South African fly figured out the signal one ant will use on its donor to initiate transfer. So the flies come in and use the signal, touching the mouth region of the ant, to force it to give up its food. And as smart as they allegedly are, the ants aren't smart enough to realize they're getting fleeced out of food by a fly, which is probably how they got the nickname the ant mugging fly. Like I said, hundreds of millions of years is a lot of time for your ops to study your playbook and use it against you. Because when ants aren't getting trapdoored by ant lions, finessed by flies, or turned into a light flex by an assassin, ants are often the victim of some of the most complex manipulation in the entire animal kingdom. One example is how this entire butterfly's existence depends solely on deceiving ants. The Alcon blue butterfly has no weapons, no venom, no armor at all. But what they do have are pheromones that are almost identical to that produced by ant larvae. So when the caterpillar airdrops itself down to the forest floor, it's almost immediately taken in by a colony of ants. By mimicking the ant equivalent of a new baby smell, the caterpillar manages to get VIP treatment from the same ants that could turn it into coffin stuffing. The ants carry it into their nest where they feed the caterpillar like one of their own. To the point where if there's ever a food shortage, the intruder manages to savvy its way into getting priority over their actual young. Especially since the caterpillar is able to mimic the sound that ant queen makes in order to get more attention. And I get that it took millions of years of trial and error to get it right. That is some wild commitment. The Alcon maintains the fraud for 2 years until one day it pupates and flies out the ant nursery with the ants unaware of just how hard they got played. This game plan works out so well for the butterfly that even one of the slowest animals on Earth takes a cue from them and pulls a fast one on ants. Ants love eating snail slime. I want you to remember that piece of information. It's going to be real important later. But one species of snail will purposely secrete slime in order to attract the ants who kidnap it and carry it into their nest. Since most ants will 100% eat a snail alive, at first this looks like self-subtraction with extra steps. But once carried into the ant fortress, the snail suddenly stops releasing the slime that got it there in the first place. And somehow not being seen as food gives the snail diplomatic immunity, and they're able to move around the nest untouched and even feed on the groceries the ants bring in while contributing a total of nothing. But at least with the Alcon blue and the snail, technically no one really gets hurt. But one animal manages to not only completely manipulate its ant mark, it does it in one of the most ridiculously complicated ways possible. Go get a snack if you don't have one. This finna be a novel. The jihad starts with a parasitic flatworm that enslaves the ant through mind control. You see the pattern here, right? Completely against its will, the ant is forced by the flatworm shacking up in its brain to climb up a flower or stem and clamp its jaws around the tip of the stem where it can wait for up to 2 months. Wait for what exactly? Basically for an animal that eats grass to come in and take the zombie ant with it. End of the road for the ant, but the parasite manages to make its way into the liver of its new host, which is probably why the flatworm is called the liver fluke. And if you think getting lodged inside a cow's liver is a dead end, then you must not have believed me when I told you how needlessly complicated this stuff gets. While feeding on whatever cow, sheep, or rabbit unintentionally murked the ant, the fluke lays eggs that then get deuced out by the same host. Those eggs don't get to hatch until a snail comes along and eats the droppings, along with the eggs in them. And it's while getting taxied by host number 3 that the eggs hatch and proceed to irritate the snail to the point where they get ejected along with a good amount of snail slime. You remember what I said about snail snot and who likes to eat it? And it's once an ant feeds on the contaminated parasite-loaded goop that this vicious cycle restarts itself. Pretty much the liver fluke spike cycle looks more like a Family Guy cutaway.
That's insane!
But instead of Meg, the biggest casualty in all of this is an ant that thought it scored an easy meal but instead gets turned into an easy lick. And I know what you're thinking, and yes, there's a fungus that does the exact same thing. Ants live through The Last of Us firsthand.
True.
The cordyceps fungus infects an ant.
If you ever played The Last of Us, you know that the virus that turns the humans into clickers and stuff, they don't call them zombies, but let's say zombies, it's the clickers and everything. So the virus that does that is the cordyceps virus, and that actually exists, and that actually happens in insects. So he's gonna explain. So yeah, that actually happens.
Robs it of its life choices and then forces its new vessel to climb up high enough until it makes it clamp its vice grip jaws around a stem, and then it just stands there waiting for the sweet release of perma-sleep. And once the ant becomes a was, its withered body becomes ground zero as the fungus proceeds to explode.
Exactly how it happens in The Last of Us.
Ant's head. And from there, it spits out spores in order to continue the cycle of completely desecrating the ant's way of life. So as you can see, there are many obstacles to an ant's very existence. Taxes don't seem too bad now, huh? But by far, the biggest threat to ant survival are other ants. Ants regularly commit acts of war against other colonies, and the outcome
war
is
crimes,
just as horrific as you
war
think.
crimes.
Apart from the
Straight
mass
up.
slaughterings, ants regularly participate in slavery. When ants like the red
Damn.
formica raid enemy nests, it's not enough for them to red rum any adults that try to slow them down. They'll make off with as much of the victim colony's larvae as possible. In a season, they can abduct thousands.
Damn.
Back at the kidnapper's home base, the stolen children are born with no way of knowing how they got there and are conditioned to serve the colony that massacred their family. The kidnapped are made to do tasks such as maintain the nest, go out and search for food, and even look after the next generation of baby snatchers. They'll even do that weird food transfer vomiting thing I told you about to feed their own captors. But don't think for a second that the kidnappers get off scot-free. Eventually, the enslaved turn on their kidnappers by hitting them where it hurts the most. A good number of the slave maker ant pupae get murked by the same slave workers that were supposed to be looking after them.
Damn.
This get back can delete more than half the colony's children before they finish the pupal stage and become adults. And in some cases, up to 2/3 of the slavers' offspring get relieved from life. I've made this joke before, but that's Django Unchained levels of get back, which is why another ant figured out a safer way of griefing their ops. The Solenopsis daguerreae of South America is another
That's
parasite
so
whose queen
ugly,
can
bro.
infiltrate the nest of, for example, red fire ants. And instead of immediately turning the queen into a hashtag, the parasite instead steals the food intended for her, which pretty much kills the actual queen slowly. And while that's happening, the parasite queen starts spawning eggs, which the workers unknowingly take care of. And once her children are developed and ready, they fly off like a virus to infect even more colonies. The Solenopsis is such a menace that, just like with forward flies, this parasite has been used to nerf the red fire ants that have become invasive in some places. And at this point, it's pretty clear that the ant's entire purpose is to serve the colony and by extension the queen. This means that some ants have essentially sold their souls for the ant kingdom's best interests. Soldier ants are so geared for war and nothing else that they physically can't feed themselves, and without worker ants to mama bird them, they'd starve. The cephalotes spent evolution points on a head wide enough to block entrances to their nest from intruders. Pretty dope until you realize their entire life's purpose comes down to just being a living door. All this to protect the queen who would 100% throw her colony under the bus if it benefits her. That's not speaking hypothetically either. Queen ants have been known to backdoor their own colony. Many ant colonies have more than one queen, which on paper should be a good thing since more queens means more workers means better chance for the colony to prosper. The problem is the small but very real chance that the workers turn on the extra queens and take them out of power. Permanently. Queen ants seem to know this, so sometimes they'll try to be slick and purposely produce less eggs so that they can save their energy fighting off any disobedient subordinates if it ever gets
Wow, I didn't know that either, bro.
Producing less eggs and therefore less workers actually hurts the colony overall, even if it helps the one queen. The problem is the workers know it, and they can sense how fertile a queen is based on chemicals. So if the worker ants suspect that one of the queens is holding out on them, it's curtains for her. Ant politics means if the ant queen gets too selfish, she gets executed. But become too much of a team player with other queens in power, and the queen ant becomes completely defenseless in the case of a mutiny, since the process of making so many eggs means she doesn't have any energy left to defend herself. No ant pays a higher price for being a team player than a species found in Southeast Asia. These ants don't have huge mandibles, but when their colony is under attack, then you see exactly why they're named explodens. They have huge glands under their abdomen, and as a last resort, they'll force the glands to burst and cause themselves to explode. This act of self-subtraction coats the enemy in
I've seen these before. These are mad as well.
Attackers while also poisoning them. The ants kamikaze themselves, but they do it for the good of the colony. And this isn't even the only way ants will voluntarily cross themselves off the census. There's a species of Brazilian ant that'll seal the entrance to their nest every night to keep possible threats out. The problem is, they use actual living ants to close the entrance from the outside. And with no way to get back in, a few brave worker ants spend the night outside the safety of the nest.
Damn.
And become past tense by the time the nest is opened again in the morning. But at least when these ants sign their own obituary, it's by choice and for a purpose. There is no choice or purpose to what's happening.
Oh yeah, that's
Two
mad.
things to know about army ants. Number one, they're
The
nomads.
circle of death
They
is
don't make
mad.
a permanent settle down nest and are constantly on the move. Number two is that army ants are essentially blind and rely on pheromones to get around. An ant mill like this happens when a small party of ants get separated from the rest of the foraging group, and while lost, they begin to start following each other. And with no way of knowing they're going in an endless circle, you see exactly why this has been called the death spiral. They just keep going until they eventually pass tense to pure exhaustion. And not all ant mills are this small. One of the first death spirals ever seen was about 1,200 feet across.
Oh
For the non-Americans,
my
that's
God.
about 365 meters. And for the Americans with no concept of distance like me, that's more than 3 football fields. And apparently it took each ant 2.5 hours just to complete 1 lap. And out of all the disturbing ways ants get logged out of life, this might be the worst one. Mindlessly marching in a circle, blindly following the guy in front of you until your number eventually gets called. Yeah, it's the worst one because for some people, it's the most relatable. And on that note, that's gonna do it for this video. Make sure you go outside and do something you wouldn't normally do. Break out of the rut any chance you can. Because the thing about a death spiral is, you may not realize you're in it until it's too late.
True.
See you on the next one.
Nah. The queen one got me the willies, bro. If the queen is slacking on the eggs, she gets killed by the other ants. But if she lays too many eggs, she doesn't have the energy in case of a riot that happens in a colony. So she couldn't die either way. Oh, that's actually insane. I didn't know that. See, this is why Casual Geographic is the GOAT, bro. I learn something new every time I watch a video of his. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Guys, before you go, I just gotta tell you, man, keep God first as always. Drink water. Go tell your parents you love them. Alright? If you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we're going to be reacting to a new Casual Geographic video called 10 Animals You Definitely Forgot Existed. So yeah, man, let's go and check this out. Let's get it.
Hi.
Is that squirrel, bro?
Quick question. What do you think is the most popular animal in the world? Well, I was curious, and after extensive research, I found a map. A world map that used Google Keyword Planner and cross-reference searches for 170 different animals across 180 countries to determine the most loved animal in each country. For example, monkeys won over Australia, pandas have Indonesia in a chokehold,
of course,
and apparently my mother country of Senegal loves hippos. No comment on that. But you want to know what the overwhelming favorite was? The runaway winner was, by far, the tiger, with 44 countries riding on them. At number 2 with 28 countries were hippos, proving that you gotta be famous to be infamous. These were the top 10 animals according to this
Lions,
map.
penguins,
cool,
dolphins.
but it's not perfect. The lion is the national animal for 19 different countries. A record, but they just barely made the top 10. But then this got me thinking, what about all those animals that don't get nearly enough
No copy, bro.
Well, this video is for them. Here's 10 animals you either didn't know existed, forgot about, or that my personal
That's an incredible specimen,
starting
bro.
off is the maned wolf. It's one of those animals whose name does nothing for it, since it's
That's
not a
so
wolf,
cute.
not a fox, or even a Latin coyote in black knee-highs. Apparently, they're just themselves, and they are literally built different. They're tall enough to look down on some Great Danes, but at about 50 pounds soaking wet, they're more in the weight class.
That's an amazing animal,
How you
bro.
can
That
dwarf
looks
Snoopy yet get bodied by
incredible.
Snoopy's depressed cousin is unconscionable. And virtually every picture of a maned wolf looks AI generated.
It
It's a
looks,
genetically
bro, it
sequenced
does.
identity crisis, so it's only right that it sounds like one.
That's terrifying, bro. Damn.
Is it a roar? Is it a bark? Is it a cry for help or the damnation of a higher being? Nobody knows. Not even him. Also, you probably heard that the maned wolf smells like Snoop Dogg's salad. This is 100% true. In fact, they've even gotten some zoos raided by police looking for cannabis.
Damn.
All they found was a canned mid-piss. If the canine family had a cookout, this ginger still puppy would be the one pulling up with veggie burgers.
He's
Also,
cute,
the maned
though.
wolf's grocery list includes fruits and veggies, with Lobera, aka the wolf's apple, getting its name from this portrait mode fox constantly eating it. They also made history as the first wild animal to be successfully treated through stem cell therapy after one got hit by a truck.
Damn.
All in all, I think they're pretty cool. I'd call
They
them a
are
dog
really
that can't
cool.
dog, but That's more accurate for the raccoon dog, another animal
What?
you probably forgot existed. Most people know about them
I didn't
from
even know
two
it
things,
existed in the
Tanuki
first
suit
place.
from Mario, and their role in Japanese mythology as the Bakedanuki. And due to certain aspects of that myth and the fact that
He's
I'd like to stay
weird,
monetized,
bro.
that's all I'm gonna say about them. Because unlike them, I don't have the balls to test guidelines. Raccoon dogs aren't even remotely related to raccoons and basically stole their entire flow through convergent evolution. They're
Damn,
canines,
bro.
meaning they sit at the same lunch table as wolves, dogs, and coyotes. But their closest cousins are foxes. Which reminds me, close your eyes. There's no jump scare coming, I swear. This will be fun. Just close them real quick. All right,
Okay.
everyone ready? Okay.
Bro, it sounds like clown shoes. Wow! Bro! What?
That was not the sound of two
That's
clowns with marital
crazy,
issues. That was
yeah.
what a raccoon dog roll call sounds like. You see what I mean by the whole dog that can't really dog properly?
That's
thing? They're the only
terrifying, bro.
canines that hibernate.
Jesus.
Seriously, they're the only one. They're that special. They can also climb trees, because of course they can. They're willing swimmers, because sounds about right. And they may or may not have been responsible for a certain virus putting the world on timeout. But considering the
Damn.
crimes committed against them for their fur, I'm willing to look past it. There is no looking past this ET-looking antelope. This is a Saiga, and that is 100% unfiltered. They really do look like Star Wars in the face. That sizable schnoz piece is designed
That doesn't
filter out the
belong to
dust
this
that I've
world,
heard
bro.
that used to be million strong. It's like a built-in respirator that also makes them look like Alf's illegitimate child.
Damn.
I realize that's a dated reference, so here's Alf and here's a Saiga.
Alf.
You see it too, right? Now
Yep.
you might be wondering, can that nose be used to amplify mating calls and increase their chances with females who sexually select for bigger noses? And you're absolutely right, they do use their noses to amplify mating calls and increase their chances with females who sexually select for bigger noses. Because size
That
quotes
makes
come in
sense.
many forms. And speaking of female validation, eligible bachelors will run fades with each other using those horns in order to gain control of a harem. Unfortunately, those horns can get them laid and laid to rest, since Saigas have been victims of poaching, and that and disease and habitat loss nearly has this Narnia goat's entire population.
Of course it
in
has,
gulag.
man.
Today, they're critically endangered and
Of
found
course.
only one place in the world, in the dry
Damn.
grasslands and semi-deserts of Central Asia. But that's too depressing, so here's a
It
baby
is.
Saiga. Now here's two baby Saigas.
Cool.
You wanna know
They're
what's
so
even
cute,
more depressing?
man.
There's a good percentage of the population
A
that doesn't
narwhal.
realize that narwhals are real. Yeah, we
They
didn't
are.
make those
They're
up. They really
cool.
do be out here swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, because they're just so awesome. It's an aquatic unicorn, except that horn is actually a giant inside-out tooth with
it's a
millions
tooth.
of nerve
Yeah.
endings. We used to think that narwhals use this single tooth overbite for violence, but with how sensitive it is, it's much more likely that it just tells the whale about the world around it, similar to cat whiskers.
Probably,
Also,
yeah.
that tooth is flexible and they can bend it a foot in any direction, and I didn't even know that until this video. One reason we don't know more about them is because narwhals are painfully shy introverts that can legitimately get flatlined by panic attacks. When narwhals
Damn.
get pressed or stressed, their heart rates will slow all the way down to 3 to 4 beats a minute. A slow heart rate is great for swimming in ice water all day, but a heart deciding to work part-time while you're fighting for your life is a good way to see the gates. And with a crippling fear of people, human interaction can put nature's anxiety whale on life support. But even this high-strung struggle cetacean
They're
has
so
an unlikely
cool.
friend. In 2016, scientists noticed a male narwhal traveling with a pod of beluga whales, and ever since then, they've watched him run with the belugas like
Damn.
But there's a good chance this is more than just a friend.
Bro got adopted into the family.
Isn't a ship name. It's the result of a beluga and a narwhal hooking up and creating a hybrid. Which they
Damn.
can do, since somehow an eternal extrovert and a whale with a literal self-destruct setting for social interaction are related. Speaking of related,
Belugas
you know
are
how I
cool
said
as
the main
well.
wolf isn't actually a wolf or a fox? Well, I can give you 100 tries. You'll never guess this deer dog's closest canine cousin. And that's because it's an animal a lot of y'all probably didn't even know existed. And that would be the South American bush dog. Even though they look like that,
No
big
idea,
5'11"
bro.
versus 6 foot.
That's
we all
crazy.
Have a brother, sister, or cousin we swear stole height from us. Evidently, the maned wolf took
Yeah,
all the legs in the family
that's what
and turned the
happened,
bush
bro.
dog into an ankle biter.
Yep.
I can only make
Like
these
a
jokes so many
ferret.
times, but if you took one look at them and thought they were a wolverine or an undercooked bear or even a really confused
A
Tasmanian
wolverine is
devil,
close.
nobody would blame you.
Yeah.
Especially since for a while, we thought this weasel beagle went extinct. It took a few years for us to realize they didn't get discontinued and even longer to put them in the canine club. Bush dogs live in packs and they're kind of like the African wild dogs of the Amazon. But instead of running prey down on land, bush dogs would rather ambush ops in water, which they're really good at thanks to webbed feet, their ability to dive, but most importantly, the power of friendship. They usually go for small rodents, birds, lizards, and the occasional capybara. But bush dogs have been on record
not
murdering a tapir
capybaras,
after
bro.
chasing it around for hours. The same tapir that can weigh about 2
Tapir.
prime stacks at nearly
Those are
700
crazy
pounds.
as well. Those are
The
sick.
power of friendship. Finding one bush dog, let alone a whole pack, is veteran level difficult. difficulty, but if you happen to be walking through the jungle and smell salad, you might just get lucky, because the scent signature they mark their territory with gives a strong impression of vinegar. But since they can fold a several 100-pound horse cow, luck might not be the right word. You need more than luck to catch this cat. The clouded leopard is so secretive and so introverted that we honestly don't know a whole lot about them.
Cool.
We do know that they easily earn gold medal for tree climbing, even for a cat. They can rotate their ankles 180 degrees, which means unlike most other cats, clouded leopards can climb down a tree head first. They'll even cross a branch upside down for no other reason but to flex.
That's
in
crazy.
fact, their entire existence is a flex. It's widely believed that this overcast kitty diverged from the common ancestor of the pantheran cats up to 9 million years ago. Not only does that make them the most ancient species of cat alive today, it also makes them a living fossil. You see, on the left is the skull of a clouded leopard, and on the right is the headpiece of Smilodon.
Damn!
A prehistoric predator
It's
of
really
the saber-tooth
close.
variety. In fact, clouded leopards often get called the modern-day saber-tooth because they have the longest canine teeth of any cat relative to body size. That's longer than lions, tigers, and even the Cayman's paralysis demon, the jaguar. Also, despite its name, it's not technically a leopard, and while you could call it the smallest of big cats, scientists widely believe that the clouded leopard is actually the link between big cats and small cats. Big cats referring to lions, tigers, jaguars, leopards, and snow leopards, which also aren't even real leopards either.
Snow leopards are so
cats
cool,
being the
bro.
rest, like cheetahs, pumas, ocelots, and of course domestic cats. Also, it's not really a size thing, it's more like big cats can roar but can't purr, and small cats can purr but can't roar.
Yeah,
Clouded
true.
leopards can't do either, instead they do this.
That's weird. That's weird. Yeah.
I hope that made sense. I feel like that got complicated.
He sounds like
And
a
it gets even
cartoon,
more
bro.
complicated with this next animal. Because what do a manatee, a dugong, and an elephant all have in common? They end up
Dugongs
at the
and
same
manatees are
family
sick,
reunion
and elephants
as
are
the rock
goated.
hyrax. That's right, this African boulder gerbil,
Oh, I
this
knew this
marmot
one.
from the motherlands, is cousins with the biggest thing on earth with legs.
He is.
The
I
hyrax
knew
has
this
also
one.
played mates with aardvarks, elephant shrews, and tenrics. It makes less sense the harder you think about it.
Mhm.
Although in their defense, hyraxes have the same tusks that elephants do, but like with the maned wolf and the bush dog, someone had to get the short end. And did they ever?
True.
Hyraxes also can't really control their body temperature, despite that being one of the first rules of being a mammal. So to fight the fact that nature made them as close to cold-blooded as a mammal can get, hyraxes spend most of their time basking in the sun. I used to think they were just chill like that, but apparently chill is exactly what they're trying to avoid. Also, they make a sound that's almost a guaranteed trip to therapy if you ever hear it in person. I'm not gonna do this for every animal, but I couldn't not add this.
Alright, let's go. Bro, why is he screeching like that, bro? Is bro special?
This thing has more in common
Is
with
bro got a
mammoths
problem?
than it does with hamsters. I want that to sink
Jesus.
in. And the only thing arguably more unbelievable than that is whales and dolphins being the closest living relatives of hippos. At
Yeah,
this
that's
point,
true.
nothing
I knew
really
that.
needs to be said. We all know hippos are homicidal demon pigs with the temperament of a landmine.
Yep.
In fact, I'm pretty sure they're only Google famous the same way Logan Paul was back in 2017. If you know, you know. But what a lot of people don't know
Hey,
is the
yo,
tiny
shots
travel-sized
fired,
version that
bro.
lives today.
Jesus.
Pygmy hippo is 5 times smaller and half as tall as
Pygmy
their murderous
hippos
cousins.
are so
They're also
cute,
forest
man.
animals, solitary and naturally shy, and
They're
they're much
so
less of a threat to
cute.
humanity. Just don't go and tell them that.
Look
You know, this one's name is Sweet Pork.
That's
I'm
so
not even
cute,
making that
man.
up. Like basically every other animal, they can be on demon
Baby
time if you
pygmy
push them.
hippos are the
But clearly
cutest,
the
man.
aquatic oppression
That's
must stole all
so
their
cute.
ill will, 'cause no shot could you slap one dead in the face and not end up dead with no trace.
Damn, bro.
Well, I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong. Now, you've definitely heard of this next animal before. It's just that the last time you probably did, Chris Rock and Jada Smith were on speaking and not slapping terms. And of course, we're talking about Madagascar's top predator and a bane to lemurs everywhere,
Fossa.
the Fusa. Although with its
Fossa,
spelling, I'm
yeah.
pretty sure it's actually Fossa. but
Madagascar.
the way I pronounce it like that is the day I
If
lay
you've
my
seen
child to
Madagascar,
rest.
bro,
The Fusa's
the
pretty
first
much a
one,
Madagascar
that's the
mongoose.
op, bro.
And if you know how psychotic mongoose are, you'll understand why the lemur population treated them like terrorists.
True.
But one thing I never realized because of the movie is they're not that much bigger than the lemurs they eat. And they have the same flexible exorcist ankles as the clouded leopard, meaning trees are pretty much their home court. Especially since they have tails longer than a Monday to keep balance. Fusas also have, I'm gonna say, interesting mating practices. And once again, I want to stay monetized, so I'm not gonna step in that minefield. Just know that if you follow a female Fusa long enough, you might not hear the choo-choo, but you will see a train. And while it's usually lemurs taking the L, as apex predators, this monkey cat murks anything that doesn't cook them first.
Bro,
Sometimes they'll even work
looks so
together, with
lost.
one climbing a tree to scare prey onto the ground,
Oh
and the
my
predator
God.
to retire their will
That's
to live.
sick.
Not bad. Also, I know you see that flex. But there's no bigger flex than this next
Damn,
animal
look at that
soloing
boy.
the US
Bro,
Navy.
been hitting the
Back
gym.
in the 70s, US nuclear submarines were forced to fall back after they took damage to the rubber neoprene layer covering the
Damn.
sensitive sonar domes. This compromised their navigation, and at first people were rushing to the conclusion that the commies had gotten one over on them. What actually happened was that out of the over 500 species of sharks, the US Navy managed to get griefed by one of the smallest. The cookie cutter shark is only about a foot and a half, and these giant killers feed on some of the biggest animals in history for a living. They got their name because this parasite will swim up to a whale and then use its jaws to slice out a perfectly circle-shaped piece of flesh. It doesn't kill them, but the sea hickey it leaves behind is for life. It's like a parasite tramp stamp. And it's not just whales, anything from seals to killer whales to even other sharks can get it. On rare occasions, even some humans find out the right way. In the 80s, up to 30 US submarines allegedly took damage from the cookie cutter's dental, to the point where the only solution was a fiberglass coating. We always talk about great whites, tiger sharks, bull sharks, but none of them can say they successfully committed hit and runs on a superpower's navy, and with a resume like that, they definitely deserve to get talked about more. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this video. If you learned something from this video, kindly consider checking out my book, 100 Animals That Can Effing
Baby
End You.
hippo's so
Link in the
cute.
description if you're interested. And if you knew all 10 of these animals already, you have my
I
respect.
knew
Drink water,
some of
get
them.
sun, hug your moms. I'm gonna see y'all in the next one.
I see the end. A clouded leopard, bro. That's so cute, man. But yeah, guys, another casual geographic video, man. Some of those animals I didn't know about. Some of them I knew the clouded leopard, but I didn't know they could climb trees like legit upside down, bro. That's actually incredible. That gazelle thing from Asia, that was weird, man. It looked like a creature from Star Wars, dude. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys had a great weekend, man. And let's hope that this week is phenomenal, and let's make the most out of it. And like my boy from Casual Geographic said, keep God first as always, man. Drink water, go tell somebody who loves you. Alright, if you're here, I know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
I've been through this, been through that, reminiscing on my past. I found bliss in the way that I carry on my back. Let my soul sing my song. It goes, ooh, na 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 na.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we are back with another Casual Geographic video, man. But before we start, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. I know, nobody likes to hear it, but it really does help, man. It helps tremendously because it tells the algorithm that you like my content, and then it pushes the content to other people. Please do that for me. Hit the like button, subscribe already, okay? So without further ado, let's get into this thing, man. Let's go. Why this is the scariest predator of all time?
Some animals very clearly got the middle finger from evolution. This is the portrait of privilege.
Praise Jesus.
There is no animal that's gotten more green lights from God than a bulletproof, sawtoothed, predatory sledgehammer with hyperintelligence, parkour prowess, and the ability to cryo sleep like Captain America. Yeah, that menace is alive. Find out if you want to. Brumation's pretty much hibernation for reptiles. Basically a built-in power save mode for animals that already don't use much of it. But it means this is an apex predator that can survive a fate with Elsa, cause gators and the like can survive a winter in a frozen pond by turning their metabolism all the way down, where they'll just stick their snouts above water and leave the rest under the ice where it's actually warmer until fate decides to defrost them. Mind you, brumation's not sleep, and gators will move around on days when it's warmer, but it also means this ill-mannered iceberg can probably sense you walking past it, thanks to another superpower we'll get into later. Cause you're gonna learn that not only is the mame gecko the most disrespectful addition to the food web, it is
Imagine stepping out of your tent, bro, and you just see croc, bro. You don't even see dirt or water, you just see crocodile. Nah, bro. Nah. Bro, give them what they need, bro. Give them all of your food, bro. All of it, and bolt the other direction, bro. Nah.
Humanity's greatest
That's
predator.
crazy.
And whatever Oppenheimer felt when Hiroshima got hit with a massacre mushroom isn't even 1% of the regret felt by whoever unleashed an armor-plated equalizer onto Earth. But real quick, I'm gonna be saying crocodiles for most of this video, but a lot of this applies to crocodilians as a concept. I cannot express how much every part of a crocodile's body is designed to author your obituary. That includes its walnut-sized brain, because crocodiles are intelligent on a level that should deeply disturb you. Both mugger crocodiles and American alligators will lure birds in by using...
By the way, crocodiles will actively hunt humans. It's crocodiles, tigers, and polar bear, bro. Those are the three main ones. Actively seek to eat people. It's crazy.
Sticks and twigs as bait to snatch their souls. That would already be bad enough without the implication. The implication is that Satan's snaggletooth stapler is able to take seasonality into account, since they're aware enough to pull this in the middle of nesting season. They're like Batman with prep time, except they've had 100 million years to plot. Another revelation is that the dinosaur time left behind will hunt.
Sorry I keep pausing, yeah? But these videos, I've watched these types of videos, bro, from the migrations, yeah? When I was like 12, bro. 10, 11, 12. I remember watching one so bad, bro. They just sliced a zebra's belly, bro, and everything fell out, bro. And the zebra was still alive, bro. That was mad.
As a pack, with scientists watching a group of crocs swimming in a circle around a shoal of fish, making the circle tighter and tighter until the fish were forced into a bait ball, just for the chompy boys to take turns cutting across the center of the circle to get their share of fish. There's another example where a massive saltwater crocodile scared a pig into running into a lagoon, where it was immediately jumped by two smaller crocs waiting. Now the implication there is somehow the giant salty knew exactly what direction to force the pig. Crocs have been doing this, it's just as expert Vladimir Dene will tell you, it's incredibly difficult to study an animal that does its damage in the water. Because if you're in the water studying hunting crocodiles, chances are they're also studying you, and their thesis statement is your headstone engravement. Vlad has put in over 3,000 hours of watching crocs, and has witnessed things like a stronger, heavier croc driving fish to shore, with smaller, more agile teammates hawking cornered fish. Now you might ask, how do the crocs share their victims? And honestly, that might be more unsettling than how they murk them. Chris Campbell was a contractor for the Okefenokee Wildlife Reserve, which meant over a decade of watching what a neighbor gator is capable of. One day he showed up to work with 60-something gators posted up by the boat docks. What he described were two groups of gators, one in the semicircle formation driving fish to the shallows and using the boats to corner them, and the other group in the background resting, or more like waiting. Because whenever a gator from the hunting party caught a fish, he'd immediately retire to the waiting group, and one of the waiting crocs would sub in and take his place. This went on for hours, until it got hot enough for them to clock out and go their ways. But when Campbell went back the next morning, like clockwork, the morning crush was still there. Same time, same place, same agenda. That's a level of teamwork and foresight most people aren't willing to accept from a prehistoric snap trap. But your ignorance ain't bliss, in fact it's what sustains them. In many spots in Africa and Australia, people are warned never to get water from the same place more than once, and definitely not past twice. It's because crocodiles will memorize patterns and clock your daily routine, and getting too predictable around a professional camper means the croc will take note, just to ambush you the next chance they get, and they'll use very little energy to do it. It's also why studying them is like edging death. Choose the same spots repeatedly, and at best, the croc notices and avoids you with no regard for your research. And at worst, Senor Snappy studies your habits enough to put a halo around your head. That's a real PhD, which makes the crocodile a gift-wrapped FU to any creature of habit, and why the most dangerous kind of croc is actually an investigator. But if you watch this video, you could be the smartest thing missing a spot. You'll still be a living doormat if you don't have the hardware to back it up. And no animal has more disrespectful hardware than a motion-activated bear trap.
Whack, bro. It's so quick too. It's so fast. It's insane.
The crocodile is the most physically unfair predator on Earth because virtually every body part has been expressly designed to flatline you. They have the strongest recorded bite force of any animal, at 3,700 pounds per square inch, making its jaw a steel trap capable of damage on par with victims of war. But Maturing's realizing it's the teeth as much as the jaw. Sharks have serrated teeth to slice through prey. Crocs have death cones designed to keep prey in its custody, meaning if a leather log bites you, you have the lowest chance of escape, which gets worse when the croc proceeds to drown you, and with crocs being able to hold their breath for up to 2 hours, trust that you'll pass tense long before he does. The only thing with those teeth is, they're great for grabbing, useless for chewing, so they'll slam prey into chunks and swallow them whole, which leads to the most broken finishing move of any animal, death roll. But crocs also have,
if you ever are caught in a death roll, you need to roll with it, bro. If he has your leg, and he starts to roll to the right, you need to roll to the right, bro. Gonzi's tips.
The most acidic stomach of any animal, and can dissolve bones, horns, and hooves. But they're also bloodbenders, with a heart that controls exactly where the blood goes. And a feeding croc will direct blood to its stomach, so the carbon dioxide in it only makes the acid more corrosive. And good luck fighting back when nature made an evolutionary aggro weapon borderline bulletproof. Crocodiles are covered in osteoderms, and armor plating blocks the teeth of other animals from doing damage, which is why there's more than one case of a croc tanking a gunshot, but the nasty work is what you can't see. The scales are said to manipulate water in a way that means a 20-foot problem doesn't make ripples. The osteoderms create countercurrents that cancel out any disturbances made in the water, basically cloaking technology, but in a steroid reptile. The same osteoderms can store heat, basically cloaking technology, but in a steroid reptile. The same osteoderms can store heat for when it gets too cold and then release it when it's too hot, so they also have a built-in thermostat. There's one more trick under its skin, and it's that when crocs spend all that time underwater, lactic acid starts to build up in them. But because osteoderms are made of mineralized bones, the minerals will slightly dissolve if the acid gets too high, releasing carbonate and bicarbonate ions that neutralize the acid and raise the pH. Crocs are nature's nepo babies. Evolution gave them every cheat possible. And with salties growing up to 20 feet long and pressing the scales at often over 2,000 pounds, it's not like they needed more handouts. Especially when you realize, except for a tail that stores fat like a camel's hump, crocs are almost all muscle and look like a snake with legs with Kratos' knives for teeth. That tail is a lot stronger than you think, and the same one that can briefly airlift a plus-size predator would absolutely shatter your leg with a direct hit. But there might not be anything more unsettling than crocodiles having probably the most advanced eyes of any animal. Eyes nature put right at the top of their heads, so snappy lads can plot on your life while cosplaying as a log. Eyes that have a protective nictating membrane, so even attacking one of their few weaknesses still requires two-factor authentication, especially since they can retract their eyeballs. And like dolphins, crocs can rest half their brain at a time, meaning the pride of Steve Irwin can sleep with one eye open.
Shout out
Studies
Steve,
show
man.
they're more likely to do that when they're around humans. Also, they have night vision because of course they do.
Whoa.
And that's not even the most broken part.
That looks so
vision.
cool.
The fovea is a small part of the retina, but it's where vision is the sharpest, and it's what you use when you focus on a specific word on a page, or play Where's Waldo. And when you move your eyes to look at something, got him. That's you putting the image on your
big thing here.
The problem is what is a tiny dot for us is the shape of a skid mark in a crocodile. Having a fat fovea means nature's favorite predator can scan an entire shoreline without moving its head. If you still don't follow, get a book and try to read the entire page without moving your eyes once, and then realize how much of a middle finger this creature's existence is. Especially since the Titanic scale demon has cockroach levels of plot armor. Crocodiles can tank freezing cold, extreme heat, radiation, and can live in waters contaminated with heavy metals. And with the diet of a morgue, they're resistant to nastiness like anthrax, cholera, and the most potent substance on Earth, botulism. They also have negligible senescence, meaning they don't really age the same way most animals do. It doesn't make them immortal, but it does mean that they never really stop growing and can easily pass 100. In fact, right now, there's a croc that's been alive since 1900. Damn. Like the year. Which means, other than a Greenland shark, I don't think there's another predator that can outlive a croc. And with them being nature's favorite, of course some sick muppet made them resistant to cancer. And many believe it's thanks to their gut, because the gut microbiome is said to be a huge part of your health, and a crocodile's gut community manages to reverse cancer. An experiment found that their gut bacteria put the brakes on cancer and slowed the growth of cancer-causing cells. Basically, it's a cancer to cancer, and now I understand why Buddy from Spider-Man crashed out, especially since it turns out alligators and crocodiles can regenerate a lost tail. Crocodilian blood also throws into bad bacteria and can dead diseases like salmonella and staph infections. This thing's built like a Dark Souls boss, and the fact that they can survive several acts of God yet get neutralized by a rubber band around the mouth proves nature has a sense of irony. But that's a lot better than getting folded by some of the diseases out there. And there's some stuff that Satan would second guess. Viewer discretion is advised, and this time, I'm so serious. I'm not being cute. If you're queasy and not built for body horror, go here before I ruin your whole day. Your lack of action will be considered consent, I'm just saying. Last chance, you can still go back. Alright, this is on you. 3, 2, happy Halloween. I didn't even curse, I did gag a little. This is a deer suffering from papillomavirus, and it's usually not harmful unless you value mental health. But it can also cause Lovecraftian rabbits, with those affected seeming to grow tentacles. And if you live in Colorado, you've definitely seen these jackalopes popping up. And according to this article, the cutaneous quills are caused by the cottontail papillomavirus. This is the worst thing you can see while a mile high, because of the altitude. We fear most what we can't understand. Sometimes it feels like fear is the only thing stories like these are selling, and how that story is told could be the difference between being informed and building a panic bunker expecting the end of the world. That's where Ground News comes in. Because
Get
if
your
we're
back,
talking about
bro.
a mutant deer with flesh bubbles,
Come
for
on.
sanity's sake, you better be informed. The rapid
Always happy
website
for
pulls
bro
from
to
over
get his
50,000
bags, bro.
sources
He deserves
worldwide to
it.
give you context about each source's biases, reliability, and ownership. It allows you to compare how different outlets cover the same story and see where the truth really lies. And with the rabbit story, Ground News shows it just wasn't enough. Nature gave an
One day
overachievement
I'll
of
get
one of the
one.
most broken build on the planet. Their abilities would get them
so
banned
cute.
in any game. Like I
Look
said,
at
a
him.
crocodile on a stakeout can hold its breath for hours, and alligators can survive a 5-month cold plunge. Low metabolism means they live on power save mode, and it's also why a crocodile can go up to 2 years without eating. God bless the bloke that breaks his fast. It means crocodiles can wait out the times that would surely wipe out anything else, and now you see how an aggressive snout managed to reject the same death that found the dinosaurs. Crocs have been around since Saturn was single and still waiting on a ring, and the fact that they can just suspend animation by putting their life on layaway just proves that they really are the teacher's pet of evolution. Also, crocodiles are more than capable of running fast enough to catch you off guard, or at least a Cuban croc will, and this is the one time I wish
They're
it were
so
AI.
cute
And
running,
whoever said
bro.
you should run away from one in a zigzag is guilty of attempted murder. That is a myth that only ups the chance that you trip and go out like a horror movie. You could climb a tree, except they can do that too, because honestly, why not? They do everything else. And not only do they climb trees, according to scientists, they do it regularly, with them finding grown adults 10 feet in the trees and juveniles as high as 30. School taught you to be afraid of quicksand and giant Venus flytraps, yet somehow a drop gator was an unmentioned possibility. They can also climb fences of every kind. And again,
Dang.
you already know where this was taken. This is flagrantly
Florida,
4D.
bro.
I think now's a good time to mention crocodiles are more related to birds than to a turtle, snake, or a lizard.
Wow.
Meaning, we just barely missed out on this freak being able to fly. Flightlessness aside, another thing they can't do well is see underwater. Their aquavision is actually kinda mid. We're this far into this video and we finally found a weakness.
Yep.
Don't get too excited, because nature overcompensated with something outrageous.
hell?
Those
That's freaky.
pits seasoning the crocodile are pressure sensors, and it's how the
Yeah,
ultimate
yes,
predator can
true.
clock the smallest
know that.
vibrations in the water. It completely erases their lack of water vision. In fact, you could hog-tie a croc blindfolded, throw it into a pool, and let a leaky faucet drip on a complete opposite side. The
Yeah,
croc will
they
still
know
know
where
exactly
it
where
is.
the water's
Yep.
coming from, while you won't know where he is until you wake up at a Tupac concert. And when murkiness brings the water's visibility to zero, they'll T-pose, spreading their legs and fingers to maximize an already broken ability. And speaking of fingers, their jaws are more sensitive than yours.
Bro,
A
you got
dinosaur
Steve
beast
Irwin?
breathing like a nosecap, but let the croc tell it. That's the only demon that's slaying. And I don't know if I said this already, but let's not just walk past the fact that they can regenerate their tails like a
Bro. This video, the croc just gets his buddy's leg, death rolls, swallows it, and the other croc doesn't even make a sound, bro. It's jarring, bro. It's
starfish's
insane.
arm. But the thing
Not
is,
even a
bears are
sound.
berserker builds
Look
on
at the size of
steroids.
that
Cats
bear.
are four-legged fur ninjas, and orcas are the most cerebral serial murkers on the planet.
Yeah,
What is
orcas
it
are
about this semi-aquatic
different.
bioweapon that makes me confidently call them the scariest predator on Earth? Oh, simple. They're a predator's predator. Is there a single predator that generates more anxiety in other predators? Even cheetahs aren't
No,
fast
man.
enough
Look
to
at
cheat
that.
death
Gone.
in the hit range of the reptile.
Gone.
And the king of the jungle gets a severe vibe check when they're out of their element. Not to mention, crocodiles will savage sharks to the point where many believe bull sharks actively avoid them. The crocodile is the worst kind of predator, one with zero prejudice, which makes them a massive threat to the most successful predator of all time.
Oh my god, I thought that was
Here's
a
the thing,
person.
when a lion, tiger, or bear becomes a man-eater, it usually means something's wrong and they can't hunt their normal prey. Polar bears and Komodo dragons are famously less picky, but their home base is so remote that most people will never have to worry about them. Not only do crocodiles practice the worst kind of equality, they're basically everywhere.
No.
It's not that they actively go after humans, just that they genuinely don't care, which is why it's the crocodile that turns more humans into hashtags than any other large predator by a
Goes like,
lot.
nah.
Considering how and where they
You're
do
bigger,
it,
bro.
that number could easily be higher.
That's
Even if you don't
terrifying.
get killed by a crocodile, there's plenty of psychological damage that comes from being targeted by one. In 2003, 2 Australian teenagers spent 22 hours trapped in a tree while
Yep.
being stalked by a 13-foot crocodile
True.
below.
That's a
The
Mr.
entire
Boland
night
story.
was the
He
two
has a
keeping
video
each
on
other
that.
awake so they
It's in
wouldn't fall
Australia.
in. To make it even worse, thanks to a
Their
flood,
friend
the
dies.
waters kept rising, and the croc seemed to taunt the two by showing off the body of the third friend it had already
Yep.
caught. The two would be saved, but only by helicopter. Because really, what else can you do in that situation? Well, they didn't get it as bad as Ryan. The New Zealander also got stalked by a croc almost as big as the 20-foot kayak he was traveling in and held captive on Governor Island, where the predator repeatedly made his presence known. 2 weeks with limited food and water, and a 20-foot undertaker that would chase him every time he tried to leave, and Ryan was hanging on by only a thread by the time he was rescued. That's the horror of being hunted by the greatest sit-and-wait predator of all time. Cause time is their greatest resource. You'll never have more of it than they do. And the fact that the big ones can go a year or more between meals and do their dirty work in murky water makes a man-eating crocodile the most difficult kind to deal with. Gustav was a Nile crocodile believed to be 20 feet long and well over 2,000 pounds.
Damn.
Believed because despite allegedly putting 300 people in past tense and being repeatedly shot, the serial killer croc was never officially caught. And despite reports of his death, because he was believed to have hatched in the 50s, there's a small but legitimate chance he's still out there, biding his time, just waiting for someone to wander close enough to become 50 Shades of Prey. You never see them until it's too late, and once you do, you might not see them for another year. It's a self-cloaking carnivorous convict that the Land Before Time left behind. This is the scariest predator on Earth.
What a great video, bro.
But of course, it's just an animal doing what comes naturally. They're not evil, just forged by millions of years of character development and mass extinctions. It's not hard to see why Steve Irwin rode so hard for them, and I wouldn't be doing Khaki Jesus justice if I convinced you to hate them. Nah, with them it's respect, and a very healthy helping of fear, because moral of the story, always beware the old man in a game where men die young. And you always beware the landlord of Croc Country, because you'll never know when rent's due.
So there you have it, guys. That was another banger by Casual Geographic, bro. Phenomenal video. Hope you guys enjoyed as much as I did. Don't forget, all glory to Jesus Christ, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we're going to be doing something a little bit different. Today we're going to be reacting to a Casual Geographic video called Why I Would Throw a Cactus Before I Go in the Ocean. Let's go and check this out.
Most terrifying thing you'll ever see in the ocean.
Oh yeah, bro, I've seen this, yeah. That's a squid, bro.
That thing is actually a big fin squid and is believed to grow up to 26 feet long.
That's mad.
Scientists believe they hunt by dragging those freakish arms across the ocean floor, snatching up anything unlucky enough to accidentally brush up against it.
Damn.
But by far the scariest thing about this hell squid, we know almost nothing about it. We don't know how they mate, how they live. All we know for sure is that you can find them at the very bottom of the ocean at depths of up to 15,000 feet, which is more than half the height of Mount Everest. Here's the part that personally freaks me out. Every big fin ever caught was a juvenile, and since no adults have ever been captured, it's possible they can be even bigger than we thought. This sea slender man's arms are covered in tiny suckers, meaning once it grabs something, there aren't a lot of things strong enough to break free. Those arms can be over 90% of their total body length, and they hold it at a 90-degree angle, which makes this violation against nature look like it's T-posing. As technology improves, we might have a chance to learn more about them. Which isn't a good thing, they need to stay in hell. Whale facts, but they slowly get more and more disturbing. Blue whales can produce 400 gallons of baby batter, but only 10% of it makes it to the female, meaning 360 gallons get dumped back out. In case you're wondering, that's 8.5 bathtubs of whale maker. Gray whales will go 3-player with 2 males and a female. While the first male is getting his rocks off, the second wing whale will swim underneath the female and help hold her in place for a process that can last up to an hour. And friendly reminder, almost every sea monster story ever told was really about a whale's penis, and I will never let y'all forget it. Sperm whales are so loud that their sound can vibrate you to death by either causing your lungs to collapse or an air bubble to form in your brain, which would instantly take you off the senses. Blue whales are big, but not a lot of people understand how big. You can hear a blue whale's heartbeat from a little more than 2 miles away. They can swallow almost 500,000 calories at once. Allegedly, a whale's fart bubble can enclose a full-grown horse. And because I am who I am, I have to tell you that the largest blue whale penis was about 16 feet long and weighed anywhere from 700 to 900 pounds. Blue whales don't spray water out of their blowholes the way you see in movies. It's actually warm air being forced out of the lungs. It's basically its breath. It's one of the most unholy smells that can ever assault your nose. Like burning rubber in a fish cemetery. Because of that video, there's now people that believe the ocean is salty because of whale sperm. And I'm not gonna lie, I wish it were true because of the look on people's faces when I tell them this is free therapy, but it isn't.
Bro, how did you come to that conclusion, bro? Oh no, dude. That's so grim, bro.
The ocean salt comes from rocks on land because when acidic rain hits the rocks, it erodes them and causes them to release salt. The salt gets carried out in streams and rivers where it eventually reaches the ocean. The reason the ocean is so salty is because this has been happening for millions on billions of years. Some of the salt also comes from hydrothermal vents at the bottom of the ocean, but most of the time when you taste seawater, the salt came from a rock, not a whale that already has. So yeah, you don't have to worry about salty seawater. Besides, you should probably be more concerned with the fact that your perfume used to be made from whale vomit. The more you know. Fish you should be most afraid of isn't the shark. It's the stonefish because it can deliver venom powerful enough to cause crippling pain and toxically activate your life insurance in less than 2 hours. This fish is armed with a venom called verrucotoxin, and as a neurotoxin, it shuts your body down from the inside. If you got stung, you would first feel incapacitated, pain, swelling, and eventually numbness. But no worries, it gets worse. It always gets worse. If you don't get medical attention fast enough, the poison would destroy tissues in the body, cause uncontrollable twitching and shaking, and eventually paralysis. Meaning it would get harder and harder to breathe until you eventually black out. Victims describe the pain as getting continuously hit with a sledgehammer all over the body, and even if you survive, you could still walk away with permanent nerve damage and muscle atrophy. But there's 2 big reasons why this Satan guppy might be the most dangerous fish on Earth. One is this picture. Because the stonefish looks like a stone, it's so easy to accidentally step on one, and when you do, those spines would get shoved up your foot, and the harder you step, the more poison gets pumped into you. And number 2, they can survive outside of water for up to 24 hours, meaning they don't have to be underwater to put you underground. Because Australia is the only place where mistaking a fish for a stone can get you the death penalty. You should never pick this shell up because it's actually one of the most venomous things on the planet. That's because the cone snail can shoot you with a harpoon at 400 miles per hour. That would be like getting struck by 14 Usain Bolts, because ironically this snail is one of the fastest animals on the planet, being able to hit you almost as fast as you can blink. That's not the only thing fast about them, because this murder slug was nicknamed cigarette snail because according to urban legend, if you got hit by one, you had enough time for a puff puff pass before you puff puff pass away. If you got stung, you would immediately feel extreme pain, swelling, numbness, and vomiting. But don't worry, it gets worse. It would escalate to muscle paralysis, double vision, and difficulty breathing. And once you get to that point, you can go ahead and start printing out shirts because you finna be on one. And even though the cigarette thing was an exaggeration, it could take only 5 to 8 hours for them to connect you to God's Wi-Fi. Now the problem with these snails is that they use venom to paralyze unlucky prey, and they'll even put them to sleep with a toxin that's 1,000 times more powerful than morphine, which works on fish and stupid people that pick them up. But they don't just use one though, like Tyson, they put them in combos. They can have 50 different toxins in their venom, which is why there is no antidote. The only cure is to try not to die and become a Snapchat member.
Your child can visit steamy jungles, grassy plains, and the dark depths of the ocean.
I should probably explain what the hell this is. That was an angel shark, that's the worst Call of Duty player you'll ever meet. The angel shark will lie motionless for days waiting for anything bite-sized to accidentally pass above its head so it can take its life. Sounds like a cheat code, but there's no referee in the ocean, so this camel shark stat pads kills like
no rules, man.
But you don't have to worry about them snatching up your
life. That's ugly, bro.
Fish, crustaceans, and mollusks like squid. That being said, angel sharks are a lot like electrical power sockets. They're only dangerous if you're stupid enough to poke them. Now you would think that's common sense, but because these sharks stay perfectly still, scuba divers think it's a good idea to touch them, and that makes the sharks go from mannequin challenge to homicide. Luckily, attacks are rare, and as long as you're not an idiot, this won't fade you. Good thing too, because there's a shark in this picture, and he may not be an angel, but he'll turn you into one. Reasons why this is your new favorite fish. Even though they can be up to 23 feet over 3,000 pounds, they're 100% perfectly harmless to people because they only ever eat plankton and small shrimp. Unlike stingrays, they're not venomous. This giant placemat couldn't hurt you if it wanted to. They're smart enough to understand mirrors because manta rays were seen waving and blowing bubbles at their own reflection, something they wouldn't do if they thought it was another manta ray. Manta rays will launch themselves out of the ocean, and they do it again with parasites or to avoid predators, but sometimes it seems like they do it just for fun. They have the largest brain of any fish, making them arguably the smartest things in the ocean that don't also belong on a list with Cosby. That isn't a TV guide. Baby manta rays are called pups, and the mother will give birth to 1 or 2 pups every year. They're normally black, a dark brown, or a grayish-blue, but there are pink manta rays out there. No, this is not edited. This pink manta ray was found off the coast of Australia on the Great Barrier Reef. That country is both a national treasure and Satan's jungle gym. They're smart enough to form strong emotional bonds with each other, and they're smart enough to ask for help. One repeatedly approached the diver until he realized that she had a fish hook stuck under her eye, and she waited patiently as he removed it. Once he removed it, she swam off. What would happen if you took one of the meanest animals in the ocean and gave it legs? Well, 2 things. 1, you'd have one of the most violently aggressive animals on Earth walking on land, and 2, I know this because it technically happened and they exist. It's a known fact that the biggest menace to society in the ocean are dolphins of any kind. They jump sharks for no reason, slapbox their babies, and have a rap sheet longer than Drake's. And the worst dolphin of all actively tortures other animals for sport. Dolphins and whales are part of a group called cetaceans, which basically happened because this guy decided he wanted to test his luck out in the ocean and evolved to become semi-aquatic and then fully aquatic. But funny story, there was a group of these land animals that actually stayed on land, and about 54 million years ago they split up, with the animals that would become whales and dolphins heading out to sea. The ones that didn't follow them out into the ocean stayed on land, and after millions of years of plot development, they went on to become one of the most vicious animals in the world. In case I haven't made it obvious, I'm talking about hippos. The African homicide is the closest living relative of whales and dolphins. One's a bipolar tank with Roy Ridge and a devil's overbite, and the other's a pufferfish abusing
Nah, bro. What's that sus photo, bro? Why is my guy, getting plowed by that dolphin, bro? Nah, that's sus, bro.
Salting sea quagmire, and that is f***ing evolution. Remember that dolphin sound effect from SpongeBob that was supposed to be like a sensor? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Well, that sound didn't actually come from a dolphin. It was actually the sped up laughter of the kookaburra. It's a kingfisher bird found in Australia that sounds like a guy trying way too hard to laugh at a cucumber.
Like the roar from the MGM movies or something like that. AMG movies.
You may not be able to
hear
hear
it,
but
the lion roar, it's a tiger.
You can hear the sound that cartoons made you swear was
it's not a lion. Oh yeah.
Moral of this video, every dolphin sound effect you've ever heard on every TV show is really just an Australian crack tweetie.
Yeah. I would rather eat cactus, bro, than go down to the deep seas, bro. It's mad out there. But shout out Casual Geographic, man. The dude's insanely talented. He's super charismatic. I love him. I love his content. He's amazing. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed this type of content. If so, I will bring much more content of this because I love the animal kingdom and stuff. I love these curiosity type videos. I love this. And it's really easy to watch. And I hope your weekend was amazing, man. Mine was so-so, but we moved to this week is gonna be great, I'm sure of it. And I hope your week is amazing as well. If it isn't, bro, relax. You got always next week, and thrive for your goals. Follow your ambitions, man, and never quit on your dreams, man. Tips from Gonzii. I'm doing it. You should do it as well. Like everybody else, say I'm gonna do it and go for it and don't stop and never look back. So yeah, man, if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
That jump, man. Damn, I'm on red alert. How she went up in the dirt, man. I don't wanna hurt, man. Nah, I don't wanna hurt. Champagne popping how I wanna let it rain, and they know that I'm on red alert.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video my boy dropped today. So we are going to be reacting to it, man. It's called The Ridiculously Complicated World of Cats. Hey man, without further ado, let's react to this, man. Let's get it.
This video was brought to you by Pure Spite.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
He's hiding, bro. Bro had no idea he was there, bro. No idea.
On a scale from
Chilling.
1 to 10, my friend.
Bro, just chilling.
This video exists for one reason, and it's because of an argument I got into with one of my friends, and even though we technically settled it in the end, I'm still tight it even got to that point. And if this dress proved anything, it's that even the most intelligent forms of life in the world, or even the universe, can have the stupidest hills to die on. So because of that, and because of a certain comment I'm really tired of getting, I decided to take a 2-for-1 special on birds, with the one being a stone, and by stone, I of course mean YouTube video. But first, a word from our there's no sponsors, but can we just agree that this thing is obviously white and gold? Like, y'all really be lying on
white and gold, bro. That's blue and black, dude.
Oh, get the And speaking of color causing controversy, no racial, Black Panthers aren't real. They don't exist. And I very nearly lost a close friend because of it. Melanism's a mutation that causes the production of melanin to go into overdrive, leading to basically a real-life Shadow clone shiny Pokemon. A Black Panther is really just a leopard or jaguar with the same revitiligo Uncle Ruckus got. And because the gene that causes it is dominant in one cat but recessive in the other, most Black Panthers are just jaguars with extra tint. That's how a funeral colorway cat can birth a black and yellow remix, and vice versa. So Black Panther isn't really an animal, it's a description. It's a panther that's black. And I wish it ended there, but if it did, this video wouldn't exist. Because this is a Black Panther. But this is also a Black Panther.
It is.
And wouldn't you know, there goes a Blue Panther. Since Black Panther just describes a mutation, black ain't the only color on the Panther palette. Leucism is like the sun-bleached cousin of melanism, so even though it sounds like a colonizer response to Wakanda, you can call both of these White Panthers. The Maltese tiger is an alleged variant of the South China variety. It's not for sure that they exist, but if they do, they technically be Blue Panthers. By now, I'm guessing at least one person's commented, what about the Pink Panther? About that, erythrism is the red-headed middle child of mutations, and one of the results of it is the ultra-rare strawberry-flavored leopard, or one could say, a Pink Panther. I can go on, but you see what I'm getting at, right? And at this point, you're probably asking, what even is a panther? The answer, well, the simplest one is that panther is just another word for big cat.
You know?
It'd be simple
Yep.
if it wasn't for one big, pun intended, problem. Here we have two cats. Cat A is an average of 130 to 140 pounds, stands 2 to 3 feet tall at the shoulders, and they max out about, let's say, 220. The average Cat B weighs in at a little over 100 pounds on a good day, just over 2 feet tall, and the biggest ones you'll ever see are pushing 120. But since the world of cats is honestly as defiant as they are, only one of these is a big cat. And it's not Cat A. And now you're probably questioning what big cat even means. And I'm so glad you asked, because now we get to meet him. The Big Cat Club is made of the Panthera, or the panther genus. There's technically 5 members, and the first is the leopard. The leopard is the pound-for-pound champion of big cats. And what would happen if Spider-Man changed careers and paid rent as a hitman? You won't find 5 animals more disrespectfully athletic than the leopard. There's not a single situation where a 360 backflip no-scope is required to murk a monkey. But that's just leopards. They're by far the best climbers of big cats. And to avoid getting food taxed by lions and hyenas, they'll manhandle their prey up into the trees off the muscle. Straight jaw work. No gym, but look at that deadlift. And yeah, that is a rhino. Yeah, that is a giraffe. Leopards can also stalk their prey from the trees and fall out the sky for smoke like Batman about a jaywalker. This assault squirrel on steroids is the reason why a sign like this even exists. Not just because an Olympic gymnast level serial killer can get airdropped to the back of your neck, but also because you can legitimately get life deprived by a leopard's leftovers. Leopards are by far the most versatile big cat, which is why they have the widest range. Just don't let Baboon Gang know, because that beef is anything but rare. Next are snow leopards, and this is going to be the beginning of many cat contradictions.
My cat looks like that, dude.
Aren't even leopards. Genetically, Tai Lung would have been closer to tigress, and that's a shame, because missing out on the name Cliff Tiger is a fumble. It's a scientifically proven fact that cats are whores for elevated surfaces. So the mountain tiger lives in God's attic in the Himalayas. So it's a good thing they either have 0 fall damage or anime plot armor stronger than vibranium. Yeah, he survived this. It also gets cold up there, so the same tail they use for balance can also be used as a DIY scarf. I encourage you to go down the rabbit hole of snow leopards using their tails as security blankets. It'll make you feel as warm as they do. They've been nicknamed Ghost of the Mountains due to how far they've gone to social distance from humanity. But with how dirty we've done their closest cousin, I don't blame them. The actual tiger is like the Chuck Norris of cats because some of the facts about them, you'd swear they were a cryptid if they weren't on camera. Facts like their legs being so built, tigers can stand even after they fully past tense. Or that the infrasound in their roar can temporarily paralyze prey. How about the fact that they're one of the most vengeful things on the planet, with one tiger crossing off 436 names off the census after she got crossed by one. How about the fact that the reason tigers are orange in the first place is because the animals on their grocery list are completely Helen Keller to the color. Meaning, if you're a deer, this is what the biggest cat in the world looks like. It's also why a tiger's stripes run skin deep. And out of all cats, tigers have by far the highest human body count. And that's mostly because of how close they live to humans. And I don't just mean in India. There's more tigers in America than in the rest of the world combined. This one's in Houston, but we've also screwed them more than any other cat. Most white tigers are literally a product of incest for human interest. Then you got probably the most famous big cat of all. The
greatest
lion.
of all
They're the only
time,
ones that weaponize the power of friendship, which is why lions have the most impressive meal plan of any cat. Anything short of a full-grown elephant can get packed up by the pride. Not even elephants in general get immunity. But going for the high-risk, high-reward prey means lions also get bodied religiously. And not just in Detroit. Arguably the biggest danger to a lion is their own ambition. But together, probably nothing's more impressive and makes you want to evacuate your bowels more than a pride of lions. And even with Hollywood dubbing over their roar with the tigers, it's because a lion's roar is designed to be heard and tell anyone within a 5-mile radius that if they plan to f*** around, best make time to find out. And lastly is my personal favorite of the cats, the jaguar. Easily the one-punch man of meat eaters, thanks to the pound-for-pound strongest jaws on a cat, and also their habit of taking Thanos' advice and going for the head. The endgame there is a cousin of the crocodile getting its wig busted by an all-terrain aquatic vice grip. It takes a lot to make a capybara feel anything that isn't apathy. Jaguars are also OP enough to hit a lick on a sea turtle. I don't know if this makes sense, but jaguars are the tiger sharks of big cats. Their name translates to he who kills with one leap. Because when this leopard on steroids gets active, the census undergoes subtractions. And I don't want to gloss over the fact that they're also the best swimmers of big cats.
They love water,
although the Bengal tiger would probably like to have a word. Jaguars will often chew on yaji vines and get absolutely obliterated.
Damn.
That has nothing to do with this video, but it's by far my favorite fact about them. So those are the 5 members of the Panthera genus, which makes them all panthers. Whole time, Jacksonville and Carolina flex the same mascot, which means any one of these cats being black would make it a Black Panther. Yes, even this.
Look at that.
Now you might think that's where it ends, but call me Billy Mays, cause wait, there's more. Remember this? Well, Cat B is a male snow leopard, and Cat A is a mountain lion. The cat world is really just a bunch of rules and cats that break the rules, because not only is a cat bigger than a big cat, somehow not a big cat, the cat 99% of people, including Google, think of when they hear panther isn't actually a panther. What the f***? Well, as mentioned, cougars don't sit at the big cat lunch table, and it has nothing to do with weight class. Most experts agree that the defining trait of a big cat is a modified bone in the throat called the hyoid that gives the cat the ability to roar. So the rule of thumb is, if it roars, it's a big cat, and if it purrs, it's a little cat. Big quotes on the little. Now I gotta immediately break that rule, because snow leopards, the big cat that's already on thin ice for not even being a leopard, also can't roar. What the actually, it's gonna get old if I keep doing this, so you know what? I'm just gonna use Soulja Boy. Instead, they sound like if Lion King showed Simba's awkward teen phase.
It's weird. It is weird. It is weird, dude.
So recap, with cats, there's big cats and little cats, or more specifically, panthers and felines. Panthers from the Panthera genus and felines from the Felinae subfamily. You see, now I always thought feline referred to anything cat, but by this logic, lions, tigers, and the rest of the big cats technically aren't felines. So any cat's either gonna be a big cat pushing P being panther, or a little cat from family feline. And now I gotta break that rule, cause this cat isn't either. The clouded leopard isn't a big cat or a little cat. You're probably gonna ask, well, do they roar or purr? No.
What is that, bro? What are you even doing, dude? You're saying
yeah, clouded leopards do neither, and they're considered the bridge between big cats and not big cats. They're also considered a modern day saber-tooth. Not literally, but because of having the most disrespectful dental of any cat, relative to size. Speaking of size, I grew up thinking they were way bigger, but that's honestly because the first time I heard of one, it was trying to murk the Rugrats. Also, the clouded leopard isn't an actual leopard, and we can hold a Soulja Boy because at this point we ain't even surprised. But yeah, other than them, cats are either big cats or not big cats. Which brings us to the cougar, who, despite being the most associated with the name, isn't even a type of panther. They're actually more related to your pet cat than to an actual lion. The confusion is because mountain lions can be found anywhere from the Yukon to the very tip of South America. Being found in a lot of places means they've gotten a lot of names like puma, cougar, yeah, I've never heard of catamount, but also panther. I mean, think about it. They're called mountain lions, but share area codes with jaguars. And also, they don't roar. Instead, they sound like a woman becoming a notch on Ted Bundy's belt. Basically, cougars prove that you might be a big cat, but you're not a big cat. This roided up identity crisis might go by many names, but they catamount to a panther. And now that we've addressed that, we can address the second reason I'm making this video.
Cheetahs, dude. Cheetahs are weird. It's a cat that doesn't cat, bro. They don't cat. They don't roar, they don't purr.
Yeah, cheetahs aren't big cats, and not only is it Avengers level conflict in my comments whenever I say otherwise, this was another argument me and my friends got into. But cheetahs are in subfamily Felinae, which makes them felines, which makes them not big cats. Also, they can't roar. The best they can do is arouse a party of bird watchers. Now you see why cheetahs get religiously bullied. It's basically an overgrown house cat competing with units. I've always said that the cheetah's biggest downfall was investing everything into speed, but honestly, evolving to run away from their problems was the best they could do. And I love cheetahs, but it's clear they took the cut way too far. Like I said, if you can get victimized by vultures, you messed up. In their defense, male cheetahs will form coalitions to tackle life head on. But cheetahs are still the most underappreciated single moms in nature. There's a lot more other little cats, and some you've never heard of. Like, you want to know what's the closest relative of the mountain lion? You'll never guess it. Here's an ad while you guess it. It's the jaguarundi. So the cat named after a jaguar is most related to a cat named after a lion, even though neither of them are related to either of those. Its name means dark jaguar, even though it looks like a UFO. Unidentified feline otter, which is actually another name they have. And they do not look happy about it. But nothing has more of an attitude aesthetic than Palace's cat. The cat that looks like the furry epitome of shit ain't funny. But if nature wanted me to take them seriously, it shouldn't have had them built like an ice-chilled glacial Garfield. Like snow leopards, they'll also use their tails to stay warm. Except with the Palace, that means standing on their tails to keep their paws toasty. You're not beating the adorable allegations, buddy. Now, they're still wild animals, so no, you can't have them as a pet. Or, I guess anything can be a pet until it rips your face off. But if it means anything, you can adopt a Siberian forest cat. because it's honestly the closest you're gonna get. But yeah, that's the aggro kitty. To be fair, you'd be pissed 7 ways to Sunday if you googled ugly-eared cat and your face came up. Now we've got the bobcat, and I'm gonna be honest, I could never really tell the difference between them and a lynx. But it turns out this whole time, a bobcat is a lynx.
No,
or at least a type of it.
We don't have
the
bobcats,
lynx is a cat with many faces, with 4 species of them in circulation. Yeah, I don't know what's happening here either. The Canada lynx is the most memorable, if for no reason but the fact that they remind me of that one Proud Family episode. And the only thing goofier than their paws is how they settle disputes.
Bro, it sounds like a cartoon, bro.
And the lynx of the desert would have to be the caracal. Caracal. Or you might know him by his stage name, Floppa. Their defining trait is being one of the few creatures alive with an ear mullet. I say few because a river pig stole their entire flow. I can't really tell you for sure, but many believe that they use these ear tufts to catfish birds by pretending to be insects. Others say twitching the tufts is how caracals talk to each other. Also, they have what's scientifically known as stupid bounce. They're a popular pet, which I don't really get because every video I see looks like a cat prepared to catch a charge. Turns out hissing is just how they communicate. They can hiss at you and be perfectly happy like only nature's tsundere can. A close cousin of the caracal is the serval, and for them, all I gotta say is gravity is pretty much an option, especially since a bunch of their calories come from life-retiring birds mid-air. Pogo Kitty can launch itself 13 feet, and if you're like me with no concept of distance, here's another video. Stupid, right? Yep. So we have cats in jungles, cats in deserts, cats in mountains, and now cats in air. So what's next? Like cats in water? This is a fishing cat, not to be confused with the fisher cat, which, wouldn't you know, isn't even a cat. Huh? It's pretty obvious where the fishing cat got its name, and it's one of the few cats that will 100% run your fade in water. And now we got the cats that you could put in a pet store and nobody would even blink. And this is the smallest cat of all, with the rusty spotted cat able to sleep comfortably in your hand. And yeah, that's not a kitten. That's a grown man with bills to pay. Not much bigger is the Blackfoot, aka the deadliest cat on the planet. They have the highest hunting success rate of any cat at 60%, and while hunting, they'll catch a body pretty much every hour on the hour just to stay alive. And they're the reason I could never be a cameraman. No shot I could see this and be expected to be professional, ain't no way. Yeah, looking real fierce, buddy. My timbers are shivered. Same thing with Joffrey's cat, a vicious, cold-blooded predator that only weighs at most 10 pounds. And at this point, you're probably wondering just how many cats are in South America. Well, here's 3 more. The Cod, the Margay, and the Ocelot. I put them together because they look like 3 stages of the same Pokemon. And here you have the Andean mountain cat, which is endangered.
A lot of cats out there, bro.
Damn adorable.
A lot of cats.
Nah, but like for real, they are dying though. Speaking of which, we got the cats that are so rare, there's barely any videos of them I could use. There's the Borneo Bay cat, or just Bay cat for short, the marbled cat. Another one who could have lived anywhere, but instead chose the foothill forests of the Himalayas. You got the elusive Asian golden cat, and of course the African golden cat. Can you tell I'm running out of things to say? There's just that many cats, and you can see exactly where we got tired of naming them. For example, this is a wildcat. Yeah, that's their name, because when a naming guy rage quits and you're left with his intern, this is the quality of work you get. This is a sand cat. It's like a feline fennec fox that runs fades with venomous snakes for fun. This is a jungle cat. Guess where they don't live? I'm not even gonna put the soldier boy this time. Are y'all trying to piss me off? Yeah, that's gonna do it for this video. Not because I named every type of cat. There's like 40 of them. I'm just cutting it now. But yeah, this video was kind of just an excuse for me to talk about the cats of the world, so consider it a late Christmas gift. Friendly reminder that I am selling a calendar, link in description if you're interested. But anyway, make sure you drink water, cherish your loved ones. Thank you for the support in 2023, like for real. Shout out to my friends for inspiring and irritating me at the same time. And I'm gonna see y'all in the next year.
Let's go. So there you have it, man. Another banger by Casual Geographic, bro. Bro does not miss it. Yeah, a lot of cats out there. There's big cats and every other cat, but also a snow leopard is smaller than a mountain lion. So yeah, it's confusing. Thank you so much for watching the video, man. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I did. Another phenomenal video by Casual Geographic. Homie is the GOAT. I've been telling you, man, yeah? Go copy his calendar if you enjoy his content. Go subscribe to his channel. He deserves all the support in the world. He's phenomenal on what he does. And yeah, man, thank you so much for everything you guys done for me this year. We are a subscriber away from 600 subscribers. It's mental, man. Thank you so much for all the support. You guys are fucking amazing. But yeah, guys, before you go, don't forget that we end videos on the channel. Come on, man. Keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody who love them, and if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another casual geographic video called Why This Elephant Probably Wants You Dead. So yeah, man, let's go and check this out. Let's get it.
If you ever see an elephant with this on its face, you're probably going to die. That's because this elephant is
probably.
Must is the time in a male elephant's life where his hormones go through the roof,
Damn.
causing a bull that is incredibly aggressive, extremely irritable, and horrendously horny. Basically, it turns them into 13,000-pound teenagers. And must causes testosterone levels to shoot 60 times higher than normal. It also causes them to smell like 1,000 goats in one room. Right now, scientists don't know what exactly causes must. But that's only because when they're in it, the elephants are too violent and too unpredictable for scientists to study them without the risk of being put in a history book.
Makes
that
sense.
stuff running down their face isn't sweat. It's a tar-like thing called taporin, which leaks from glands. Which is why an elephant that looks like this is one of the most homicidal things God allows to live. The reason is because female elephants are only in the mood once about every 5 years. When they get a chance to get laid, all the male elephants in the area will start
once every 5 years.
Sometimes to death. For about 2 weeks, they'll actively try to put each other out of commission just to have a shot. The bull elephants that lose and don't get a chance to mate will sometimes take out their anger by bullying baby elephants just to get their mother's attention. And in some parks with not enough females, bull elephants will go out of their way to CSI rhinos for no reason at all. Yeah. This actually happens. Elephants usually stay in must for about 2 to 3 months, which means for 2 to 3 months they are the most dangerous and disrespectful living thing on the planet. There's being down bad, and there's death stroking a rhino that just wanted directions to the watering hole.
What is that? Snapping
There's
turtle.
literally no way
No,
this
it
video
isn't.
isn't getting taken down. Well, if you're watching
that's
this, it means
crude,
I haven't
that
been
is.
yet. You probably want to know why this prolapsed anus has eyes. That is a soft-shell turtle, specifically a Burmese peacock soft-shell,
alright.
found in Burma and Thailand.
Ugly, bro.
From gumball. And yeah, their shell is soft.
Ugly.
The reason for the soft shell is because a light, flexible shell helps them move faster through the water and the muddy bottom of lakes, and it even makes them faster on land. And because they were built for the water, they have long nostrils that work as a built-in snorkel. So looking like an uncircumcised trouser worm helps them breathe while still hiding in the water. And yes, turtles breathe air. I actually got into a legitimate argument about it last week. Like, bro had a degree in biomechanical engineering or whatever and swore with his whole chest that turtles breathe water like fish.
Dumb
anyway,
idiots.
This turtle's been around for 144 million years, making it older than flowering plants.
Damn!
But this foreskin with a face is endangered, so there's a chance its contract might not be renewed. Especially since the biggest threat to its way of life is being traded in an East Asian food market. Which I can't say I understand because it honestly looks like a third-grade dick joke that somebody accidentally gave.
It looks hideous. That's a bat, bro!
So people spammed me that video, and a lot of y'all thought that was some kind of bat or a sugar glider. Someone even asked me if it was a horrifically deformed flying squirrel. But I personally don't think it's any of those. I think that Pokemon was a Kalugo, and if you don't know what that is,
Kalugo?
Most of science doesn't either. They're called flying lemurs, but it turns out they're not.
It has the name of a Pokemon.
They're just related. That weird.
It looks like one as well.
Fourth family reunion. So even though their closest relatives are primates like lemurs,
bro looks lost.
You know, us. This meth squirrel is basically thanks to that stretchy membrane called a patagium,
bro.
For well over 650 feet between trees. Couldn't really tell where this video was from, but its flying identity crisis is found in the rainforest of Southeast Asia. There's 2 flavors of this furry kite. You got the Sunda flying lemur and the Philippines flying lemur. But I cannot
shout out to you, man, in the Philippines, bro. Come on, shout out.
My best guess is somebody got in God's studio and tried to draw bats strictly from memory, and this was the outcome. Also, they're tiny vegans that eat leaves, shoots, sap, and fruit. By far, their biggest op is the Philippines eagle, which claps them on the ground.
That's a pretty
but
bird,
somehow
bro.
they're not endangered, so I guess this hammock puppy's doing something right. I'm gonna say some things, and it might upset
a
me.
manatee.
It has to be said. I really think Christopher Columbus at least one manatee in his life. This bro was at sea for what, 7, 8, 9 months, and what he thought were 3 mermaids in the Dominican Republic were actually 3 West Indian manatees.
Wow.
I guess if you look at their skeleton, you can kind of see how that happened. Also, West Indian manatees can tip the scales at 1,300 pounds, so I'm guessing they were just really body positive back then. But not that positive, because Columbus actually wrote that he was disappointed that the mermaids weren't as beautiful as streets told him they would be, especially since their faces had too many masks.
Hey yo, bro actually went in a manatee,
like,
bro.
Disappointed doesn't mean he didn't see it through.
Yeah.
So this last fact, dear God, Apparently, a manatee's vegeta is more anatomically similar to that of humans than any other. You know how many laws or manatees got violated for such a fact to exist? Could be cap, but I'm not finna research it because that's one list I do not need to be on. But when you put all the
Columbus
pieces together,
was wild then.
The manatee, an attempt was certainly made. Since manatees are too unbothered, it probably just let it happen. Columbus didn't discover America, but he might have discovered Rule 34. He came, he saw, he conquered.
Hey yo,
not in that order. You really don't have to see it through, my boy. And now that I think about it, that llama story suddenly sounds a lot more real. God bless America.
Jesus Christ. Yo. Is that a roo or a wallaby, bro?
That's cute, really. It's adorable.
It's
but I
really
bet I
cute.
can find 3 animals that sound way worse, and just because, I'm gonna make sure they're all from Australia. Number 1, there's 2 types of people in the world. There's the innocent, and there's those who know what
Wallace sound like the devil, bro.
On the outside, you see a teddy bear. That is until they
look
open
at
their
that.
mouth and you hear
Look at that
Satan's
mouth, bro.
digestion. Just in case at least one of you doesn't believe me.
But look, it sounds like he's barfing,
sometimes
bro.
I think if koalas lived anywhere but Australia, they wouldn't be so out of line. Number 2 is the blue penguin, also known as the fairy penguin. They're the smallest penguins in the world. Once a year, they emerge from the ocean and nest under people's homes. It's all fun and games until you find out what a penguin trying to pipe sounds like. Ain't sweet.
Damn, bro. Sounds like a
I
lawnmower.
personally slandered this hellspawn 1,000 times. I'm gonna do it again, and y'all just gonna have to be okay with it. Cause I would forgive everything.
A cassowary.
Like, everything.
Oh,
about
bro.
the cassowary.
Menaces, bro.
If they didn't sound like this.
Menaces. Bro, sounds like a dinosaur, dude. Hey, mate. Bro, just chilling.
There's actually a pretty cool story behind
Hey.
this. First of all, these are Japanese macaques, and no other macaque lives in a colder neighborhood, especially in the mountains. So they're like almost scary
Cute.
smart. For example, somebody once left a bunch of sweet potatoes on a Japanese beach, and one of the monkeys
Ooh,
watched
sweet
the
potato
woman
is
wash
so
her food
nice.
in river water. The macaque said bet, and she started washing her food in the river water, and she would even dip the clean food in salty seawater just for taste.
Damn.
The monkeys watched her do this and then copied her to the point where it was passed on from generation to generation. That's basically what's happening here. Once in the 60s, during a freezing winter night, a female macaque named Takiwa saw a bunch of people relaxing in a hot spring. She said say less, and she joined them, and she just kept going back. And just as you'd expect from monkey society, the others saw her and copied her, basically using the spring.
That's awesome, bro.
Today you can find these snow monkeys taking baths not only to stay warm but to lower their stress level because self-care is essential. So much so that in some places you can share a spring with a monkey. Just keep your phone in your bag because they will steal it and you won't be able to do anything about it. Moral of this video. I don't have one, but tell me this picture ain't violent. If you struggle with anxiety, you and this animal actually have something in common.
A narwhal.
This underwater unicorn is a narwhal, and as painfully shy introverts, they can get panic attacks so bad that it kills them. And it's all because they live in hell with AC, so they have a naturally low heartbeat to avoid losing heat and to slow their metabolism. You actually would do the same thing. If you were to take a really cold shower, your heart would slow down and you would find yourself taking deep breaths because of something called the mammalian diving reflex, which is why a narwhal's heart only beats about 10 times a minute. Problem is, when a narwhal's afraid or stressed, their heartbeat actually slows down even more. A scared narwhal's heart might beat only 3 to 4 times a minute, which is bad. Because while the narwhal's freaking out and trying to swim away, its heart is doing the exact opposite of what you would want a heart to do. Which is why it is very possible for a narwhal to die from a panic attack. The good news is, narwhals aren't afraid of a whole lot of things. The bad news is, most are terrified of us, which makes it difficult to study them because just the sight of us can possibly send them into a panic.
Wow.
So if you have anxiety and you'd rather go shopping for your own casket than interact with people, maybe you're not weird. Maybe you're
just leave the narwhals alone,
animals
bro.
that you wouldn't believe were real if cameras didn't exist. This is real, and it's a musk deer. It's technically not even a real deer, and even though it has Dracula's teeth, it's a vegetarian that eats mostly lichen. This hell Bambi uses those tusks to fight and flex for females, and the bigger the teeth, the more attractive they are to the lady deer. Basically, they use those fangs for the same reason normal deer use antlers, for running
Makes
and
sense.
finding females. They also mark their hood with musk, and people often hunt this deer to use their musk for perfume because why the wouldn't we? This is a stock-eye flying proof that even evolution runs out of ideas. Its eyes are social distancing. Its glasses would need a passport.
Why?
Like almost every questionable thing in nature, if you ever see something that doesn't make sense, it usually has something to do with getting laid. These hammerhead flies will size up and compare eye spans. Not even kidding, the males get into eye stalk measuring contests, and whoever has the longest stalk has the best chance at pulling females. The only reason their eyes are in a long distance relationship is because the females have a really weird preference. And now we have the Saiga. I've watched a second of it, but I can look at this and confidently say it looks like Star Wars, and I don't know what makes me say that. You can find the
It looks like a Star Wars creature,
there's
bro.
only about 50,000 of them left. That nose job helps them by filtering out the dust.
Look at that.
In the winter, that nose heats up cold air before it gets to the lungs, keeping this Narnia donkey warm. It also makes them the cutest type of ugly. We gotta protect this Squidward pony at all times. This little guy actually has 3 eyes. This dude is a tuatara, and it's found in New Zealand, which is really just Australia's nerfed little brother. It's not even a lizard, it's the only living member of a family that was around 200 million years ago.
Damn!
Which basically makes it a walking fossil. Its 3rd eye is on the top of its head, and it's called the parietal eye. You can only really see it when they're babies, because when they're first born, there's a translucent part of their skull that makes it almost see-through. The 3rd eye comes from a gland called the pineal body, which is attached to the brain.
Can they see?
Even though it is an eye, they don't see out that eye the way we see through ours. Instead, the tuatara uses that 3rd eye to absorb ultraviolet rays and make vitamin D. They also use it to detect light because a tuatara is nocturnal, meaning they're only active at night. Except
Makes
for the
sense.
babies, they're active during the day. But that's only because the adult tuataras are cannibals that would put the hatchlings on a shirt if they got the chance. But if they don't get turned into a pack, the tuatara has a lifespan of about 60 years, and some can even be around for 100 trips around the sun.
Wow!
Meaning if you get one as a pet, it could live long enough to be at your funeral.
Damn.
Absolutely nothing about this Jurassic reject makes sense. But I'ma let it slide, only cause they're cute.
He's cute, man. But guys, another phenomenal video by Casual Geographic. He does not miss. Bro doesn't have a boring video on his channel, so if you enjoy his content, go support this channel, go subscribe to him. Thank you so much for all the support I'm getting on the channel. It's been phenomenal the last couple of weeks, and I cannot stress enough how grateful I am. So thank you so much. Don't forget how we do on the channel, bro. Come on, keep God first as always. Drink water, go tell somebody you love them, and if you're here, you know what to do, man. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name is Gonzii, and see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. My name is Gonzii and today we are going to be reacting to another Casual Geographic video, man. This time called The Truly Deviant Nature of Dolphins, bro. Ignore the trim, it's a mess. So without further ado, let's react this thing, man. Let's go.
The following video contains topics that may be considered
warning as well.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Okay, let's go.
It's been a long time coming. It's been 3 years since my last dolphin video,
on the channel,
which means
that video as
3
well.
Halloweens have gone by with this aquatic thug wiener going unchecked. Not this time. This satanic smiling sausage, Davy Jones' delinquent offspring, this audacious ocean hippo, we'll get to that. The dolphin is a breathing, breaching hate boner, and their psychopathic tendencies come from their intelligence.
Orcas creating
Dolphins
waves,
are arguably the smartest things
push
alive
seals
without
of
thumbs or launch
icebergs
codes,
is
which
ridiculous.
allows them to manipulate the world around them, including the animals in it. Dolphins will reportedly harass pufferfish into releasing poison, which apparently they get obliterated off of, resulting in a literal nightmare rotation. It isn't scientifically proven that dolphins get elevated and hella faded off a spicy stress ball. The alternative is the jocks of the sea playing handball with a living puffer, and that's probably the most child-friendly form of dolphin recreation. I'm gonna have to get real creative with the way I describe this, but dolphins will stick their little dolphin dorks wherever they decide, including the disembodied heads of decapitated fish, which might have just been a one-off if researchers didn't also witness a bottlenose wrap live wriggling eels around their stick shift. We've also witnessed 2 river dolphins treating an anaconda like a pool noodle, except the photographer took a closer look and noticed something. The snake was likely dead, like an erectile dysfunction, which only one of them would know about since both dolphins' privates were standing very much at attention. Workers at the Dolphin Research Center also got a nasty surprise when they discovered baby nurse sharks finding their way into the lagoon and the waterlogged hot dogs using them as volleyballs. Dolphins might be the only animals to use other living animals as tools, with a group of dolphins discovering that they could use live sponges as snout guards as they scrape the sea floor. It's not proven sponges can feel pain, but it makes no difference to these brine bullies. If a dolphin can use another creature as a pawn, it will. That's how one dolphin created a whole seagull murder ring just for some extra fish. Basically, Kelly the dolphin had an unspoken agreement with her trainer where she'd get rewarded with fish every time she helped clean litter from her tank, including expired seagulls. So Kelly would hide a fish during feeding and then use it to bait seagulls when no one was looking, only to snatch them, drown them, and exchange the waterboarded bird for more fish. Not only that, but Kelly taught her daughter the same trick, ensuring the seagull side circle goes on at least another generation. Another time a dolphin's brain was someone else's downfall was down in the Gulf of Mexico, where biologists stumbled across hundreds of decapitated catfish bobbing around the water. Not only that, the eyes and the fins were still moving, and the fish heads made this disturbing grunting sound when brought on the boat. The cause was, catfish have several serrated spines for self-defense, and a gang of Gulf bottlenose dolphins apparently realized they could nerf the catfish by surgically beheading them. But so far, we've seen dolphins working harder, not smarter, with seagulls, sponges, and catfish all being collateral damage.
Bro.
That doesn't explain dolphins being a
They are
jihad to other
menaces
animals
for real.
unprovoked. Dolphins and belize have been attacking and even life-depriving baby manatees.
Damn,
They've even
why
gone as far
though?
as separating manatee calves from their mothers to make an attempt on their life. This is the same animal that finessed its way on an alligator's whitelist, getting folded by a pack of flippers. Dolphins are literally if hippos went the Professor X route, lost their legs but gained hyperintelligence, which isn't a joke since the closest living relative to whales and dolphins are hippos.
Yeah, that's
the
true.
animal that gets it the absolute worst from dolphins are the ones that look the most like them. Dolphins have a homicidal obsession with porpoises, with cases of them washing ashore with bite marks and broken bones. It's like they can't help themselves for real. It doesn't matter what they're doing. Put a porpoise in their presence, it's like the Powerpuff Girls going Gotham City on a green monkey. In 2016, one lone male bottlenose flatlined at least 6 porpoises. And the injuries were roughly the same. Fatal hemorrhages, broken bones, and lacerated lungs. No one knows for sure why dolphins are purposely committing acts of war, but the best guess involves how dolphins behave with each other. Because if you thought they were better to their own kind, you don't understand the depravity of this malice-fueled middle finger. Dolphins regularly commit the act of infanticide, with males often harassing and separating the mother from her defenseless calf and escorting it off the census. It's a classic case of deleting the baby to have a shot at the now child-free mother. Plenty of animals like horses and hippos do this, but no animal takes baby abolishing as far as dolphins. There was a case where a mother orca and her adult son worked together to drown a baby killer whale, also the son could sensually explore the mother that watched them do it. In 2020 in Mutsu Bay, Japan, researchers witnessed a gang of dolphins pull up on a mother and her calf and begin mauling the baby. What shocked them was suddenly the first group stopped harassing the dolphin calf, only for a second group to show up and go at him even harder.
What the
For well
fuck?
over an hour, 23 different dolphins got involved, and a newbie dolphin was sent to the gulag after being hit over 100 times. And knowing what we now know about dolphins, that might have just been business as usual. Dolphin Society is like an episode of Oz, and like the show, it all starts with the men. When a male dolphin is young, they'll form a group with 2 or 3 others, and these will be the closest bonds these males will ever have, as these alliances can last decades. But it's not just kumbaya. The main reason for them linking up is these dolphins will kidnap lone females and keep them in custody for weeks, while they mate with her the entire time, consent sold separately. These dolphin gangs are highly possessive, and even have a specific pop sound to tell the female to swim closer, and she can get jumped for not complying. The females usually fight back, but only escape about 25% of the time. Not only that, but these water Weinsteins mate year-round, meaning an unlucky female can get tagged by multiple gangs in one trip around the sun. 3 dolphins acting as the musketeers of malice are known as a first-order alliance. There's also a second-order alliance, with additional dolphins doing the dirty work for the group, work including attacking other pods, stealing their females, while protecting their own from equally lust-crazed males. Basically, the first-order alliance is like a basketball big 3, with the second order being the role players. Of course, sometimes 2 second order alliances join forces to create, a third order alliance. Not only does this mean dolphins have the largest non-human social network on the planet, they use it to operate like a pack of sea ditties. Penetration without permission is so rampant that female dolphins actually evolved the same equipment as ducks, where they're those are maze-like to flush out any unwanted baby batter. But the male's response was dolphins developing a 12-inch prehensile bedroom arm. Speaking of which, male dolphins aren't even safe from each other.
That picture is
Non-allied
wild.
males assert dominance by biting, jaw clapping, tail slapping, and mounting. The brokeback kind. Remember, it's Ocean Oz out here. To be fair, that's also how they play, and young male dolphins will actually practice on each other and take turns being the female long before they try it on a real one. And there's nothing wrong with that. Except dolphins have a nasty habit of projecting. I'm 99% sure the porpoisides and manatee maimings were because both animals look like the babies of their own kind. Which is pretty insane logic. Imagine someone on trial for running over the vertically deficient, only for their main defense to be that they thought it was a child. Porpoises and sea blimps aren't the only ones catching strays.
Not sea
Since
blimps,
2022,
bro.
more than 45 people have been attacked while swimming in Fukui, Japan, leaving many with broken bones and bites.
Damn.
And it's believed these attacks were carried out by one male Indo-Pacific bottlenose dolphin. And it's been said the reason for this one-man dolphin demon campaign? Horny. Scientists think this dolphin is sexually frustrated and lonely and is taking it out on the humans
Dolphins
around it.
are...
The scariest part? There's a good chance he's only playing. Because if a 9-foot, several hundred-pound flesh missile wants you dead, you're simply dying. People say the rogue dolphin will often swim up to people and try to press his pink sword against them, which is actually the same way dolphins in an alliance act, so he's really just acting out natural behaviors but on people, only to lash out when they don't respond. He's not the only one. As you know, I went to the Cayman Islands earlier this year, and you'd think the most dangerous part would be me getting intimate with a stingray. It was actually me swimming in the same waters as Stinky. Stinky was a lone male dolphin infamous for trying to violate divers that meet his eye. One victim, Michael Mays, recounted how he and his wife were snorkeling and enjoying Grand Cayman when the menace named Stinky showed up. Michael tried warning his wife before Stinky charged her, slamming into her repeatedly. Someone should have warned Michael that he was what Stinky was after, as the dolphin attempted to dork Mike in front of his own wife.
Damn.
You know dolphins don't discriminate, with both Jessica Alba and Demi Moore seeing just what happens when a dolphin decides to go on booty warrior timing. In fact, one dolphin's impulses likely ruined a man's life. Alan Cooper was an animal rights activist who also became close with a dolphin named Freddie, not that close, who he actually met in the wild but was now living in Flamingo Land. Except one day, Alan swam with Freddie, and bystanders watched and swore that Alan was getting handsy with the dolphin, and he would end up getting accused of going Rocky Balboa on little Freddie. Papers called him a dolphin diddler, and it went all the way to court. Whole time, all that really happened was Freddie got a little too homosexual and wrapped his prehensile trouser tongue around Alan's arm. Even with the case thrown out, Freddie's freak-off was a stain that largely derailed Cooper's career and killed almost any chance he'd ever have of being taken seriously. Yeah, there's a reason why legends say that Amazon river dolphins will shapeshift into men at night and impregnate young women before changing back in the morning. Dolphins are like the chimps of the sea, but where chimp society revolves around violence, dolphindom is centered around getting their rocks off. But dolphins can be just as dangerous as any wild animal. Pretty privilege makes you forget it's a hyper-intelligent pack-hunting super predator that could fold you 7 ways to Sunday if they wanted. And no dolphin showed that more than Chiao. Chiao was a male bottlenose dolphin that showed up in São Sebastião in Brazil in the mid-90s, where he was popular for his friendliness around humans, especially women, to the point where he started to see other male humans as a threat, and this time he wasn't playing. By December 1994, Chiao had sent nearly 30 people to the hospital, including one case where he attacked 2 men, breaking one's ribs and killing the other. So as you can see, dolphins commit atrocities against the world around them, against humanity as a whole, and even against their own kind. But do you know what actually makes them evil? It's not rhetorical, because there isn't anything I've said about this womb fish that something in nature doesn't also do. Yeah, dolphins wake up feeling like Jordan. So do lions, hippos, and zebras. That's 3/4 of the cast in Madagascar. Yeah, dolphins do the unspeakable with fish, but I've seen chimps get downright deplorable with a frog. Chimps will also murk rival children and then turn them into lunch meat. Yeah, dolphins are basically eternal erections, but penguins are so deviant they traumatize the researcher. First seals have been seen defiling penguins, and speaking of seals, researchers have documented mateless male sea otters breaking baby seals with no approval. The point isn't to pass the buck to someone else's favorite animal, it's that these animals are just trying to survive. Dolphins are just that much better at it. If other animals could, they would. Hell, we can, and we have. Early cavemen also cannibalized human children, and meal prepping brains was somewhat regular. And before you judge otters and penguins, in 2022, 4 men were arrested for the crime of assaulting an endangered monitor lizard. And no amount of wordplay will let me talk about what people did to Pony the orangutan. Just know, if I can't speak on it, it must be bad. I mean, if you believe in alternate realities and that art mirrors life, then you also believe that somewhere in the universe, there's a dolphin with a snapback and a tiny mic talking about how humans are the spawn of Satan behind a green screen of this guy.
True.